Well, hello everyone. Welcome into the Endurance Chaps for the start of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We are currently just watching the two Navy jets fly over the Circuit de la Sarthe. They've just had the starting command from Roger Federer, and we'll get going very, very soon. And this is going to be a pretty crazy event, I have a feeling. And I'm sure that you guys are excited for it as well. So, any predictions from you guys today? Yep. The weather map. Yeah. Yeah. But oh no. Well,
so they might get away with it, but we might see a little bit, some spots of rain, literally 5 or 10 minutes into this race, if not during these formation laps before the green flag flies.
yeah, that could turn things on its head pretty soon. But shall we have a rundown of who's where in the grid? I think
Sounds
we
good.
should probably start from the back, possibly.
Start from wherever you like.
Well, let's do that then. Let's start from the back. So, this is the official order of the 93rd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 2025. Lucas Stoltz in the Iron Lynx number 63 Mercedes will be at the back of the field, and his number 60 Iron Lynx will start in 61st position. Tier Sports number 33 Corvette will start 60th position, followed by the number 150 Richard Mille, of course, at Ferrari. AW Racing's Corvette in 58th. Mantai's number 90 Porsche in 57th. Iron Dames in their Porsche start 56th, while the Racing Spirit of Le Mans number 10 Aston Martin start 55th. The Ben Team WRT's BMW M4 GT3 Evo will start 54th, alongside the number 57 Castle Racing Ferrari, as the Acodis ASP team number 87 Lexus 52nd, and the number 77 Proton Competition Ford Mustang in 51st. Vista AF Courses 54 Ferrari in 50th, followed by the 59 United Autosports McLaren in 49th. Number 88 Proton Competition 48th. Number 193 Zero Sport Tempesta Ferrari 47th. Acodis ASP team Lexus 78 in 46th. 95 United Autosports and McLaren in 45th. TF Sports 81 Corvette in 44th, followed by number 92 Manthey Thirst Form Porsche in 43rd. Iron Lynx 61 starting P42, followed by Team WRT's Valentino Rossi's 46 BMW in 41st. Vista of course is 21 Ferrari in 40th, and the 27 Harter Racing Aston Martin GT3 starting it by Matteo Drudi on pole in LMGT3 in 39th place overall. In 38th, it is the 24 Nielsen Racing LMP2, followed by the 34 Inter Europol, the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton, the number 18 Edex Sport, the number 11 Proton Competition, the number 25 Algarve Pro Racing, 48 VTS Panis, 45 Algarve Pro, 28 EDEC, number 16 RLR M Sport, number 183 AF Corsa, number 37 CLX Pure Racing in 27th, the 22 United Autosports, the 23 United Autosports, the 199 AI by TF Spike LMP2, 43 Inter Europol, and the pole sitting Matthias Besch in the number 29 TDS Racing in 22nd overall. Porsche Penske Motorsports number 6 starting in 21st, last of the hypercars after being disqualified from qualifying, followed by the number 007 Aston Martin Valkyrie, the 99 Proton, Porsche, the number 93 Peugeot, the number 94 Peugeot, the number 7 Toyota, the number 009 Aston Martin, the number 101 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, the number 83 Privateer Ferrari, the number 35 Alpine, the 51 Ferrari, the number 8 Toyota, the 36 Alpine, the 311 Cadillac Whelan, the 50 Ferrari, the 20 BMW, the 4 Penske Porsche, the 15 BMW, the 5 Penske Porsche, and then a front row lockout from Hertz Team Jota in their Cadillacs, the 38 in second, and the 12 in pole position, driven by Alex Lynn to pole. It will be started by Will Stevens and Noel Bamber, though, on the front row, so that'll be pretty interesting. Well, that was a lot to take in there, but we are now approaching the end of the formation lap, and we'll start the 24 hours of Le Mans very, very soon. This is going to be mega exciting, guys, and pretty chaotic, I feel.
Yeah, I back that. I think these first few corners, at least, I mean, especially the first lap or two, will be a lot of squabbling. Drivers of varying abilities starting these cars. We see in the hypercar field, it's a majority of golds and platinums starting the cars. I don't think we've got anyone that isn't a gold or a platinum in any of the hypercars, at least not starting. From what I can see, no, we don't. In LMP2, again, it is all golds and platinums in those cars to start the race. Whereas in LMGT3, we've got a couple of cars that have picked their bronzes and their silvers to start the race. Those being the second place Vista AF Corsa number 21, the number 92 Mante First Form, which is in 5th in class, the 95 United Autosports in the hands of Darren Leung, although he is a very capable bronze driver, of course.
Absolutely.
James Cottingham starts the number 59 United Autosports. That's 11th in class. Then
Also
we've got,
a very good
Clemens
bronze.
Schmidt. Yeah, absolutely. Another very good bronze. Clemens Schmidt is starting the 87 Akodis ASP team Lexus. We've then got Yasser Shaheen and the number 31, the Ben team WRT. Again, a very strong bronze. Celia Martin is starting the 85 Iron Dames. Again, a strong bronze driver. Lila Wadu is starting the number 150 Richard Mille AF Corsa Ferrari. Again, I feel like I've said it 100 times. A very strong silver driver. Everyone else is starting with a gold or platinum driver in the car in the LMGT3 class.
Well, we've now got the cars lining up 2 by 2 to the line, and we're about to go green any moment now. Green flag waves in Le Mans. 24 hours on the clock. And the mega field of 62 cars will race for the next 24 hours. We're waiting for pictures to come through, first of all, and we'll update you what happens there. It does look like Earl Bamber has been dropped by Julian Landauer into P3, so Julian Landauer into P2 already. The two BMWs also dropping a few positions, with Felipe Nasser getting a place there as well. Looking elsewhere throughout the field, Heart of Racing lead Team WRT's BMW. Race start under review as usual for the World Endurance Championship, and we are seeing these live images from the stream. Cadillac 1-2, and we'll see how this Porsche gets through around the outside of the BMW and through the Dunlop chicane. It looks like that's how Julian Andlauer got through into second position ahead of Earl Bamber in the first time out. Cadillac leading still in Le Mans. LMP2's come through.
Just brilliant on the power from Julian Andlauer there around the outside. Just seemingly so much more grip. And he's now up into first, in fact, Julian Andlauer, ahead of Will Stevens as well. So it's Porsche Penske Motorsport, the number 5, that now leads this race. That move done into, I believe, that'll be the coming out of the first Mulsanne chicane. That move was made, but we'll see it on the live pictures very shortly. Into the first Mulsanne chicane, in fact, it was under the brakes. Julian Andlauer got that move done. A gold driver there, fighting with the platinums of Will Stevens and Earl Bamber, but doing very, very well. And so far, it has been a very, very clean getaway. No, not even a spin of the Dunlop chicane, which is incredibly rare on the first lap of a 24-hour of Le Mans.
We've also got the 51 Ferrari AF Corsa of James Collado with Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing side by side as well. But look at that though, Philip Hansen in the 83 Ferrari gets ahead of the number 8 there as well.
Wow. And that number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport car is pulling away 1.2 seconds faster in the middle sector than the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, and that gap opening all the time currently sits at about 1.8 seconds, that gap, and it is growing and growing and growing. I don't know what Porsche have done to that car overnight, but in race pace, it is looking unstoppable in this early stint.
Yeah, absolutely.
Possibly just a better tire fire up. It has been one of Porsche's strong points this year, is firing up the tyres, which is why they've also been very, very good out of like safety car restarts and full course yellow periods in other races.
We have just also seen Nicholas Nielsen in the number 50 Ferrari overtake the number 15 and 20 BMWs of Kevin Magnussen and René Rast. So BMW's down to 6th and 7th already, with Ferrari right on the back of the Porsche of number 4 Felipe Nasser so far.
What's happened to the 009 Aston Martin? Has fallen all the way to the back of the field.
That car was in Hyperpole, yes.
Started in 15th, has dropped behind even the 007. And the number 6 Porsche Penske, and they had to Kevin Estre, unsurprisingly, a man who's famed for absolutely sending it on the first lap. Those who know from the opening laps of the N24 know. He's up into 14th in that number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport, and all over the back of the 2 Alpine endurance cars, currently being driven by Ferdy Habsburg and Fred Makavaki.
Still, Matthias Besch and Heart of Racing lead their respective classes. So, only change in the hypercar class so far, but LMGT3, 5 different manufacturers in the top 5 so far, with Mattia Drudi leading them away so far.
And the number 6 has got past the first of the Alpines through the first Mulsanne chicane. That's Kevin Estre now up into P13. And these Porsches do appear to be on a little bit of an early charge, don't they?
And that is a Mercedes in P3 now in LMGT3. The number 61 Iron Lynx Mercedes of Maxime Martin up into podium positions already after a lap here at Le Mans. But Mattia Drudi leading Kelvin van der Linde by 7/10, and then 2.5 seconds back to Maxime Martin. So a really big gap there already after one lap. As we do have yellow flag shown at Marshall Post 3. So that is that will be coming through the Dunlop and
But all the
possibly
cars
Tete
have already
Rouge.
cleared it. All the
It
cars have
might
already
be,
cleared that section of track.
yeah, it might be a slower car.
No, everyone's set a sector time.
No, you're right.
Everyone still appears to be
No.
running. Is it possibly debris?
It could be debris. Double yellow removed at Marshall Post 3, so it is all clear now.
I reckon it was a debris pickup. Probably a front wing. I say front wing, front dive plane off of one of the LMGT3 cars that have been knocked off through a bit of side-by-side contact. So that's been cleared up by the brilliant marshalling team here at Le Mans already. I just wanted to note, by the way, that I think that must be the first time this season that Iron Lynx Mercedes has been in a position with a number 3 in it that isn't 13th.
Yeah, absolutely.
I genuinely think this is the highest I've seen any of those Iron Lynx Mercedes run in this entire
championship.
WEC season so far.
Absolutely.
And it's brilliant to see. It is brilliant to see because they're a hard-working team and really well respected, but they've been through a hard run of times recently, Iron Lynx as an organisation. So it is good to see them coming back.
And in LMP2, you've got a big lead there in the lead at the moment. So currently Matthias Besch leading Louis Teletras by 3 seconds already, which is quite a margin after just a lap and a half at this moment. Let us know who you are supporting in this race, where you're watching from. We'd love to find out. As Julian Landlower completes lap 2 and sets a best lap of the a 3:28.312.
So we want to watch out. If we're going to see any rain, it's going to be now. There's a likelihood that we're going to see rain coming down the first half of the Mulsanne straight, and likely on the run down towards Arnage Corner as well in Indianapolis. In fact, that's the whole Mulsanne straight. My bad. That's the whole Mulsanne straight that we're likely to be getting rain down at the moment. So we will want to be keeping an eye out for that, because if it's going to hit, the weather forecast and the weather tracking systems say that it's going to be now.
And Jack Hawksworth in the number 78 Ecodis ASP team Lexus has currently just set the fastest lap in the LMGT3 class of 56.606. Currently in 4th position at the moment he is. So a really good lap there from the Lexus. The Lexus is looking very, very strong. But that's interesting though, because the Lexus was not in the top 5 in the first lap. So it looks like the number 21 Ferrari has dropped out of the top 5. In fact, it's dropped down into 7th place in class. Francois Heriot, currently the highest bronze-rated driver in the LMGT field. So that's somewhat expected. But now, top 5, they're all big V8 engined cars. As we do have yellow flags again at Marshall Post 3. Interesting what that might be this time as well.
Again, no car stopped, so I'm going to assume it's probably again just debris. Yeah, track clear already.
Yeah. Valkyries though still running just behind the Wayne Taylor Racing of Ricky Taylor at the moment in 20th and 21st. So they've still got that pace and they're keeping up with the cars ahead. So the Cadillac in front of them and the number 94 Peugeot of Loic Duval celebrated his birthday on, I think it was Wednesday or Thursday, during qualifying. But the 009 has got ahead of Harry Tinknell at the moment, so Marco Sorensen regaining that position from Tinknell there. Side by side between the two, Vista of course are Ferraris, number 21 and 54 side by side. Obviously, as I mentioned, the 21 is currently got a bronze driver in, and Davide Rigon, the platinum driver in the 54, getting ahead of him. So 21 dropping down the field pretty rapidly at the moment. And Lauer has just set a new personal best, followed by Will Stevens in P2. So Will Stevens still pretty quick, but a 2.6 second lead Andlauer has at the moment.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race so far for Will Stevens, which is good. Those Cadillacs do need to start reeling that number 5 Porsche back in. As much as this is a long form endurance race, giving your rivals an open gap, a large gap to work with is never beneficial. And that lead at the front of LMP2 is out to 4.5 seconds now in the hands of Matthias Besch. He is absolutely wringing everything out of that Orica chassis right now.
Absolutely. And it does look like Mattia Drudi has gained a little bit of time on Kelvin van der Linde, and the gap between him and Maxime Martin is extending a little bit further than that. Currently, the two United Autosports are battling and have put the number 31 BMW into a sandwich at the moment, but they are bronze drivers, so they will fall down further down the field. As expected, Francois Heriot now into 10th in LMGT3 as Lilo Wadu and Valentin Hasclot have got past both of them. Lucas Stoltz, though, the number 63 Iron Lynx Mercedes, which started from the back of the field and also was maybe potentially not allowed to do the race, but Lucas Stoltz was required to start the race for the team, and Stephen Grove is not allowed to race between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. He's up into P18 in class now, so from the back, from 24th into P18 now. Those Mercedes looking pretty strong at the moment.
And Celia Martin is somewhat acting as a cork in the bottle at the moment. That lap, she was 5 seconds off the pace of the next car, which is the number 63 of Lucas Stoltz. That is slightly embarrassing.
Yeah, absolutely, to say the least.
And Will Stevens now pulling back towards the number 5 Porsche, but his teammate Earl Bamber isn't really going with him. The gap between the two Cadillacs now opened to 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, they need to make sure they're getting into it. GT Army in the chat saying g'day. G'day, mate. How you doing? Where are you watching from? Who are you supporting? Let us know. Good to have you join us as well this time around. Hope you're enjoying the race so far.
Oh, that was almost the first crash of the race.
Yeah, close crashes, close contact between the number 21 and 87 Lexus and Ferrari. Clemens Schmidt passing Francois Heriot as expected.
So the back end of the LMGT3 field has just gone through Mulsanne corner. The first hypercars are just about to start braking for the first Mulsanne chicane. So we are only probably 2 or maybe less laps, two or 3 laps away from 2 or 3 laps away from the first lapping.
Which will be very spicy. I'll be here for the next 24 hours, lol. And you're from the UK. Great to have you, main. Yeah, let us know who you're supporting. And yeah, hope you enjoy our watch-along, live timing, discussions, analysts.
would appear that my weather radar has lied to me.
Yeah, it does seem that way.
Oh well. It is what it is.
So currently, Mattia Drudi, a 1.5 second lead over Kelvin van der Linde. Sorry, no, 3 second lead over Kelvin van der Linde in P2. But Maxime Martin catching up to Kelvin van der Linde in the number 46 BMW. So that could be an interesting P3 battle. And you've got the number 78 Akodis ASP Lexus just behind them as well, off Jack Hawksworth, as previously mentioned, who got up into the top 5 very early on due to Herio dropping down the field, who is now in 13th position.
And just a quick note, the number 6 Porsche of Kevin Astro has now moved past both of the Alpines. So he's now up into 12th position overall, 1.5 seconds back from the 83 Privateer AF Corsa Ferrari 499P. Currently being driven by Philip Hansen. I would expect that gap to come down quite quickly, at which point Kevin Astro is onto the train that runs all the way to 6th in the hypercar.
Yeah. Philip Hansen's a good driver, but Kevin Astro is a platinum, whereas Hansen is gold, so some clear difference in skill from those two drivers, so I don't think Hansen will put up much of a fight, I would expect.
Regarding the race start, by the way, we have got no further investigation for that. Also, the gap between the TDS Racing of Matthias Besch and the AO by TF. Oh no, the 007's into the pits. That can't be good. Oh,
Not
that
good.
can't be good. What I was about to say is that the lead that Matthias Besch has over Louis Delatraz is like 6.5 seconds, which is just stupid. Oh, I can't believe the 7th had to pit already. Oh, for God's sake. So, by the way, it's been 2 laps, and now the tail end of the LMGT3 field are going through the Mulsanne corner, and the hypercars are just coming through the second Mulsanne chicane, which means they're only now 15 or 20 seconds behind on track, which is also, I believe, how much faster they're currently running in race pace compared to the LMGT3, the back of the LMGT3 field. Indeed it is. They're currently about 30 seconds a lap faster. So next lap, I would expect, next lap, the lap after, is going to be when the hypercars catch the first of this LMGT3 traffic.
So Harry
Tinknell will go really crazy.
Sorry to interrupt you. Harry Tinknell has come out of the pits. It just looked like a standard stop, a pit time of 1 minute 11 seconds. So maybe just trying to offset themselves, get themselves in some clean air, just run laps and keep going.
Possibly a tyre down, maybe?
Could have been. I mean, I don't know if you remember our conversation the other day, Ollie, about driver rankings and, for example, GTE Pro, etc. But I think this is what I was meaning, is that cars are just driving past each other because of the difference in driver ranks at the moment. A Pro versus a Bronze at this point. It just seems a little bit manufactured sometimes.
Yeah. No, I can see where you're coming from. But I think at the moment we've got some incredible racing across all the classes. And like I predicted, the number 6 of the Porsche Penske Motorsports in the hands of Kevin Astra is half a second off the back of the number 83 already.
Already.
So that's how that's going. And also, just having a look on Ye Holy track map. The back of the GT3 field are just about to come through Tete Rouge. The number 5 Penske Porsche is just coming down the hill out of the Dunlop curves. So that is now about 15 seconds of difference. I have a tickling feeling
This will be
that
this
a lot
lap.
of this GT3 traffic is going to be caught in the one place that the hypercars don't want them to be caught.
Porsche curves.
The Porsche curves.
Yay!
Yes, exactly.
Teo Porsche explaining that he's having a few issues in the number 25 Algarve Pro Racing Orica in LMP2. So sliding around this place. LMGT3s are... The back of the LMGT3s have just gone through the first chicane and about halfway down that straight between the first and second chicane. And the hypercars are directly behind them now.
Yeah, I mean, let's put it this way. Julian Andlauer is going to be overtaking LMGT3s into the Mulsanne corner. So it is now time for the lapping procedure. If you're watching on WEC.tv, you will see when they switch to a long shot of this LMGT3 field, you will see the hypercars, if not hear them coming into this second Mulsanne chicane. Not showing us a camera angle that shows them coming, but they are, believe me, they are back
They'll
there.
be there soon. And it has...
Ooh.
We have seen a change at the front in LMGT3. So the 61 Iron Lynx is into P2, 78 Akodas ASP P3, and the 46 has dropped into P4. So Kelvin Randolinde lacking a little bit of pace versus the AMG and the Lexus.
Yeah, possibly just a little
Preservation?
bit of yeah. I was gonna say possibly just tyre and kind of stint pace preservation. But we'll wait and see.
And Lexus has just got ahead into P2 as well. So Lexus into P2, Maxime Martin in the Mercedes in P3, and BMW P4, while the Corvette in 80 of the 81 is just right behind them as well. Charlie Eastwood there going on for it as well. And we are officially in the lapping procedures here at Le Mans for the first time. Only 25 minutes or so into the race.
Yeah, the hypercar's now noticeably slower. Julian Andlauer 2 seconds slower than his best lap time that lap. Will Stevens 3 seconds slower. That gap at the front now out to 4.0, and the gap back to Earl Bamber has shrunk back down to about 1.6 seconds. Interestingly, the number 15 BMW M Team WRT, that car has dropped back quite significantly from the Ferrari A, of course, the number 50 in the hands of Nicholas Nielsen. That gap out to about 3.5 seconds as well. Meanwhile, Matthias Besch continues to just absolutely lay down the pace in LMP2. 9.3 seconds clear of the field in LMP2 is absolutely stupid.
Yeah,
I don't
mental.
even know where he's finding all the time. I'm gonna look at his sector time, see if I can work out which sector it is that he's just dominating.
It was a
so
slow
ridiculously
puncture
well.
for the Valkyrie, by the way.
Yeah, I had a feeling it would be. Feels like the kind of thing that would cause that, to be honest. The number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing of Sebastian Buemi has just got past the 51 Ferrari AF Corsa. That happened into the first Mulsanne chicane, probably whilst lapping some of this GT3 traffic as we go 3 wide momentarily on the Mulsanne in multi-class racing there.
Beautiful.
Almost taking out the number 38.
No,
Cadillac,
please.
Team
No,
Joker
please.
there. Yeah, please don't. I want Jensen Button to win a 24-hour before he retires from motorsports. And just a quick note as well is that the number 22 United Autosports of Renger van der Zande has just set the fastest lap time in the LMP2 field. So clearly there are some other drivers with pace in that field, but they're being held up by Louis Delatraz and Tom Tillman at the moment.
Well, you say
Matthias
the
Besch
LMP2s, but remember that the TDS Racing Matthias Besch has set a 36.8. Renger van der Zande did a 38.0. So the Pro-Am entry of TDS Racing, yeah.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. And I tell you what, credit to Iron Lynx and Mercedes where it's due.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're currently running. I'm just going to double check actually where they actually are in class. They're currently running third in class,
15th and 17th.
15th and 17th in class,
yeah.
Which I know doesn't sound brilliant, but it's an expanded 24 car field here compared to the normal 19. And normally they do run pretty much last and penultimate last.
Yeah.
So this is a notable improvement for Iron Lynx. Hopefully they've unlocked something in that car. Maybe a couple of drivers they need to get into the full-time WEC field and into their full-time WEC lineups in the future to keep those lineups running at a higher, consistent level. Oh, Kevin Estre up the inside in the kink into Indianapolis, getting past. That'll be the number 20, I believe, that he's just moved past. Indeed it is. That was a ludicrous move. Up to 8th for Kevin Estre from the back of the field, and it's been less than half an hour. Less than half an hour, and he's made 13 positions. That's
really good move there from him.
Good.
I mean, he is Mr. Le Mans, I think. He you know, what a lap he had last year for Hyperpole. Just race pace didn't really fit for them. And GT Guy in the chat saying, from my experience, multi-class sim racing, lapping in the Porsche curves is not fun. You are right. You know, me and Olly are from a sim racing background as well, and we have done it multiple times. And the number 63 Porsche has just passed the 63 Ferrari. I'm guessing you mean the 83 Ferrari.
And dare I say it, touch wood everyone, but dare I say it, this has been a miraculously clean first half an hour of the race here.
Absolutely.
In Le Mans. Cleaner than, I would say, any other Le Mans that I've watched. The number 23 United Autosports LMP2 Pro-Am is into the pit lane. Not sure what's happening there. The 23 down onto pit road.
Oh, Olotera is into the pits as well in the 18 EDEC, and the 48 VDS Panis also into the pits in LMP2s. So a couple of LMP2s coming in only half an hour into the race. Maybe they short fueled it, maybe they want to do a little bit of an offset. We'll see.
Tell you what, Kevin Estre has been absolutely sending
Rapid.
This Porsche Penske. Obviously, it's a very capable car. We know that from the fact that until 2 weekends ago in Detroit, it hadn't lost a single IMSA round and had finished 1-2 in most of the others. But Kevin Estre is making moves that most sim racers wouldn't dare to make, and we aren't risking actual life and limb when we race, unless you have your direct drive wheelbase turned up far too high.
Yeah. There you go. Those 3 LMP2s have now come out of the pits, and they have swapped drivers. All of them around
Apart from Andre Lotterer.
120. Yes, correct. Oh no, Esteban
And
also
Stan
stayed in
Macron
it.
stayed in the car. Yeah. So double stints for those two. Leela Wadu, by the way, has just moved ahead of, that's Dennis Olsen in the Proton competition number 48. That move is number 88. Sorry, that move is going to be for 8th in class for Leela Wadu, and that's a silver driver overtaking a platinum driver, Dennis Olsen.
Really good driving there from Lulu Wadu.
Oh, and guess what? Kevin Estra's made another overtake.
Oh, of course he has.
Because of course he has. So up to 7th now, meaning he's gained 14 places in 30 minutes. So
he's rapid at this time.
On average making... that's a move every 2 minutes, so an overtake a lap for the whole race so far. Yeah, well, an overtake and a bit, technically.
Yeah.
An overtake and a half per lap. Just stupid.
92, Mantai has just dropped behind the number 33 TS Sport Corvette off. That is Daniel Junkadea, but Lucas Stoltz into the pits now as well.
That is early for the LMGT3s.
Yeah.
That is quite early for LMGT3 to be into the pit lane.
Absolutely.
The LMGT3s should be the cars that can go the longest on a stint out of all the cars we've got on track. The hypercars will do kind of 40, 45, 50 minutes, possibly slightly longer if they are being very conservative on fuel and virtual energy usage. The LMP2s will do slightly longer, kind of 50, 55.
Sorry to mention, but Matthias Best from the lead has come into the pits, followed by Louis Delatraz, Renger van der Zande, Job van Noiter, and Patrick Pile, Theo Porsche. So quite a few LMP2 runners coming into the pits at this point now. Jonas Reed and Luca Giotto, Colin Braun also follow in too.
Yeah, it appears to be possibly just that extra lap, obviously on the to line up the grid, has used up some fuel. Lasted for about 10 minutes, that lap to the grid actually. So it makes sense that about 32 minutes into the race that the LMP2s are having to pit, because normally they can go for about 55 or 55 minutes to an hour, the LMP2s, and it's Stephen Grove into the car for the number 63, so prepare to see that car plummet back
Drop down, yeah. I mean, it's already at the back. It'll be even further at the back by the end of the stint at this point. We'll wait to see if any more LMGT3s come in anytime soon, but I doubt so. I think they are just wanting to get Stevens' drive time out of the way before 10 PM really. Because obviously Lucas Stoltz and Brenton Grove have to do the entire 8 hours at the night between them two, so it's a long period between them to share the track together.
Fastest lap for Kevin Estra. Not surprised by that, particularly, to be honest.
Absolutely not. Charlie Eastwood up into 4th in LMGT3 in the number 81 Tier Sport Corvette, dropping the Team WRT Kelvin van der Linde number 46 BMW momentarily now. So things are all changing up in the LMGT3 order continuously.
Mattia Drudi into the pit lane. Valentin Hasselclot into the pit lane. Yeah, lots of pit stops coming now. I wouldn't be surprised if we possibly even see some of the hypercars looking to come into the pit lane sometime soon. Annoyingly, we don't have a virtual energy graphic available, I don't think. There might be. Let's see if there's one floating around online.
We've got some more LMP2s coming through to the pits now. How has the 63 ended up 56 seconds behind the next car?
63. Oh, it hasn't. It was just waiting for everyone else.
No,
to
it's just waiting for everyone to pit. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, he's only been in the car for a lap. Yeah, and now the hypercars having to lap the LMP2s for the first time. So again, that's going to slow them all down. The 007 Aston Martin that pitted early, having to deal with a little bit of LMGT3 traffic, but it's kind of few and far between, so it's not that bad.
As we got the two Cadillacs from Jota in, Will Stevens and Earl Bamber coming into the pits now. Rene Rast as well in the BMW.
Yeah, expecting one more lap from the hypercar field, so likely going to be in. If you're watching live on WEC TV, they'll be in after the next lap because there is obviously a slight delay. But on the live timing, I believe that means that we'll see the first of the hypercars coming in this lap. In fact, we already have seen hypercars coming in, and I've missed it. My bad. We've had the 101, the 7, the 36, the 20, the 38, and the 12 into pit lane.
Lots of guys in LMGT3 coming into the pits as well now, so spicing things up a little bit more now. lots of driver changes in LMGT3 as well now, so Julian Andlauer has entered the pits from the lead of the race so far.
And here comes
Mega battle.
almost the entirety of the rest of the hypercar field. The only cars still out on track are the 4, the 83 and the 94. Now, doing a lap extra is good. If you can be a lap ahead of the rest of the field, or technically I guess a lap behind on the pit cycle, you're in a good place. And that for the number 83 and the 94, they're 2 laps behind, technically, on their pit cycle compared to a lot of the cars in the hypercar field. So that is a good thing for them.
Yeah, definitely. If you can just extend it by a little bit each time, it will help you out later on in the race for your strategy.
Oh, it's not looking good for the Astons, lads.
It's not, is it? No.
It's really not.
As long as they finish the race, that's all I care about.
The 007 is currently off the pack by 16 seconds, and the 009 is currently off the pack by about 3.5. And still, the LMGT3 cars are running.
Yeah.
We've had a few cars into the pit lane, but the majority of them are yet to make their first stop, I would say. Maybe not.
Yellow flags at Marshall Post 3.
That's
again.
not good. Who have we got stationary? Let's have a look. Double yellow now at Marshall Post 3, so someone has gone around, I would suggest. There was multi-class traffic up there. Now back to just a yellow at Marshall Post 3, so possibly just a spin and green flag. So I expect, yeah, I would expect that someone's had a spin there.
Oh, it was the 23 United Autosports.
Oh, oh, 2 cars round. Yeah, that was rough.
Yeah. Oh, there was contact between the 22 and the number 193 Ferrari.
And the number 94 Peugeot Total Energies car to come back out the pit lane into 19th, and is not looking particularly happy. Possibly going to be hounded by the 009 Aston Martin Team Heart of Racing car, but we'll wait and see.
Too early to call.
Meanwhile, out of all of that, the number 6 of Kevin Astra has made a couple more overtakes that we've managed to miss, and is now actually genuinely running P5 on track.
Wow.
Which means he's now up to 16 overtakes in 45 minutes.
Incredible from him.
Mental!
Big battle here between the Porsche, Alpine and Toyota. That's the 101 of Ricky Taylor back in the pit lane. They haven't long been out of the pit lane. No,
if
I was going to
my maths
say.
is right. So that is unfortunate for the 101. They were one of the first cars to pit, I believe. Let me scroll back and check. Indeed, they were. They pit 11 minutes ago and are now back in again. So they dropped to the back of the class in Hypercar in the number 101, currently being driven by Ricky Taylor.
And unexpectedly, the number 22 of Heinemeier and the 183 of Perodo are under investigation for the incident at Multipost 3 and the unsafe rejoin. Unexpected. Well, very much expected.
Yeah, I'm not surprised there's going to be an investigation there. I didn't massively catch the. I didn't actually manage to catch the replay of what happened there, so I'm not going to make a call either way. But with two cars having been spun around, I wouldn't be surprised if the stewarding team here do apply a penalty to one of those two cars involved.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a pretty slam cut penalty there. It does look very overcast though there at Le Mans at the moment, so maybe the rain is on the way still.
I would love to think so, but unfortunately I think the rain has mostly cleared, although I might be telling a lie. It looks like the updated weather map now has the rain moving slightly east whilst continuing to move north. So we might still have some rain coming.
That'll
but
definitely
it is
spice things
only,
up.
yeah, it's only going to be very light if it is. Only going to be light, so don't get yourselves too excited. The track temperature and these cars pounding around with their exceedingly hot exhaust pipes will probably evaporate any weather and any rain that does come if it's that light.
I'm guessing you've seen the video of the Porsche spitting flames during the night practice this weekend. Well, this week, sorry. And they've just had a correction from race control regarding the incident. It's the 193 of Frogger, not the 183 of Perodo, that is under investigation. Three-way battle here in LMP2. It always rains at Le Mans. Discord? Yes. We are on Discord at the moment.
And the number 29 TDS Racing has had a real fall from grace. Rodrigo Sales has gotten in the car and is now running 10th in class and probably about to be overtaken, I can't lie, by the CLX Pure Racing number 37 car as well. and that was Mike Conway being informed of some damage. Mike Conway currently driving the number 7 Toyota GR010, and we've got yellow flags at Marshall Post 30. I'm trying to spot if we've got a car stopped, and green flag track clear. Marshall Post 31 that was. Let me see if I can find a map of where all the Marshall posts are at Le Mans. Le Mans Marshall Post map, because then I'll know where I'm actually looking.
I would expect that's the
Marshall Post 31 is the middle, not the first apex of the Porsche curves, the next one.
Oh, the second one, yeah. Oh, it
that'll
was
be
the
what?
Peugeot.
Oh, that's a lot of bodywork damage for that Porsche. Holy moly.
Peugeot.
What? I was about to say, what did I just came back to? A Peugeot stripping itself.
Yes, the Peugeot has painted itself like one of its French girls and taken off some of its rear clothing. And is going to have to limp.
Not good for Paul di Resta there.
Not sure
and
what
it all
on earth
kicks off at
happened
the end of the opening hour. The opening hour was clean, but now it's all chaos. Yeah, straight into the pits for Paul di Resta there. Completely destroyed it.
I was about to say that Peugeot is looking very second, or rather third hand at the moment.
Third hand, yes. It's literally disintegrated half of the car.
Yeah, it was a proper piece of contact there. We do now have double yellow flags at Marshall Post 30. They have now been removed. Obviously, that was so that the marshals could hop over that barrier and go and retrieve the rather large chunks of bodywork that have been left behind by the number 93 Peugeot. That does look like it is only bodywork damage. Somehow managed to escape without any rear left suspension damage. So it's just going to be a new rear deck and a new rear wing for that Peugeot, and it'll be back out on track.
And at the end of the opening hour, it is Porsche leading Cadillac 2-3 in Hypercar. LMP2 sees the 43 into Europole lead the E-Deck number 28 and the 16 RLR Arm Sport, while in GT3 it's the Acodis ASP 78 ahead of the 46 Team WRT BMW and the number 10 Racing Spirit Le Mans Aston Martin.
Meanwhile, we have got debris on track, Marshall Post 35. That is coming into the Porsche chicanes. I expect it's just a little something extra that the Peugeot had deposited on its way back towards the pit lane. So we've got slippery surface flag at Marshall Post 35 and a notification that there is debris on track as well. So we will wait and see. I expect we might be able to get an onboard shot of that debris if we stick with these hypercars. Oh, actually, an off-board camera might do it better, one of the TV angles. But yeah, debris on track. No flags out for it at the moment, but there is a warning out to the teams. Are we going to see that debris down here now? Apparently, there's a slippery surface flag out, but I can't see anything there. No, who knows? It might be in pit lane entry, in all fairness. But nothing that I can see as of right now. And the 007 of Harry Tinknell is back in the pit lane. That is again a short stint, really. There's that debris. Not sure where that's come from. But the 007 back into the pit lane. I'm going to scroll back and see if I can find the last time it came in. I don't think I'm going to be able to, no. But I don't know if it was 40 minutes ago. I don't know if it was 40 minutes ago. The 007, it is running on a kind of off-kilter strategy, so this might be scheduled. I just can't remember the last time that they pit.
Double yellows at 35.
I would expect this is so marshals can go out and grab that debris. They have got a big track gap now. The first LMP2 just coming through the first apex of the Porsche curve, so I expect this will just be marshal recovery of that debris, and we'll be green again. Yeah, indeed we are green again. Gap at the front has stabilised. 7 seconds between the number 5 and the number 12 Cadillac Hurst Team Joe. To the number 50 of Nicholas Nielsen has gotten past the 38 of Earl Bamber, who is now less than a second ahead of the number 6, which is still in the hands of the man, the myth, the legend, Kevin Estra. So I'm not sure how much longer that 38 will be holding on to its 4th position, if I'm being entirely honest. So still no retirements over an hour into the race, which is always good. On the tail end of that hourly roundup that Charlie was doing, I'll just run you through the leaders in the other 2 classes as well at the moment. In LMP2 overall, the top 3 are Tom Dillman in the number 43 into Europol competition, the number 28 IDEX Sport being driven by Job van Uitert at the moment.
Yeah.
And the number 16 RLR M Sport being driven by Patrick Pile. But if we do it by the type of LMP2, it is still Tom Dillman and Job van Uitert in 1st and 2nd, but it's then Esteban Masson in the number 48 VDS Panis Racing, which is in 3rd in LMP2 Pro. In LMP2 Pro-Am, it is Patrick Pile in the number 16 RRM Sport in 1st place, with Bent Viscal in the number 11 Proton Competition running in 2nd, and 3rd place in LMP2 Pro-Am at the moment is Luca Giotto, having actually just made an overtake on the AO by TF 199 that's currently being driven by PJ Hyatt. In LMP3, not for a while at Le Mans, in LMGT3, it is Jack Hawksworth, the gold-rated driver, currently leading the field in the number 78 Ecodis ASP Team Lexus. Behind him is the number 46 Team WRT BMW, being driven by Kelvin van der Linde, and rounding out your top 3 is Valentin Hasselklot in the number 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans.
Hasklow.
Huh?
The T is silent.
It's Clo, is it? That makes sense. That makes sense.
French, mate.
But Frenchies.
Oh, yeah.
I hope there's no one French in the chat. I like the French, I promise.
Sure.
Don't out me like that, bro. There's no need.
Always need. So Heinemeier, Hansen, and the 22 United Autosports have received a warning flag for the unsafe rejoin earlier.
Interesting choice, I would say. I'm not sure I entirely agree with that.
Definitely should have been a little bit harsher, I think it should have been. Keating and Toledo also under investigation for an incident at Marshall Post 35.
Is that the incident that deposited that debris, possibly?
It could have been, yes, yeah, absolutely. Andre Lotterer into the pits now.
Because I don't think we've had anything else that would even indicate there having been a collision or an incident at Marshall Post 35. Of course, it could be investigation based due to pushing a driver or forcing a driver off track or something similar to that rather than any actual contact, but one would assume that that would make sense. It did look like the aero parts off the front of an LMP2 that were left discarded on track. Ah, there we go. We're seeing it on the replay right now on WEC TV, and Ben Keating is going to get a penalty for that, to put it quite simply. That is shut and dry, open close case. Yeah, Ben Keating made a move that was, well, attempted to make a move that was never really going to be on and just spun Toledo. That was quite blatantly obvious there at the second of the four chicanes.
Absolutely.
Well, Bemba better, pick up the pace because he's being chased down by the human light switch.
Yeah. No, it's absolutely right. Astra is either on or off.
Yeah,
he's
full push
in the world, or you get the guy who locked up and drove into the wall at the International Horseshoe in Daytona.
Not even that. I would describe it as he's either full push or out of the car. There's nothing in between.
Yeah, pretty much. The guy is absolutely insane. Currently running ridiculously quick. The number 18 of Andre Lotterer is into the pit lane in the LMP2 class. That's fine. They were off kilter in the LMP2 pit stop sequence already, so that's not surprising to see. Interestingly, this year the LMP2's pitting before the hypercars, which isn't normally the case. Normally the LMP2s can go slightly longer, so I don't know if there's been a slight tweak to the fuel tank capacity for the LMP2s this year at Le Mans. And Darren Leung setting a new personal fastest lap time as well in the number 95 United Autosports car, which is currently running 19th in class. Darren Leung, though, a bronze-rated driver, a lot of bronzes now in the cars. Now that the field has spaced out a bit, you can really burn up your bronze driver time, which is important. There is a notable amount. The bronze drivers, I believe, do have a minimum amount of the race that they have to run in LMGT3. I can't remember how much it is. I think it's either 4 or 6 hours that they have to drive, and it's easier to get it out of the way at the start of the race when everyone is still fresh, when the bronze drivers are still fresh, and when the cars are in the best condition. Because these cars, they do wear over the 24 hours. They tend to pick up a few bumps and scrapes here and there. The brakes tend to get worse come the end of the 24 hour as well, so it's always safer to get those bronze drivers through the cars early on. things calming down a little bit here. The 101 of Ricky Taylor into the pit lane yet again. And it doesn't feel like it was long since he last stopped. No, it's not. 23 minutes since the last pit stop for Ricky Taylor. Although that was, I think, a quick stop. 54 seconds. Not massively. That feels like a tyre change. So I'm not sure why Ricky Taylor is back in the pit lane again. I expect that'll be noted. It hasn't been picked up by race control yet, but that is the CLX Pure Racing that I was talking about earlier, getting past the TDS racing car by absolutely bullying it off track at the final chicane. I mean, just really punting him just straight off the track. Also, just a momentary mention to the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport, the leader of the race at the moment, missing the first of the Mulsanne chicanes just completely.
And I
had
am
to
back.
go through the runoff.
Just get myself a track map and Marcel post map printed off, just so I don't have to keep looking for them.
And the 101 of Ricky Taylor back out the pit lane. It's a 1:12 stop this time, which would suggest to me that that is a fuel and a virtual energy stop. But yeah, only 23 minutes since they were last on pit road. That is a short turnaround. Really unideal. So, oh, here come the LMP2s. Job van Uytert into the pit lane, Patrick Pile into the pit lane, Theo Porsche and Luca Giotto so far. I expect there will be more as this keeps going. And the number 6 of the Porsche Penske Motorsport in the hands of Kevin Astra is into 4th position, taking that off of the number 38 car, which in fact has fallen now down to 6th. The 311 Whalen Engineering Cadillac in the hands of Jack Aitken has gotten past Earl Bamber as well. Car 33, 10 seconds added to the next pit stop. That's for that collision with the number 150, which is being driven by
Toledo and Keating.
Toledo. Yeah, Toledo in the 150 and Keating in the number 33. Naughty boy. More cars into pit lane. Stephen Grover's entered the pits in the number 63. The number 199 of PJ Hyatt into the pit lane. Jonas Reed in the number 9. David Heinemeier Hansen into the pit lane in the number 22. And Rodrigo Sales in the number 29, which was leading in LMP2 for quite a while, both overall and in class. But has fallen back down the order to, I think it was 11th just before those pit stops started. You're Van Oytert under investigation for an unsafe release. That was an hour ago, pretty much. That happened at 25 to 5 local time, which was about an hour. About 45 minutes ago now. Feels quite late to pick that up. Possibly only just been reported by the respective teams involved.
I think we might see another Cadillac lose a position in a minute.
Are you thinking the number 12 possibly going to fall behind the number 50, or are you talking about the number? You can't be talking about number 38.
12 and 50, but the Corvette just saved the Cadillac's bacon. GM shenanigans.
Real.
The 50 and the 12 are one behind another. And unfortunately for... That is the number 101 of Ricky Taylor, I think. I'm just having a look, which is only just up the road from the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport. The number 101 just coming to the final chicanes, and the Porsche Penske Motorsport just coming out of the final corner of the Porsche curves. So it's not going to be long until we see our first hypercar going a lap down, I don't expect.
Yellow flags at Marshall Post 28, which is coming out of Indianapolis and over to Porsche Curves. And
yeah,
track
kind
clear
of
now.
kind of that in-between state. I have a funny feeling it might be whichever LMP2 that is, possibly the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton. That car, the only car that I can see that was in between those, that was in between that Marshall Post area when that yellow flag was called. I don't expect it was the number 11. Well, I expect we might get a replay of it, possibly just a car going off into the gravel. I think it might have been something, looking at it, between the number 93 and the number 11 LMP2, actually. those cars were very close to each other on track, just having come out of Indianapolis when that yellow flag was called. So we'll wait and see. And the number 36 Alpine Endurance Team car is under investigation in the hands of Fred McVeigh. That is for pit lane speed at their last pit stop.
And that's Nielsen past Stevens.
Easy
Yeah,
one
that
there
move
for
done.
Nielsen.
Yeah. And Lara's in, and I think Estra's doing another lap.
Yeah, loads of hypercars now coming into the pit this time around, but still, Estra and NASA staying out in first and second so far.
Yeah, now we enter into, I've got to say, the lull of a 24-hour race.
Absolutely.
Cars just running to their pace, less overtakes happening on track. It's more about managing that multi-class aspect, especially when lapping. The number 6, Kevin Estra, by the way, is into the pit lane. I think one of the last cars to pit. In fact, he's done an extra lap than the cars around him. That could be crucial.
Yeah, definitely.
In the future. Oh my days, the number 9 is actually ahead of someone on track. Oh, the 35 has been done for pit lane speeding as well.
Both
or at least
Alpines
noted
then,
for
yeah.
pit lane speeding. So maybe their software, maybe their pit speed limit software is actually sitting slightly above. Is possibly sitting slightly above that 60 km/h hard speed limit. Obviously, the cars, when they're on the pit lane speed limiter, it's not like a constant rev. There is a slight fluctuation in the revs when you're sat on the pit lane speed limit. So it's possible that when that fluctuates upwards in the wave, you go slightly, they go slightly over that 60 km/h mark, and that is a hard limit. It's not like you can get away with 60.1. It is 60 km/h. You can get away with 60.00. You can't get away with 60.01.
Yeah. It's very harsh, but it's what needs to be done for fairness, for evenness.
Well, absolutely. When you think about it, they come down pit lane, 24 times in this race, at least. At least 23 times in this race. No, it will be more than that.
25 or 26, yeah.
The cars pit every 40 minutes, don't they?
Yeah.
So actually, it's going to be closer to 27 or 28 times minimum. That's not including extra pit stops that are made during full course yellow or safety car conditions. So if you can gain a second by being over the pit speed limit every time you come down pit lane, you've just found 30 seconds during the race, across the course of the race, compared to the rest of the field. So it sounds harsh, but when you put it into perspective for how long this race is, it does make sense as to why it is punished at such a strict cutoff. And interestingly, the 83 and the 94 have been able to convert the additional lap that they had into now an additional, I think, 3 laps on the majority of the hypercar field in terms of pit stop cycle. So that could be really quite crucial for them as this race continues to unfold. Car 28, 5 seconds added to the next pit stop. That's for an unsafe release that happened an hour ago now. The number 28 car currently running 3rd overall and 2nd in class in LMP2 in the hands of Job van Uitert, who was driving that car at the time of the unsafe release. And I tell you
Good
what,
move there from Nicholas Nilsson for P4 overall in the number 50 Ferrari, passing Kevin Escher in the number 6 Porsche.
the top speeds of these Ferraris really don't appear to have been massively affected by the BOP, do they?
No, absolutely not. The Ferrari still look very, very strong. Yeah.
In a straight line. Absolutely they do. Now, at this stage of the race, when we talk about cars extending their stints, it doesn't sound particularly impactful, and at this stage of the race, it really isn't.
No.
I mean that completely sincerely. They're gaining nothing at the moment by going a lap or 2 laps or 3 laps longer than the rest of the field. But when you remember, again, that you have to pit, minimum 27, 28 times in this race, if you can save a lap every time you have to pit, and a stint is only about 9 laps long, then you very quickly get to the point. Marshall post 24 now showing yellow flags quickly. I'm just going to drop that in
That
whilst
is
we're
just
talking.
before Indianapolis. So that's the kink
that's
before
already clear.
Indianapolis, yeah.
Yeah, probably just another car going off into the gravel there. Across the course of the race, if you manage to save a lap every single stint, you get to the point where you can make 2, possibly even 3 whole less pit stops than anyone else in the field. which, when you consider that cars are spending, the hypercars at least, are spending an average of about a minute and 15 seconds on pit road, you're saving yourselves like 3 minutes of lap time, if not more. So it is absolutely worth it. You have to balance it out with calculating how much lap time you're losing by saving that additional fuel and virtual energy compared to the guys who are pushing more. So the actual save will be worth far less. It'll probably be closer to 30 or 45 seconds across the whole race rather than 3.5, 4 minutes. But that is absolutely still worth it and still worth doing.
Absolutely, and these guys, you know, most of these guys have been doing it for years here at Le Mans. I mean, Toyota especially, they are the masters of Le Mans at the moment, but Ferrari's strategy in recent years has been impeccable and unbeatable, regardless how controversial that may be. They've done it 2 years in a row, you know.
Darren Leung again setting a personal fastest lap, 18th at the moment, and he's been in that car since the start of the race, so they are burning up that bronze time early on. The United Autosports car currently an hour and a half deep into the driver time for Darren Leung. I was saying earlier, Charlie, I can't remember what the minimum is for LMGT3s.
I will search for you now.
Bronze, I can't remember if it's 4 or 6 hours. I'm pretty confident there is a minimum that the bronze drivers have to run. Otherwise, theoretically, you could just chuck them in for the first stint.
Bronze drivers, bronze and silver drivers must run in a minimum of 6 hours.
6 hours each, yeah. So United Autosports burning off Darren Leung's drive time early on in the race. Which is not a bad move to make. He is a good bronze. He's a strong bronze, very consistent, which is important at Le Mans. It is a track that will bite you if you make a mistake, and Darren Leung doesn't make many of those. So whilst he may not be the fastest bronze out there, he is very, very good at bringing the car home in a safe, tidy condition for the gold. And
you say that he might not be the fastest bronze, but sometimes he is the fastest. He is the fastest bronze on track. I've seen him race in British GT myself, and he now races in GT World Challenge, as you probably know. But you know, when I've seen the B pillar reports from GT World Challenge, he's been one of the highest rated bronze drivers and quickest bronze drivers across all of them.
Actually, I will just shut up as a whole. He was the fastest man on track last time out. Yeah. So I'll just shut up because he was fastest on track out of everyone the last lap. In all fairness, everyone except the Racing Spirit of Le Mans are currently running their bronze drivers. In fact, that's just changed as well because the Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Oh no, I'm going insane. That is still running Valentin Hatter-Clos as well.
Yeah, but they are just behind Ahmad Al-Harti in the 46 Beamer, who's currently leading. So 4 tenths between Ahmad Al-Harti, who again is a very quick bronze driver, but Valentin Hatter-Clos, the gold-rated driver in the Racing Spirit Le Mans Aston Martin, currently just 3 tenths now behind Al-Harti for the lead of LMGT3.
And there is a little bit of a three-way battle going on for 7th in overall, and obviously then in hypercar as well at the moment. These cars only covered by about 5 seconds across the 3 of them, all in a row coming out of the second Mustang chicane. But more importantly, the number 6 is right on the tail of the number 50 still, and the 311 is being hounded by the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. Those cars separated by between 1.1 and 1.8 seconds each, respectively.
I've also just noticed on the live timing, car 13 under investigation for driver weight declaration. I wonder what that means. That's the number 13 AWA Racing Corvette, currently in 60th place overall, 22nd in LMGT3, Olly Fidani at the moment. That could mean anything from not telling the regulators in ACO and the FIA that the driver weight might have changed potentially. Obviously, the AWA team never run in FIA WEC competition before. They are the at-large IMSA competition entrant for this race. Winner of the bronze award in the IMSA Championship in GT3. So, yeah.
I'm just having a look through. I'm trying to see if the number 13 car changed driver at the last pit stop. It didn't. Olly Fidani is still in the car. I would assume that for them to know that the driver weight has been incorrectly declared or possibly hasn't been declared. I mean, if it hasn't been declared, they'd obviously know because they don't have it. So that's relatively easy to track. But if it's been incorrectly declared, I would assume that would involve the drivers going to a. I would assume that would involve the drivers having to go and get weighed by the ACO or the FIA, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like what you see the F1 drivers do at the end of every race. They go and get weighed. Although that's, in all fairness, that's mostly for health tracking reasons, so they can see if there's any drivers who have lost a significant amount of water weight throughout the course of the race.
As I mentioned it previously, the Valentin Hasclo Aston Martin has now overtaken Ahmed Al Harti for lead in LMGT3. So Aston Martin Racing Spirit Le Mans leads Le Mans 24 hours. My dad will be a very happy man at that fact.
Yeah, although I've got to say it's not massively surprising. Valentin Hasclo is the only gold-rated driver, I believe, currently driving in the LMGT3 field. So realistically, he should be leading. Especially when we consider that it was no, who was it that took LMGT3 pole?
Mattia Drudi in the 27 Hart Racing.
I was going to say. So yeah, so we know that the Aston is strong around here. Valentin Hasclo is 2 driver ranking levels above anyone else currently driving an LMGT3 car. So that was an expected overtake. Although it did take a little while for him to maneuver past Ahmed Al Harti. Again, another bronze driver who probably shouldn't be a very, very quick bronze driver.
Also someone who has driven alongside Darren Leung in the 24 Hours of Dubai earlier this year. Took victory in class as well. They did. In the debuting M4 Evo.
Yeah, the first Le Mans 24 for that Evolution version of the BMW M4. A car that has seen a lot of success internationally. The Evo version really not bringing any real major changes, a little tweak to the headlights, some tiny little aero work around the front end. The mirrors, I think, got some changes, the wing mirrors. Other than that, it's mostly just software stuff, just to maximise the overall performance of the car a little bit better.
And car 27, Mattia Drudi, under investigation for a pit stop at 16:36. So that was nearly an hour ago.
It's over an hour ago now. Yeah, an hour and about an hour and
5
minutes.
Hour and 10, yeah.
So that is a long time ago for that to come under investigation. So I expect that means that a team has been looking at a replay, has been watching back footage of the the pit stop and have picked up that something was wrong, and have reported it to the ACO stewarding board. The only things I can think of that you would get for a pit stop infringement, surely, are
minimum time.
I would assume, possibly, refueling the car without the door being open.
Mm-hmm.
Too many people working on the car.
Yep.
I don't believe there is a minimum time for pit stops at Le Mans, is there? Or is there?
Feel like there is. There might be.
I don't know if there is actually. I think possibly in the past there has been. but I've seen pit stops of all sorts of lengths so far this race. I've
True.
seen 40-second. I've seen 40-second pit stop times. I've seen 1-minute 30s. I would assume if there was a minimum pit stop time, a lot of people would be putting in the exact same length of pit stops.
Yeah, true.
So yeah, I'm not confident that there is. Also, cars 85 and 21 under investigation for an incident at Marshall Post 25. That was at 17:34, so about 10 minutes ago now. And is that
Dries Van
probably what caused those yellows at Marshall Post 24?
Ah, yes, that could have been
It was
possible.
10 minutes ago.
But
So I
as
think
we
that's
were
what that
speaking then, Dries Van Thor in the number 15 BMW M Team WRT has just set the fastest lap of the race, the 3:27.936. So a good time there from Dries Van Thor. Currently, very good record in the IMSA competition with RLL, taking
And
4 out of 5 pole positions.
Just to note, the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport has fallen away from the number 50. That gap is up to 1.8 seconds, and the 6 now actually being hunted down by a trio of Cadillacs. Leading the way is the number 311 Whelen Engineering Cadillac, driven by Jack Aiken. Then we've got both of the factory, the factory Cadillacs being run by Hertz team Jota. The number 12 is just tucked in behind the 311 at the moment, and the number 38 is rapidly catching up to the back of them. That gap has come down for about 2 seconds to about 1.2 in the last lap or so. So those Cadillacs hopefully going to be looking to work together to move themselves into a decent tactical position with all three cars.
I mean, the Cadillac took pole and a 1-2 lockout, so they've got the pace here. Maybe not in race though, but we'll see what they can do further along in the race. Car 22, 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for cutting at Marshall Post 3. So that is at the Dunlop chicane. 22 is that's the United Autosports, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, that is the full pro entry as well. Currently being driven by Heinemeier Hansen, isn't it?
That's also my pick and your pick, Olly.
Brilliant. I love my life. Anyway, the 007 and the 93 have both been into the pit lane, and it's a driver change for the number 93. That car had been driven by Paul de Restre, I believe, since the start of the race. It's now Jean-Eric Verne that has gotten in behind the wheel of that Peugeot Total Energies, and I'll be back in just a second.
But yeah, these 3 Cadillacs from Whelen and from Jota are really, really catching that Porsche off. Currently, Kevin Estre still in the car since the start of the race, so very, very tight here with the Cadillacs and LMGT3 traffic there. Very busy track at the moment with loads of GT3s catching each other and holding each other up here at the moment. nearly 2 hours of the race completed. 22 minutes and 9... Sorry, 22 hours and 9 minutes. The 101 also under investigation for driver weight declaration, so the Cadillac from Wayne Taylor under investigation again. Again, these are the two IMSA championship entered cars that are under investigation now. And I have just lost my stream. There we go.
Car 101, also under investigation.
Both of the IMSA cars, as I just mentioned on stream.
Yeah, absolutely. Not ideal at all.
Remember, Wayne
For
Taylor
those
haven't
two.
been at Le Mans for at least 30, 40 years or so since the North Star program. It was, I think, the LMP1 era. Sorry, I think it's about 20 years, isn't it?
It has been a short while, indeed, since when Taylor Racing have been to Circuit de la Sarthe. And clearly, possibly at least, having missed one of the required steps in this race.
We've also just seen Nick Tandy overtake Mike Conway for P13 overall in the Porsche number 4, which interestingly enough has been taking tyres in all of their stops, whereas the other cars have been double stinting or triple stinting their tyres. Remember, there is a limit on the tyres that they can use.
possibly playing a game of just scrubbing in
Yeah.
some sets of tyres, which could be beneficial. That could be beneficial in the night.
Yep. Fresh
That
tyres
could
in
be
the
really
night.
beneficial in the night. Not even.
Yeah.
Not, I'm not even
Not
saying
fresh
fresh
tyres,
tyres in the
but
night.
yeah, yeah.
Having scrubbed tyres, they, as much as they will have cooled down again, they come up to temperature far easier than tyres that are brand new.
Yep.
So that could be a masterstroke from the number 4 team, because that means in the night they will struggle far less with the tyre warm-up, which you will
Absolutely.
see hypercars will massively struggle with overnight when the temperatures drop down. I will check what the nighttime weather is supposed to be like. It's not going to be as low as we have seen. It's only going to be fall to a lowest of 17, 16, 15 degrees overnight at 4 a.m. That is very cold. The track surface will be very cold.
Yep.
The track temperature will drop significantly as we keep going. The track temperature currently at 27.2 degrees, and that will probably start coming down in the next couple of hours or so as the peak temperature goes away.
But also,
Air temperature currently recorded at 23 degrees.
look at that humidity, 52%. So it's very humid here at Le Mans at the moment. So, you know, if it's a humid evening and a humid night, it could keep the temperatures in the track a little bit longer.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a possibility. Oh. Hello. I'm gonna try not to get too excited because I don't know how much of it is going to come over Le Mans. I think the answer, unfortunately, is possibly not
enough.
much. But there is another weather system moving in from the southwest there. It's going to be coming over Nantes any kind of minute now, and then moving its way towards Le Mans. We'll wait and see how wide it is and whether the weather change, whether there's a change in wind direction which might bring it further over towards us as well, but it doesn't look like it at the moment.
We're approaching the end of the second hour here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans 2025, the 93rd edition. And once we do take over the 2-hour mark, we will give you a rundown of the positions in class. You fancy doing that this time, Darius?
I'd love to, but I just started practicing for my endurance race that I have coming up, so
That is fair
I'll only
enough.
be around for half an hour, so...
No worries. Ollie, it's all new then.
No, go on, I'll take it away. So as we tick over the 2-hour mark, I'll give you a rundown of the top 5 in each class. Currently leading the way is the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport, Julian Andlauer, still in that car 2 hours into the race. He has been the driver to pull that car to the front of the field, overtakes on the opening few laps against the number 38 and the number 12 Cadillac Hertz team at Jotas to move himself into first position, and it's one that he hasn't given up bar the pit cycles yet so far. Nicholas Nilsson in the number 50 has moved up from 7th into 2nd so far in this race, the Platinum driver, currently running just about 6 seconds behind the number 5 and having a very good time of it. The number 6, still in the hands of Kevin Estre 2 hours into the race, absolute mad lad, has driven that car from 21st to 3rd. That is absolutely ludicrous. He's been making moves that I wouldn't even think about making against AI in a sim racing game, let alone against actual people on an actual track where I might crash a car that's worth $800 million. In 4th is the number 311 Privateer Whelen Engineering Cadillac in the hands of Jack Aitken. That car also having moved up the order after qualifying further down in Hyperpole. The pole sitting number 12 is currently in 5th for Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, still being driven by Will Stevens. None of the leading hypercars yet to make their first driver change. In LMP2, I'll give you a rundown of the top 5 overall and then the top 3 in each class. The top 5 overall, currently the number 43 into Europol competition in the hands of Tom Dillman leading the way, with the number 11 Proton competition in the hands of Giorgio Roda in second. In third overall, it's the RLR M Sport, number 16, still in the hands of Patrick Pile, with the number 48 VDS Panis Racing in the hands of Frank Pereira in fourth. In fifth, it is Paul Lafargue, I'm going to say, I think that's right,
Yep.
in the number 28 IDEC Sport. Now, in LMP2 Pro, it is the Inter-Europol number 43 leading the way with the 48 VDS Panis Racing in second. In third is the 28 IDEC Sport. The 37 CLX Pure Racing is in fourth in that class, but it is likely to have a penalty coming if it hasn't been assigned already for the incident with the number 29 TDS Racing, which is now farther down the order. And rounding out fifth in the LMP2 Pro class at the moment is the number 25 Algarve Pro Racing in the hands of Matthias Kaiser. In LMP2 Pro-Am, it's the number 16 RLRM Sport in first with the 11 Proton competition in second. In third is the number 34 Inter-Europol competition. And in fourth is the 183 AF Corsa. And rounding out the top five there is the 199 AO by TF. Also affectionately known as Spike, for those who are in the know with AO by TF. In LMGT3, it's the number 46 Team WRT that leads the way in the hands of Ahmad Al-Hati, with the number 78 Codis ASP Team Lexus in second in the hands of Arnold Robart. In the in third, it's the number 77 Proton competition, currently being driven by Bernardo Sousa. That's a Ford Mustang, that Proton competition. And in fourth is the twin Codis ASP Team Lexus, the number 87, currently in the hands of Petru and Marescu. And rounding out the top five is the number 81 TF Sport Corvette, currently in the hands of Tom Van Rompuy. And that sums everything up at the moment.
Very well done. And it's turning out to be an exciting race so far, isn't it? Definitely going to be interesting to the end. The Ferraris are there. The Porsches are there. The Cadillacs are about there. And the Toyotas are there, definitely, for sure. It seems like the BMWs are sort of lacking a little bit in Hypercar, though, aren't they?
It's difficult. I think the Cadillacs are going to be there. I think now that they are all together and working together, they're going to come good. And I think, and don't quote me on this, but the Hyperpole, that session was at 7. That session was at 8:15 or 8:30 in BST, which means it was at 9:30 local time. So that Cadillac may well come fastest over the night stints.
To add to your point,
them already being in 5th, 6th, and 7th, or 4th, 5th, and 6th, is a very, very good place for them to be.
I mean, adding to your point as well is the fact that, Alex Lynn's flying lap was at about 10 p.m. Local time, so pretty quick.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was an incredible flying lap from Alex Lynn to finish the session. So we'll wait and see, but I would like to think that those Cadillacs may well have their best time overnight.
Yeah.
And obviously the nighttime does make up a significant portion of the race here. I'm just going to double check when we are, and I don't want to get anyone's hopes up. AccuWeather is saying that there may be rain starting in about 14 minutes here at Le Mans.
Ooh. Track temperature is still the same. Humidity's dropped a little bit though.
The humidity coming down isn't necessarily a good thing.
No.
Humidity and temperature both dropping. The air temperature has dropped by about 0.4 degrees just in the last 10 minutes or so.
That
The
might seem
humidity has
little,
dropped by
but
3 or 4%. And it does seem little, absolutely. But in terms of weather, it's quite
it could be a
significant.
lot. Yeah.
It could be a lot. Oh, AccuWeather has just updated. Rain starting in 8 minutes expected now and carrying on for about 2 hours. This is saying only light rain It's not going to be massive rain at all, but they reckon it's going to be going until gone 7:05 p.m. CEST. So that's going to be in 3 hours time for us. I think. Is my maths wrong? No, I can only see an hour ahead. I'll shut up. Yeah, but rain, they're expecting until about 20 past 7 p.m. CEST. Although they've also been, they're expecting it to start at about 6:15 local time and continue for about an hour and a half. They're only saying it's going to be light rain. But it might be enough, at least just to spice things up.
Ooh, car 36, the Alpine has just got a 20-second stop and go.
Wow. Surely that can't just be a fault in the software then. That's got to be. That's a proper, like, you've gone well over the pit lane speed limit type deal. That's mental.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to try and find the notice board and I will let you know. Doesn't look like they've uploaded that document yet, so I'll keep an eye on that for you guys. GT Army and the thing, what can I say other than it always rains at Le Mans? Well, yeah, sometimes. Car 35 also a 5-second stop and go.
Yeah, both Alpines falling foul here. I'm assuming, was that the 35 car you were just talking about?
Yeah, 5-second stop and go.
Yeah, both of them having fallen foul of the pit lane speed limit there, and that is going to drop them down the order. The 36 car is already into the pit lane, so possibly serving that already. No, I think the penalty was given actually possibly after they'd come onto pit road initially anyway. I think they were needing to serve a pit stop anyway, so they've served the pit stop now and are then going to have to do the stop and go 20 as well. And that will be about 50 seconds down pit road, I'd expect. Maybe close to a minute down pit road for a stop and 20.
Yeah.
And that is going to put them very, very far down the order, probably to the back of the field in Hypercar. And the 35 is going to have to do something similar because they'll have a pit stop coming up shortly. So we'll probably need to make that pit stop first and then do the penalty.
So the penalty, yeah.
Oh, I wasn't here at the top of the hour. I'm assuming you already talked about that. Sorry. The 183 car also picked up a drive-through for pit lane speed, so it's not only the hypercars that have been falling foul of it.
See that, no.
I would expect that has already been resolved. In fact, it's been taken just now by Felix da Costa, has left the pit time 0:33, so that's a drive-through. That's not enough time to come to a stop. So that is that drive-through having been served by Antonio Felix da Costa. In the LMP2 field in the number 183.
I want to say that's my pick. Lots of driver changes happening now as well for hypercar runners. And now we're switching over to Jaminet. Estra coming in as well.
And it looks like we are now into driver change territory for a lot of these hypercars. The number 5 changed from Julian Andlauer to Matthew Jaminet.
Are you a parrot?
Sorry, have you just done all of that?
Yep.
My bad, I do apologise. Anyway, the 99 has changed from Neil Jani to Nicholas Ferron. And I don't know if you talked about the 35.
No, I didn't talk about the Alpines.
The Habsburg family have given up their reign of France, and Sharma Lacey has gone to that car. Car 85 and car 21, no further action for that incident at Marshall Post 25 that now happened about 45 minutes ago. That was the one that caused that yellow flag. I'm assuming just a little bit of friendly hip and shoulder that caused one of the cars to dip some wheels into the gravel.
Friendly.
You can have friendly hip and shoulder.
Yeah, I know.
And again, the number 6 has gone a lap longer than the rest of those competitors at the sharp end of the field. A lap longer than the 5, the 311, the 8, the 15, the 50, a whole bunch of cars it's gone a lap longer than. Crucially, it would look like the number 8 and the number 15 have both jumped the number 12.
Yep.
Although I think there's a chance that they are both on outlaps and the 12 is on a set of warm tyres, so those positions might swing back the other way. Yes, the 12, the 15 and the 8 are quite literally on each other's tails. So closely separated that when I turn all 3 of their driver numbers on the WEC live timing, you can't see each individual circle. Let's go and have a look at the Cadillac's pit times. Were they really that slow on pit lane? Because it didn't feel like they were, did it? 129 on pit lane for Will Stevens. So that wasn't bad. The 15 was on pit lane for 118, so that's where that gain has come from. And the number 7, which I think is the other car ahead of them, isn't it? No, it's number 8. Let me have a look for that. The number 8, also on pit lane for 128, so I'm not quite sure how he's managed to come out ahead of the number 12 as well. Clearly not a brilliant outlap for the number 12. Not a brilliant outlap and not a brilliant first lap on those tyres either. The 94 has managed to go another lap longer than the 83 as well. Holy moly. The number 94 is currently running, by my maths, the last update we had was, when's the first hypercar I can find coming into the pits for a normal quote-unquote pit stop?
Was the Cadillac,
Was it
wasn't it?
the 505, the number 12, was the first one to come in of the people who are all pitting together. The 38 did come in before that, but was a lap early. So 505, that means that the Peugeot is going to be pitting at about 17:21. That's a time difference of 16 minutes. That's 5 laps.
5 laps, yep.
4 or 5 laps that the 94 has in hand already. That's over half a stint, and we're only 2.25 hours into this race. The 94, and don't quote me here, the 94 might be cooking.
Maybe. Oh, Bamba's not very happy on the radio as well in the 38 Cadillac. It looks like they're going to be swapping positions any moment soon for the 2 Cadillacs. But the traffic is having a little bit of a play for at this point in the race.
The number 83 has also been able to go slightly longer on fuel.
Yeah, they had,
cars-
I think,
oh.
3 laps advantage at the start of the race earlier on.
I missed this, I don't know if you mentioned it, but cars 35 and 36 have been told to hold off on their stop-go penalties.
Oh.
They have been given a standby for their stop and go. So they've been told, I would assume, not to serve it yet, is what that message would mean. Or is that them being told that they, I guess possibly
don't serve the penalty and wait for further instruction, possibly?
Or is that them saying now that you've served your pit stop, now your 3 laps to serve it begins? Possibly,
yeah. Could be.
You now need to stand by to serve it. Would possibly be what's going on there. As the number 21, that sounds like it's probably a Aston Martin number. No, it's not. It's Vista AF Corsa.
Yeah.
The number 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari in the hands of Alessio Rivera has just set a new fastest lap of the race, 3:56.575. That is absolutely cracking
Rapid.
on those LMGT3 cars.
Yeah. In race
Absolutely
trim, that's pretty rapid. So Bamba has just overtaken Will Stevens for currently P8 overall. Humidity dropped to 47% now, so that's 3% lower than before. Track temperatures come down, air temperatures come down, so...
It is believed to be raining in Le Mans right now. But obviously the actual city of Le Mans is slightly north of where the actual racetrack sits, but not by a lot. So if anything, I would expect that there might be rain in the first few corners up at the Dunlop chicane and down towards Tete Rouge is where we're most likely to be seeing rain at the moment. And I tell you what, that is a real danger for, is cars coming out of the pit lane on cold new slick tyres. That could be a real problem. A funny problem.
Yes, absolutely.
The real problem.
Dries Van Thor and Antonio Giovinazzi currently battling with each other. Giovinazzi just got past him just a few moments ago, but Dries Van Thor still looking strong though in the number 15 BMW from WRT, the hybrid V8.
These poor marshals, I expect, are probably starting to get rather tired arms from just constantly having to wave blue flags.
Looks like Will Stevens has dropped a little bit as well after being passed by his teammate Bamber. Bamber getting away, and now Robin Frines in the 20 BMW sister one to Dries Van Thor is just looking on the back of him there now.
Number 51 Ferrari AF Corsa has been slowly climbing its way back up the order, somewhat unnoticed actually, I must admit.
Definitely.
But Antonio Fuoco, not Antonio
Giovinazzi.
Fuoco, sorry, that's a complete lie. It's Antonio Giovinazzi, of course it is.
Italian Jesus.
Antonio Giovinazzi up into 6th now for the number 51, which didn't make it into Hyperpole 2. I think ended up qualifying in 16th or 17th. So that is a noticeable improvement for the number 51 Ferrari. And it also means that we now have 4 different manufacturers in the top 5. Porsche, Ferrari, Cadillac and Toyota. Which is quite nice. So, just having a quick look at the top speed numbers here. The maximum speed of that number 51 Ferrari was 364.2 kilometers an hour.
Wow.
Which, from what I can see, is about 19 kilometers an hour faster than any other car has been able to manage so far.
Jesus, so those Ferraris are pretty rabid on those straights.
Yeah. Yeah, the 51 is just a little bit quick.
Just
you
a little
could
bit.
say.
Giovinazzi is also catching the number 8 Toyota off Brendan Hartley at the moment. So Brendan Hartley a little bit lacking at the moment. Giovinazzi, both of these guys F1 former F1 drivers.
What I hadn't considered is that there's a chance that the maximum speed of the cars changes, updates every lap as they finish a lap. I hadn't thought about that being the case, but I don't think it does. I think that's just the maximum speed that the car has achieved, full stop. Indeed it is. And again, we momentarily had double yellow flags at Marshall Post 35.
And lots of pit stops happening now as well. NP2s and hypercars there. Currently, stream is struggling.
Apparently. Alright, gents, enjoy the rest of your commentating and enjoy
Thank you very
24 hours. I'm gonna, you know, torture myself around 4 hours at the Red Bull Ring.
Oh, enjoy.
Nah, I won't, but thank you.
Enjoy, mate. Have a good one. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you later.
Yep. See you later. Bye.
Surprise, surprise, as always, the WAC.tv stream is being completely functional and not dying at all. Because it's always great.
Yeah, it's really struggling at the moment, isn't it? Jamine currently trying to defend here from Antonio Fuoco in P2 from in the Ferrari. So Porsche currently leading, but Ferrari right behind. especially with that straight line speed advantage that the Ferrari has. Could happen any moment now. Here it goes. Nearly a move there from Fuoco for P1 into the second chicane, but not this time around. Is the Di Resta Peugeot back running? Yes, it is. All Peugeots are still out on track, just not very well. And Ferrari is into the lead at Le Mans. Yeah, that was a big mistake from Paul Di Resta early on, but completely disintegrated the car. Easy fix though, just yeah, puts them a way bit behind. Somewhat puts them also out of contention of winning the race, you could say. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share this video with anyone you want. Also, let us know where you're watching from, who you're supporting. If there's any special requests that you want us to look at or something like that, then let us know and we'll make sure to get that done. Lots of pit stops coming in now as well. Felipe Albuquerque in the 101. Cadillac coming in as well. Vanthor has got past the number 5 Porsche.
And the number 12 into the pit lane. That feels early, no?
Potentially, yeah.
Considering that the 38 pit first last time, for the 12 to be in first this time, does feel a little bit early.
Yeah. That Mustang sounds incredible here at Le Mans, especially on the Mulsanne straights. And we did have yellows. We do have yellows at Marsh Post 20, which is just before the Mulsanne corner at the end of the straights.
Yeah, track clear again, and there is an LMP2 that would appear to be going slowly. Let me find out which car that might be. I have a funny feeling it might have been the number 29.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah, that-
TDS
It was the car that was leading. Yeah, the TDS racing.
pole position. Lots of pitters now from LMP2, GT3 and Hypercar. Big look up there from Kamui Kobayashi in the number 7 Toyota there. Unsure where that was. Maybe that was
That was the yellow flag.
The yellow flag, yeah. You have to go around the roundabout. Yeah, you have to do the roundabout.
My favourite roundabout.
I've driven on that roundabout in real life, mate. Very nice.
Absolutely. You go round 2 of them in the chicanes. You never expect to go round the 3rd, but
No.
if you lock up into Mulsanne Corner, you have no choice.
Right. Martin Haven.
Sorry for my outburst there. The comms box are currently
Talking about
we're
Brexit.
discussing pop. And then decided that they were going to move on to saying that next week Martin Haven's going to be discussing the intricacies of the Brexit deal, which isn't true. He's not going to be doing that. I can guarantee you that much for free.
I hope he isn't.
25 has had 5 seconds added to the next pit stop. That's for cutting at Marshall Post 3, so that'll be at the Dunlop chicane.
25, that's the Algarve
just 2
Pro
minutes ago.
LMP2?
Yes, it is, yeah.
And we've got another yellow flag at Marshall Post 30, which is Porsche curves in, and it is green. Immediately after, as we are now approaching the third hour completed in this year's 24 Hours of Le Mans. The other yellow flags at Marshall Post 25, which is just at Indianapolis, but it's removed instantly. And we'll do a quick rundown of the classes at the moment. So currently it is Vanthor leading Kubica and Fuoco before the pit, so because Kubica and Vanthor have also pitted, so Fuoco currently leads the race. In LMP2, it's Schminkowski in the 43 United into Europole, sorry, followed by the 48 VDS Panis of Frank Pereira, and then the number 16 RLR M Sport of Michael Jensen. In LMGT3, it's the 46 Team WRT BMW of Ahmad Al Harti, followed by the 88 Proton Competition Ford Mustang of Stefano Gattuso and Alessio Rivera. In the 21 Viscera, of course, at Ferrari 296 LMGT3 in third. Currently no retirements. But I am looking at Derek De Boer in the number 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin Vantage, which is currently a lap down from the next car in class, which is Brenton Grove.
Been in the pit lane for 7 minutes.
Yeah, he's been in for quite a while. So perhaps an issue for the number 10 Racing Spirit Le Mans Aston, which was actually leading in class at one point.
It was indeed. Yeah, that number 10. Aston Martin in the hands of, was it?
Haskell.
Yeah. Was leading in LMGT3, but now has been sat in the pit lane for coming up on 8 minutes now.
I'm going to quickly grab something to eat. If you're okay to just take a look at the notes and just keep on that for a second.
I'll try and keep on the notes, but I've got most of my screens being taken off.
Oh, of course. Right, I'll try and be as quick as possible.
Yeah, the number 10 Racing Spirit Le Mans there. I will keep my eye on it, but it does appear that that car is probably having issues. It was pitting kind of in sequence. And that was talk of a gearbox problem. I didn't quite hear for who on the live stream there. The possible gearbox issues for one of the class leaders. So it's either going to be the Team WRT BMW, the number 16 RLRM Sport, the 43 into Europol competition, or the number 50 Ferrari. I didn't quite catch who it was, which is my bad. But I didn't quite see who it was in the end that was having those particular issues. And the two Cadillacs that locked out the front row now running 11th and 13th. The 38 is ahead of the 12 as things stand, which is not the way it was at the start of this race. And that means that as we've just crossed over the 3-hour mark, I'll give you a quick rundown of how the classes are looking. It's the number 50 Ferrari AF Corsa that is currently leading the race, and Charlie's stream has just gone down, so let me just quickly get one up so that I can continue to see what is happening live. It does mean that you guys aren't going to be able to hear any sound in the background for a short while until Charlie is back, because he's not going to be able to refresh his stream, unfortunately. So let me just get my stream sorted out. Here we go. So it's the number 50 Ferrari AF Corsa in the hands of Antonio Fuoco leading the way, ahead of the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport in the hands of Lawrence Vantoris, then the 94 Peugeot Total Energies of Maltha Jakobsen. And that shows you how their pit strategy is working, because they have gained... they haven't yet made their next pit stop, and they are working their way forwards in the field at the moment. That number 94, by the nature of not having to make a pit stop as regularly. Charlie is now back.
Hello.
Thank the Lord for that. So I will now close down my stream so that I don't hear everything twice, because it gets quite annoying quite quickly.
GT Army guy in the chat saying that he's a bit disappointed with the Valkyries. Well, you can't be disappointed with them. It is their first year of running it. They are still running. That's what we want. They are on the lead lap still. So, I mean, there is no... Yeah. I mean, they're running last and second last, but they are still running, and they're on the lead lap. I mean, after 3 hours of running, I think that's pretty good going for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing really to be disappointed with for the Aston Martins. They knew
you
that
somewhat
they
expect them to
fighting
be
for
last.
wins.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They're new to the field. You wouldn't expect them to be fighting for wins, but the thing you've got to remember is, and people like to compare them to Van Wall and to the Assetto Fraschini. That is just completely disingenuous. The Assetto Fraschini, for context, in its first and only Le Mans, was about 5 seconds off of the pole position time in qualifying. The Aston Martin was like 2.3. So it has half the deficit of pace that the Assetto Fraschini did, and it is similar for the Van Wall. The Van Wall couldn't even run an entire stint at full power because its engine would blow up and overheat. It is a far better car than either of those. And interestingly, the 94 of Maltha Jakobsen has now come into the pit lane, but you can see now, we can see where that pit strategy is playing out for them. He was running third on the road just now, the number 94 in the hands of Maltha Jakobsen, and that again is because they have managed to overcut in the pit stops so much. So anyway, I'll finish my class rundown. It now moves the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport into 3rd position, with the 51 Ferrari AF Corsa in 4th, and the number 83 Customer AF Corsa 499P is in 5th in Hypercar. And LMP2, I can't be bothered anymore, so I'm going to just give you the top 5 and not worry about the classes. It's the number 43 into Europol competition leading the way, with the number 48 VDS Panis Racing in 2nd. The number 28 IDEX Sports is in 3rd, with the 16 RLR M Sport in 4th. And rounding out the top 5 is the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton. In LMGT3, it's the Team WRT46 still leading the way, ahead of the number 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, which has come up the grid recently. The number 92 Mante First Form Porsche has also moved its way up the grid after being down in the bottom half of the top 10 at the start of this race. The 78 Dakotas ASP Team Lexus finds itself falling slightly backwards down the order, with the number 85 Iron Dames now running P5 in the hands of Sarah Bovey. And that is your slightly after 3rd hour roundup. But we've also got now, just in the last minute or so, car 59, that is one of the United Autosports McLaren 720S GT3 Evos, LMGT3 Evos, is under investigation for their most recent pit stop. I would assume that is, again, possibly a time infraction, possibly a problem with how they actually carried out the pit stop. Too many people over the wall, refueling without the driver's side door being open, etc, etc. I say too many people over the wall. Sorry, that's because I'm used to watching NASCAR and IndyCar, where that is what the penalty is. Too many people working on the car would be what the actual penalty is, and that is an on-track overtake. The number 51 Ferrari AF Corsa of Antonio Giovinazzi has gotten past the number 5 Porsche Penske coming out of Arnage. That is for P3, that overtake. Antonio Giovinazzi moves up into 3rd and is now just 17 seconds off the lead of the race, 18 seconds off the lead of the race, which is, as I previously mentioned, currently held by the team mate number 50.
The number 10 Racing Spirit Le Mans Aston Martin is back out on track, 3 laps down though to the number 63 Brenton Grove driven Iron Lynx Mercedes though, so not sure what issue happened for them, but back on track at least.
Yeah, and it's now, I mean, it spent 13 minutes and 40 seconds on pit lane. That is obviously not the ideal amount of time to be spending on the pit lane here at Le Mans. So clearly an issue for that car, not quite sure what it was. Yellow flags being shown at marshal post number 6. That's Tete Rouge. We've got a car stopped. It's a GT3. I can tell you which GT3 it is as well. Let me find it. That GT3 is possibly
88 Proton Mustang.
Oh, it is, and they were running well. The 88 Proton Mustang were quite high up in the order, and they're now stationary. They were running, I believe that was... I'm trying to track them down across multiple trackers. I think they were running in the top 10, and now in 14th, and I think we're going to see it happen live. It happens on the exit of the corner here.
Yeah, big crash there,
Yeah,
big crash
it is,
there.
yeah, we watched it happen live. It was whilst being lapped by one of the hypercars, I believe, and that is going to be our first retirement from the race. I can tell you that for free right now. I believe that was whilst they were being lapped, as Jaminet makes a move, attempts to make a move, that is, back past the number 51, which he has now done. And I think that there might have been contact with the number 51 Ferrari with that number 88 Proton.
Shame for that Mustang there.
and I would expect it's difficult. That car is in a relatively accessible place, I've got to say.
Yeah.
If there is a tractor there, if there is a car lift there is a chance that we could get away with this only being a slow zone.
Slow zone, yeah.
Rather than needing a full safety car. Because it is off the racing line, it is well out of the way. But yes, I would say now that number 88 Proton Mustang is going to be the first retirement of the race. And 2 cars have come down pit road. Yeah, prepare for slow zone at zone 3, which is... So next slow is going to be at MP5, so that's to let drivers know that there is a slow zone coming up, and then the slow zone is at Marshall Post number 6. That is for the team to get the tractor to lift the car into that runoff area, and that is the confirmation there that the number 88 is going to be out of the race. And there we go, that slow zone is now in place. And I tell you what, we've done pretty well here. 3.25 hours into the race for our first retirement.
Yeah.
And our first need for any sort of intervention from the team, other than the occasional marshal over the wall to pick up some debris.
Yeah.
Compared to a lot of Le Mans 24s, this has been very, very good.
Very tame.
Yeah, it's very, very tame.
How much damage? Quite a lot. What we'll do is we'll try and get some pictures and images of this up very soon.
Yeah, the rear end of the Mustang is going to be quite a mess. It's reversed. It's essentially been pitched into a spin, and has reversed at speed. And has reversed at speed into the oh yeah, it's quite messed up. Yeah, that's quite nice. You feel free to pause the stream, Charlie. It's fine.
I've got it.
You can't now. You're gonna have to wait for it to.
I've got it.
Oh, did you get it? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the tyre pinged off. Oh. So maybe not contact with the 51. It would appear that the 64... Sorry, not the 64. I'm so used to them being under those numbers.
88.
It would appear that the number 88 has lost a rear tyre. A full wheel, actually. Has lost a full tyre. And also damage on the number 25 LMP2. That's the Algarve Pro Racing. It would appear that if they possibly run into the back of someone coming into that slow zone, it would be a killer if they have, but I reckon
25, you say?
Yeah, the 25 Algarve Pro. Yes, I'm aware it's my pick. Yeah.
Unfortunately, tis one of our guys' picks. Ivan Watson did chose that as his bonus LMGT3. So that is a retirement there for him. Oh yeah, that's the LMP2 running with some damage as well. Maybe he caught a tyre that went AWOL there, maybe?
No, I think he's gone into the back of someone.
Yeah.
I think he's gone into the back of someone coming into the slow zone. because the tire that came off the 88 Mustang has stayed in the gravel, I believe. And we do now have quite a few drivers into the pit lane. Obviously making use of that slow zone. Because you actually gain time in the pit lane by pitting under a slow zone or a full course yellow or a safety car. Because everyone else on track is having to go slower through that section than they normally would. So they gain less time on you whilst you're going through the pit lane. So as much as the amount of time you spend on pit road won't change, it is faster in relative to pit.
Slow zone still going. Pardon me. And slow zone has been removed.
Number 5.
Number
That
5
could
under
get-
investigation for slow zone 3 procedures.
Also the number 24, which is currently being driven by, is that Sembullock Bassi?
Shembul Bakri, yep. He's currently in...
Last
Is he last?
in LMP2.
Right.
And a lap down.
Love it.
So does it really matter?
No.
Nah. Does that mean they should let him get away with it? Also
No.
Unfortunately.
So Kobayashi has just gone past the number 35 Alpine of Charles Malesi for P14 overall. And now his next target is the number 99 Proton competition Porsche of Nico Veroni. And we've got, did have double yellows there, but they have cleared. Has something happened to Alex Lynn? He has just dropped down to P17.
He's in the pit lane.
Behind the 009 Aston Martin. Is it really that big though?
He's back out the pit lane. Only a
Yep.
1 minute 11 stop. That's pretty
Pretty
standard running. But yeah, he has been making more regular pit stops. I'm not sure what's going on with that Cadillac. Just possibly a little bit more fuel hungry. Preparing for full course yellow at 7:26:45. I'm not sure why that is. I'm guessing we might have multiple bits of debris out on track.
Could be.
I would assume that's what it is, because there'd be no other reason for them to pull a full course yellow. Now, the important thing about a full course yellow always becomes a safety car, yes? Or is that not the case at Le Mans?
Believe so.
I believe that it does. Which means, crucially, that we are going to get class split, and everyone is going to put back together again. So people are being told to bear left, exiting Marshall Post 20. That's where there was just a yellow flag at Marshall Post 22. Marshall Post 20 is at the
That's
Mulsanne.
out of the Mulsanne corner, yeah.
That's at the Mulsanne corner. So they're being told to bear left, which is the normal racing line, so that's not really a problem. The question is, why would that be? Oh, it's where the 25 car shed all of its right front bodywork. So that's why. And because it's across the track from the Marshalls, they don't have time at the moment, based on where all the cars are on track, to be able to go out and get it safely without there being a risk of them coming into contact with a car on track. Oh.
Apparently there has been a LMP2 crash.
That's what caused the damage to the 25. That's coming into that slow zone.
How do you think a Group C car would finish modern day? They
That's
won't.
a random question to ask, but yeah, they wouldn't.
Unfortunately, I think with the the fact that Group C cars were highly unreliable cars, I don't think they'll do very well. Full course yellow will end in about 40 seconds time from now.
Yeah, clearly not progressing to a full safety car. In all fairness, I can understand that because a full safety car at Le Mans takes a significant amount of time and is normally only done if there are kind of multiple crashes on circuits at once. So just picking up some debris, just a full course yellow, makes a lot of sense.
Well, this could be chaos in the restart. The number 99 Proton got caught up there by an LMP2, and the Toyota got past.
Also, quite a few cars now pitting that the full course yellow has ended. I don't know if the pits were closed under that full course yellow. Possibly, but there's been 5 or 6 cars come into the pit lane since it finished.
Yeah. Brief yellow flags at multipost 3 there as well, which is just coming through the just up to the Dunlop chicane. Car 59 drive-through for an unsafe release. Car 36, also a drive-through penalty. That's another of the Alpines. Car 35, also with 5 seconds stop and go. Car number 83 under investigation for lasting advantage at Marshall Post A16, which is coming to the second chicane on the Mustang Straight. So that would be really interesting to see what happens there. Valentino Rossi hops on board the number 46 Team WRT BMW M4 GT3 Evo. Ahmed Al-Hati has been driving in that for pretty much 3.5 hours now. So really, really good job from Ahmed Al-Hati to be leading the class at the time. So yeah, really good job from them. cars number 5 and 24 with drive-throughs for slow zone procedures there. It's currently number 5, which is down in P8 at the moment, and the 24, which is the Nilsson Racing Semblowski, which we mentioned earlier, was under investigation. And yeah, the number 5 now pitting, but doing a regular stop instead of serving that penalty. I apologise. And we've got a Mercedes going slow. That's the number 60 Iron Lynx. Currently in that car is Fran Rueda. The number 25 has been given a drive-through for causing the incident. Some pit stops here now for P3 and P4 at the moment. 20 hours of the race to go now. 4 hours complete. Yellow flag quickly removed. And the number 83 has been given a 5-second penalty for lasting advantage. One, two, three for Ferrari. I just mentioned LMP3 on the Wex TV stream, so love that. And the 88 has been confirmed as retired. If you are watching, make sure to like, subscribe, comment, let us know where you're watching from, who you're supporting. Share this around to anyone you feel like. And let's enjoy this year's Le Mans. Not much happening at the moment, just lots of different battles happening out on track between classes. And Kubica versus Giovinazzi for P3 overall in the race at the moment. Kubica stays ahead though. pit stops coming into account now as well. Kobayashi in the number 7 Toyota is now under investigation for pit lane speed. That could not be good for them. So at the end of 5 hours now of the 24 Hours Le Mans, it is a Ferrari 123 with the 50 leading the 51 and the 83. In LMP2, it's the 48 VDS Palace racing car leading the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton and the number 43 into Europol, which is just pitted. In LMGT3, it's the Team WRT 46 BMW of Valentino Rossi leading the Francois Heriot Viscera, of course, the number 21 Ferrari, and the number 92 Manthey First Form Porsche of Ricardo Pera at the moment. As previously mentioned, only one retirement so far. It is the Proton competition number 88 Ford Mustang LMGT3 of Gianmarco Leverato, who retired due to a big hit with the wall earlier on. And as I speak about that, the leading LMGT3s have just pitted, so top 3 all in the pits. Yes, Rossi is leading LMGT3 in his number 46 BMW. Hello there, James.
Hello, hello, hello.
Nice to see you. How you doing?
Very, very well.
Well, I assume you've been keeping tabs on Le Mans.
Somewhat, yeah. I missed the first couple hours because of work,
Yeah.
but I've caught myself up on them. So we are all good to go. There's been nothing on race control for past hour regarding the 83.
The
Which I'm surprised
83,
about.
well, it did have the 5-second penalty. This was about an hour ago. It had a 5-second penalty for overtaking off track at the second chicane. But I would assume it has served that in one of the most recent pit stops.
It didn't serve it correctly though.
It didn't serve it correctly. Oh no.
There's a video that's been circulating. I'll send you a link to it.
Yes, please. Yeah, I can't see anything in the race control about it, so that is definitely something new to me.
Right, it's there. So yeah, Christensen and Agostini, so the Penske number 5 and the 150.
Is that
which
the Richard
is,
Mill? Richard Mill
the 150.
Ferrari? Yes, the 150 is
Yeah.
the Richard Mill Ferrari, yeah.
Yeah, that's on the investigation for an incident at Dunlop chicane.
Wow, that's not from long ago either, so that's pretty
No.
interesting.
The
Yeah, I
other
was going
one
to say that video. It looks like they've gone too short on their stop there. Their 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, because
that's not very good.
the regulation is only the car control allowed to be over the line while serving any penalty.
Yeah, that will
And
get them out.
It's obvious, but it's not been noted or anything, which is interesting.
Not good.
The other one that's been confusing a couple of us is the 51. It got a track limit at Marshall Post 4, and we have no idea why.
GT Army's in the chat saying hello to the person that joined. So, hello, James.
Hello.
Currently, the gap between the number 83 Ferrari and the number 6 Porsche in P4 is 17 seconds between those two. So that's quite a distance. So Ferrari is walking away with this quite nicely.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Yeah, lots of pit stops happening now though. We've got BMW, Toyota, BMW, Cadillac. United's come in LMP2 Pro-Am. Iron Dames have just come in. Kessel Racing and TF Sport. Tristan Vautier though, the number 37 Cool Racing, sorry, the Cool CLX Pure Racing LMP2 is currently 58th overall. Well behind most of the GT3s. 11 laps down on the leaders, and currently, you know, the LMGT3s are 4 laps down on the LMP2. So it's a considerable distance down that LMP2.
Yeah, they had some sort of I believe it's a suspension issue which they had to go back into the garage for.
Right. Okay.
As far as I'm aware, but I've not seen any confirmation of that as of yet.
Very interesting.
So yeah, it's still in pit lane, in fact. Actually.
Yeah. It has been stopped for a while now. Trying to figure out how long it's been stopped for. strategy. Currently can't figure out how long it's been in. But it's been in there for quite a while. Oh no, I can do this. Hold on. I found a way. It's been stopped for 25 minutes at the moment. So that's a considerable amount of lapse and time. Humidity is going up though. Increasingly enough. It started off at the race, it was about 50% actually. The air temperature's come down, the track temperature's come down, but the humidity up to 56% now, so JB Jensen Button in the pit in the car number 38 at the moment though, so let's go JB.
Yeah, we've got 51 in the pit lane as well at the moment, so back into another cycle.
Yeah, Vesti in the 311 Wheeling Cadillac and Michael Christensen in the number 5 Porsche have also come in just this lap.
Yeah, still no news on Kobayashi for the pit lane speeding incident.
Yeah, I was going to say, I noticed that and I was like, I wonder how long it will be till we get that through.
Usually they are slam dunk, but also looking at the 35, that was 2 hours before they decided on the 5-second stop and go for them. And the 36 was, again, 2 hours as well.
Yeah.
So they're certainly taking their time, so might not see anything for the next couple hours.
Definitely. '51 still in the pits at the moment.
And the 37 is back out on track.
Oh.
Eight laps down in class. Yeah, it was in pit lane for about 27 minutes.
That is quite long, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, 60 and 87 are both in on schedule.
Yeah, 50 Ferrari running low, the Toyota also running low, and the Porsche running low. So those should be in probably at the end of this lap, I would expect. It's normally about, what, 4% each lap at a normal circuit, so it's probably about 8%, 9% here.
I mean, they're doing 12 laps, so it's about 8.25%.
It's about 8.5, yeah. Yeah.
The Purge has been doing 7.8, I believe, per lap on the Virtual Energy. They've been the only one doing the 13 lap stints so far.
Yeah. And yeah, expectedly the number 50 Ferrari from, of course, Miguel Molina comes into the pits in the leads.
So Jensen Button having a little bit of issues with his drinks bottle, not connected properly, so just yanked it out.
And let's put a bit of water around in the cockpit there. That won't be too ideal. Rio Harakara in the number 8 has come into the pits, so Yefeye leads Matt Campbell. Was, as we just saw, Jensen Button pull the drinks out of that.
Yeah, and the number 50 joins in pit lane. Number 60's been in there for a little bit of a while now, it seems.
Yeah, the number 60 I put on my notes. The number 60 was wheeled into the garage with 20 hours and 5 minutes to go. So it's been in there for over an hour. Let me quickly check on my timing 71 analysis. And I'll get that checked. So it says 60 iron links, pit stops. It's been in there for currently. Well, it was in for an hour and 9 minutes, but it looks like it's come back in again. Maybe. Oh, number 5, Christensen, and the number 45, George Kurtz, are under investigation for an incident at Marshall Post 3 at 20:55. So that was about half an hour ago, nearly. Well, 20 minutes ago, 25 minutes ago. Marshall Post 5 is just going through the S's after Dunlop. So just the Tertruge S's, that is.
Yeah, that's a correction of the earlier message from race control with regards to the 150 of Agostini.
Right.
So,
yeah, and we've just seen. I've just seen it come up to car 5 and 45, no further action. But race control demanding the team manager of car 7, that's Toyota, to the stewards immediately.
Yeah,
So,
never a good sign.
No. Currently, the number 7 is down in 14th place with Nick DeVries at the at the wheel at the moment.
That. So yeah, I believe we're still waiting for the 83 and the 6 to come down to pit lane.
Yeah.
At the moment.
'83 continues though this lap, so another lap for them.
Yeah, last couple of laps, in fact. Matt Campbell's been wheeling in the 83, 1.4 seconds last time round, and it was only a couple attempts a lap before between the two of them.
Yeah. Pretty evenly paced at the moment, Yafei and Matt Campbell. Obviously, Matt Campbell's a platinum rated driver, Yafei is a gold rated driver. But their last laps, Matt Campbell was 2 seconds, nearly 2 seconds quicker than Yafei.
Yes.
So
Indeed.
that's quite a difference.
So yeah.
Few driver changes coming in. The 77 Proton changing to Bernardo Souza, And the 54 Vista Air Force, Ferrari changing to Thomas Floor. So getting some more bronze times completed. Coming up into the late evening times.
Yeah, there's at the moment we've got Eddie Cheever in the Ziggo Sport Tempesta. We've also got Johnny Edgar in the 33 TF Sport Corvette. Lars Kern in the AWA Racing Corvette. Lynn Hodenus in the Iron Lynx number 9.
That's a 61. You're looking at the
Oh,
class
the 61.
position.
Yeah, the 61. And then Valentino Rossi in the 46 URT and Ricardo Pera in the 92 as the only non-bronze rated drivers in
You also missed
GT3 at the
the
moment.
78 Lexus Finn Gessett's in there at the moment.
Ah, yes. Yes, he's just gone on that lap.
Derek De Boer in the Racing Spirit Le Mans Aston Martin back into the pits. He is currently last out of the LMGT3s. I'm not really including the 60 in that because he's been in the pits for quite a while. But he is getting through it. Stephen Grove, though, getting all of his driving time not completed, but at least majority of it done before 10 p.m. So that will be, to be fair, his driving time needs to be done. Well, not needs to be done, but he will not be allowed to drive until 6 a.m. from about an hour and a half time from now. So they're trying to get him in as much as possible, and then Lucas Stoltz and his son Brenton Grove will get some driving done throughout the night.
Yeah, it was 10 p.m. local, so he's got about 35 minutes that he can do in the car left before he cannot drive in the night. Otherwise, that car, I believe, will get disqualified.
I was looking at my own time, not local time. Oh, but yeah, so he'll be in very soon. But Derek De Boer hands over to Rubens Barrichello's son, Eduardo Barrichello.
Yeah, tyres taken as well, 1 minute 31 on pit lane. The FIA stays in the car, fuel only. We're 1 minute 17 pit lane time.
Right, well, I'm going to take a quick break. I just need to go sort my dog out, go for a wee. So I'll leave you guys all with the wonderful James for a little moment. No pressure.
Thank you very much.
And I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yeah, Mateus Jauber in the 18, the Genesis Magma Racing IDEX Sport, currently in pit lane as he just leaves with a fuel-only pit stop. As the 311 Cadillac really held up by one of the, I think it's the Kessel Racing Ferrari, allowing the Porsche number 4 to close right up, the number 5, my bad, closing right up and just cuts through the chicane. So not able to take advantage of the slow traffic there. As in the background, you've got the 2 Cadillacs as well, nose to tail. No, that's a Toyota. The number 7 Toyota, the retro livery throwback to the TS040, back from the 1990s, right on the tail of the Cadillac, who is also on the tail of the number 5 now. The pendulum has completely swung from attack to defense for the number 5 with the 38 right on its tail as they go through Tetra Rouge. Yeah, just a small slide and jumping over the curbs on that first part of the forward chicane for the number 5 as we see the 38 stuck in the slipstream, pulls out to the inside, going down towards the first chicane and makes the move. So the 38 goes up to P12, Jenson Button in that car as new Louis Delatraz in the 199 AO by TF Sport sets a new personal best lap for the car with a 37.6. As the Toyota number 7 now takes advantage of a poor exit for the number 5 Porsche Penske on the run down towards the second chicane. They're side by side towards the braking zone as Matt Campbell enters pit lane. The number 7 down the inside and makes the move thick. So in the space of one Mulsanne straight, the number 5 has gone from P12 to P14 as now they're on the way down to Mulsanne corner. Team radio from number 5. Yeah, soft pedal complaints for the number 5 there, as Sebastian Alvarez in the 28 IDEC also enters pit lane as a fastest new personal best lap for the 007 Aston Martin with a 29.2 has been set. The Aston Martins doing rather well. I have to say, quite impressed with them so far this week. Certainly seem to have stronger pace than prior. The gap to the leader still, all the hypercars on the lead lap, just about the 93, tailing off just a little bit. It's about 30 seconds away from losing the lead, as Matt Campbell takes a fuel-only pit stop. Welcome to everyone joining for this 2025 24 Hours of Le Mans. My name is James. Alongside me in just a couple of minutes will be Charlie, and we'll also be joined by Olly later on as well. As the 61 Iron Lynx of Lynn Hodenis enters pit lane as well. But on track, it's the number 7 still barreling down, chasing after the 38 Jota, held up by the 31 WRT. The bend in the car at the moment is Yasser Shaheen. Yasser Shaheen in that 31 car, I believe. But looking at replay now, just of the 38 of Jenson Button getting past the number 5 down into the first chicane. As the leader in LMP2, Oliver Gray in the VDS Panis car, enters the 48. Strong run so far for them. Has shown good pace to lead so far. The number 9 Iron Lynx by Proton Competition in second, and they follow suit.
Hello there.
Welcome back. Welcome
Thank
back,
you very
Charlie.
much. Got myself a bit of cheese, my favourite.
Yeah, nice. Martin Berry takes over the 61, fuel and tyres, as well as the driver change, and Louis Delatros in pit lane as well. The number 5, just as a recap for you, Charlie, number 5 has lost out to both the 38 and also the number 7 after trying to get past the 311.
Apparently, it went airborne over a curb, according
Yes.
to the notes that Ivan is writing out at the moment.
Yeah, he did. Just over the 40 chicane, bailed out the first part, right behind the 311, which
Wow.
got held up massively by the Kessel Racing. As the Valkyrie of Ross Gunn enters pit lane as well. Oliver Gray staying in the 48, and that is back on track as Pietro Fittipaldi is on pit lane as well. So LMP2 pit cycle in full swing as Nick Yellery takes the lead.
And what has happened is that the Ferraris have, once again, gone back to the top. 1, 2, 3.
Well, good evening.
Hello.
I hath returned.
Welcome back.
Thank you muchly.
I'm guessing you'll be doing F1 quali notes in a little bit while.
Yes, that's a thing that I definitely remembered was happening today.
Don't worry, I forgot as well. I just got the notification.
I will indeed do the notes. When does it start? 9?
9, yeah.
Ah, yeah, that's fine. I'll do it.
Ross
Right,
Gunn
what's
staying aboard the Aston Martin.
Love these
So
Aston
whilst I've
Martins.
been gone, what's happened?
Whilst you've been gone,
Other than the Ferraris deciding that it's time for them to dominate Le Mans again, and the number 60 having some sort of issue, I guess.
Mercedes in the garage.
Yeah, the number 60, yeah.
I don't know where you left off at.
Just before 7 p.m, about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah,
So
you,
with
you did miss much
with
then,
about
to be
19
fair.
hours remaining. No, with about 20 hours remaining, sorry. No, I can tell that I haven't missed much because all except one more car are still running.
Robert Kubica got a penalty for lasting advantage.
Good to see
Other
that
than
made
that-
a difference where that car's running in the order.
Well,
Not.
they didn't serve it properly.
Oh, right, so have they got another penalty coming, or have they already served that?
I think they should
It's-
have a one coming.
Yeah, nothing's been noted on race control though, as of yet.
How do you know they didn't serve it correctly then?
I've got a video of it.
Oh, is that the video that I saw posted in?
Yeah.
Yes, yes it is. So yeah, the number 63 of Stephen Grove in pit lane, that's going to be to hand over as car 7 has a 50-second stop and go for pit lane speeding. Massive, massive penalty. That's going to set them right back.
That's humongous. How have they managed to do that? I mean, it was obvious that it was going to be a big penalty when you see that the team manager has been called to the stewards immediately. That's when you know you have done something quite wrong.
Quite wrong, yeah.
Oh,
Absolutely.
they touched the car. Oh, I see that. The reaction of the driver, I don't know who that was that was waiting to get in. I'm assuming it's Yifei who's currently in the car.
Yeah, it was FIA.
Yifei just stood there just throwing his hands in the air. Because he knows, yeah, well, why has he touched the car? Oh, mate.
Stephen Grove stayed in that number 63 Iron Lynx. So he's only got 26 minutes, I believe, left before he has to be out the car. As far as I'm aware.
Yes, that feels odd to do, because that means they're going to have to truncate his stint. He's going to come in halfway through.
Yep.
Yes. However, what is his drive time at?
I'm going to have a quick
Yes,
look on time in
that's a good
71.
Because since Lucas Stoltz started the race, then Brenton Grove has done 1 hour. Has done one stint. Every other stint has been Stephen Grove, as far as I'm aware.
has done 3.5 hours.
So they're trying to get it to 4, which means he then only has to do 2 hours in the morning.
Yes.
Well, 2 hours between 6 a.m. and 4 p.m. tomorrow, which is quite a long time. Yeah. I mean, Lucas Stoltz has done 7 laps in his car, so about half an hour for the race. Brenton's done an hour and 15.
Yeah, 2 stints then.
Stephen's basically done 2 triples at the moment.
Yeah.
In other pit stop news, Pietro Fittipaldi has handed off to David Heinemeier Hansen in the 22 United Autosport. Is still on track. The number 7 is on the gearbox of the 38 Hertzine Jota. With Jensen Button on board, Nick de Vries on board of the number 7, as Mick Schumacher and Jean-Baptiste Simonin are also on pit lane.
Yeah, not that the 7 being on the tail of anyone is going to matter in about 4 laps time. Well, have to serve a 50-second stop go.
Yeah, they've got 2 more laps to serve that stop go as of now.
So just for context, going down pit lane at Le Mans, just going down the actual pit lane bit, not including the slowing down and the speeding up, takes about 33 seconds. Total pit loss time is probably closer to 35 to 37 seconds, including the slowing down and the speeding up. Yeah,
I believe it's set as 40 seconds on the post-race penalty document.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I believe.
Yeah. So that would mean that number 7 car is going to lose what 20, a minute and 30. So it's essentially going to be taking a full service pit stop.
Yes.
Yeah, it's essentially going to be taking a full service pit stop in the middle of the stint.
It's going to take
Yeah.
a pit stop, and
Well,
it's going to be about half a lap in relation to other cars it's around. So
It's going to come out behind the 35. So it's going to come out probably in P17. But then it'll have to make another pit stop after that because it's going to be in the middle of the stint that the number 7 has to serve this.
Well,
so it will then lose more time relative again.
yeah, on track it'll fall in between the 35 and the 36.
Yes, 17th. Well,
yeah.
it will be 16th, I guess.
16th. Yeah.
Sorry. But he'll then the number 7 will then have to make another pit stop in sync with the rest of the hypercar field, which in all fairness appears to be starting now anyway. So the 7 might ask for. I think you can get a delegation if you're expecting a pit stop, can't you? You can get it pushed back.
Yes, however, they also did have an opportunity to serve it this lap. The lap just gone, which they did not.
I was just sorry for that. I think I just saw a lot of brake dust from the number 4 Pascal Wehrlein Porsche Penske into the second chicane on the Mulsanne when braking.
I really hope that my hunch about Cadillac being fast overnight works.
Well,
It won't surprise me because the 311 has been closing in on the
definitely.
Frederick Vesti on Pascal Wehrlein. Also, Jenson Button is right behind as well. Charlie Eastwood's taken over from Tom Van Rooipoy in the 81, so that's him done for the evening. So we'll see Tom in the morning in that 81 car. I believe he's only got about 2.5 hours left of drive time to complete.
Let's have a quick looky on the analysis, as we do have yellow flags at Marshall Post 18, which is just after the second chicane. Double yellows now.
It's the 95 that is slow. I believe he's stationary on my track map. The number
that is stationary.
95.
Yep. Nick DeVries has just entered the pits in the number 7.
Yeah, it's off on driver's right, just after the Armco, just in a slot in the Armco after the kink, exiting the second chicane.
Yeah, so Nick DeVries exiting, going into the pit lane is to serve their penalty. Obviously, they won't have a problem serving their penalty if this goes to a slow zone, which I'm thinking it possibly might, unless this is just a power cycle issue and being able to continue. I don't know if anyone's watching. Oh, they've pulled it right off into the exit there. That's got to be a power failure. That should be a relatively quick recovery. I don't know where the nearest tractor to that is, actually. So it'll probably be a slow zone for the marshals to push that back out of the way.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Who's in that 95 at the moment? It is...
Currently the 95 is Darren Leung.
Darren Leung. And in that car as well, I believe, is Sean Galale, is it not?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's the car that had issues in qualifying. Then in Hyperpole, shall I say, on Thursday, where
but
Sean Galale pulled off.
A power cycle would manage to get going in Hyperpole because it set it quite literally crossed the line with 2 or 3 seconds to go, and then set a fast enough lap to pull itself into the next session.
So
full course yellow in about 30 seconds.
Also, just to mention, Tom Van Rompuy's done about 3.5 hours in that car, so he's done 5 stints there. So getting back in with Rui Andrade, who's already done an hour and a half, and Charlie Eastwood, who's only done 40 minutes. So
Francois Perodo in pit lane. That's going to be emergency service only under full course yellow. Remember that pit entry is closed, so you can only come in and take, I believe it's 5 seconds worth of fuel or 1 lap, pretty much. As a lot of the bronze drivers are in pit lane.
I mean, this works really well for... Sorry to interrupt. This works really well for Stephen Grove if they can get in during this time and get him out and not really affect much.
Yeah, it'll certainly help the bronze drivers that are still in the car, who still got a couple laps left to go. just because you're burning extra time with that. Obviously, for a lot of them now, they're sort of going to be cycling out of the car, as the full course yellow will be ending in about 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
a quick
fuel-
full course yellow here this time. Short one.
Yeah, fuel only for Francois Perodo, also Nick Yellery, Lars Kern, Yasser Shaheen doing a full service. He's staying
Oh,
in
we've got
the
onboard
car.
sound. Let's listen to this. Oh,
Looks
box
like
full
he
of
just
neutrals.
lost it. Lost all.
That
all,
sounds
all
like
power.
gearbox loss to
Yeah.
me, to be honest.
As the full course yellow has been removed. So we are back to green flag.
Yeah,
Yeah.
quick job for the marshals, just pushing that car back behind the barriers. So we're going to be green again very quickly.
And I believe that might be the day done then for the 95. Mikael Jensen also doing fuel only. I'm just going to go and have a look, see when Yasser Shaheen got into pit lane. He was before the full course yellow
Yeah, he was just before.
was engaged. So just in time for them, great track positioning. He stayed in the car, so another stint for him.
Yeah, similar
Absolutely.
situation with Ian James as well. They came into the pit lane just about 10 seconds before that full course yellow notification went out.
Yes.
So they were able to come in and take a full service as well. They were the last people to be able to do so. I believe everyone else, once it's been notified that we're going to be going to full course yellow, you can only take fuel. So you've got to be
Yeah.
on pit lane before the notification comes through that we're going to be going to full course yellow.
You can be in pit entry, so you have to be
Yeah, as long as you've
across-
committed to being in the pit lane before
Yeah.
the full course yellow notification.
Yes.
Importantly,
car
though, 29
29.
Matthias Besch, yeah, and number 50, 150 Toledo under investigation for full course yellow procedures. That 150's getting busy, isn't he? Causing a load of investigations for himself.
Yeah, and the 29 being the TDS, that was our pole sitter overall, if I remember correctly.
In
Matthias
LMP2,
Besch,
yeah.
As Lillivadu has taken over in the number 150. So that is going to be a potential pretty penalty for her in her first stint of the evening.
I was about to say that the Poor 29 hasn't had a massively brilliant run of luck since the start of the race, but they're back up into 5th now. Matthias Besch in the car, who decided to just absolutely dominate the field in his first stint, opened up a gap of, I think he was leading the field by, must have been about 13 or 14 seconds by the time he got out of the car for the first time. And now working his way back through the field, but that potential penalty for full course yellow procedures could really set them back, because it is something that the team here at Le Mans and the stewards take very, very seriously, the safety of the track workers. So if you are found to have breached those full course yellow procedures, especially if it's speeding under full course yellow, you will get a hefty penalty.
Yeah, the 46 Kelvin van der Linde taking over from Valentino Rossi, and also Francois Ario staying aboard the number 21 Vista AF Corsa. As we see the 92 Manthey now looking at the back of, I believe that is the number 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans, down the Mulsanne straight. The 46 pulling out of pit lane in front and taking the lead. 10 seconds is the gap between Ryan Hardrick on aboard that, so bronze versus platinum with regards to that. I think Gerhurst in the 78 in P3, who is just about 1.5 seconds behind the 92 of Ryan Hardrick, as Lars Kern, Francois Perodo and Nick Yellery all on pit lane, being able to take advantage now with no full course yellow.
Yeah, those were all the cars that came down Those were all the cars that came down pit road under the full course yellow and took emergency service only, which I believe you're only allowed to take. Is it 3 laps of fuel?
I believe it's 10 seconds timed.
Oh,
Yeah,
10 seconds
it's
times.
the-
That makes sense.
It's the fuel load. I believe that the hypercars is 20% virtual energy.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
So yeah. As we see Mikkel Jensen and Sheldon van der Linde as well on pit lane.
These cars are already getting very, very dirty. Lots of bugs in the air as it's very, very humid here in Le Mans at the moment. 60% humidity. Yeah, lots of bugs on the front of the cars currently here.
It would be interesting if we could find out what the issue was for that number 29 car. It would be interesting to know if there was if it was possibly speeding in the full course yellow, or if it was something else with the full course yellow that was the issue. I suppose we will find out when the ruling comes down from the stewards here.
Yeah, most likely it's due to not getting down to the full course yellow limiter in time. And we also see Paul de Resta taking over from Mikkel Jensen in the 93. Fuel and tyres for the 93. Quite to the contrary of what we've been seeing for a lot of the hypercars, where they've been doing drivers and then doing tyres to stop after, just so the drivers get used to the car in these cooler conditions to what we've had for the rest of the week here at Le Mans.
Yeah, it's definitely cooler here at the moment compared to what we've had, but there has been, overnight storms and rain fall overnight throughout the week, so it's really sort of affected how the track has evolved and how much grip it has throughout the whole session, and especially during the race.
Yes, certainly has.
And headlights are now blazing, so it's getting very, very dark there quickly on the streets, on the Hinadiers.
As we see a couple more pit stops going on now. We've got the 85 behind Dames, Celia Martin bringing that in, Johnny Edgar as well. The 29 and the 150 with drive-through penalties for full course yellow procedure breaches. Most likely, I'm going to say, is going to be speeding. Don't see any other reason. Takeshi Kimura as well in the 57 Kessel Racing Ferrari in pit lane, as well as Raffaele Marciello in the number 15 BMW Team WRT. They are coming in from 6th as Jenson Button in pit lane in the 38 as well.
Yeah, that drive-through for the 29 and the 150, absolute killers at this time, especially for the 29 who took pole position by a mile. Just been building up to there, but now currently in P5 in LMP2 overall, and he'll drop at least, I don't know, maybe 3 positions there down to P9, P10 possibly.
Yes, as I'm just trying to chassis when they last all pitted 5 laps into their stint for the most of the LMP2 field, obviously the 43 a little bit later, so already a pit stop down and gonna fall back further into the clutches behind.
You know what, guys? We're approaching nearly quarter distance here at Le Mans. It's gone by in such a tick and so quick. So
yeah, Mercedes Benz already serving that drive-through immediately. So no complaints there, as we see Kevin Magnussen jump aboard the number 15 BMW, now taking over from Raffaele Marciello. As down the inside is that Louis Delatraz on the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton, which has Rashid
Didiguris. Yeah.
There's Delatraz looking towards the outside on the run down towards Mulsanne corner. They've got Hypercar behind. That is the number 311 Cadillac as they go free wide, and the number 9 slots in behind the number 199 Spike as they enter Mulsanne corner. Delatraz slightly wide and on the run down to Indianapolis, as we see a few of the fastest laps now getting pumped in for some of the cars. Both Jordan Taylor and Gregor Sauce setting personal bests for their cars, as the number 9 going back again. Is that? No, that's the Valkyrie passing both of them. Starting to struggle to identify the cars with the lights blinding the cameras. Delatraz now 11 seconds off the lead in the LMP2 class. Gold versus gold with regards to the Iron Lynx, and they're chasing after the VDS Panis, the number 48, with Oliver Gray, who is their silver aboard that car.
Yeah, Oliver Gray is definitely making an impact on his career in racing, and you know, he's been very good in European in Le Mans this year. He's been very good in, you know, prototypes in the past few years as well. I've heard a lot of good things about him. But yeah, seems like he's doing really well at Le Mans this time around.
Yeah, certainly has been indeed. As the 23 United Autosport is now on pit lane. The FIA closing in on the 51 Ferrari, which has Alessandro Pierguidi aboard. As down into the second chicane go our leaders overall. Few more pit stops happening in LMP2 midway through the cycle for some of them, as the strategy really starting to plan out with what has been a very, very long green flag run, really, in with all regards. Couple of short full crush yellows, but yeah, other than that, it's been a very, very green. The only notable incident really has been for the 88
that Mustang, yeah,
Proton competition Mustang.
Unfortunate.
As Nick de Vries on pit lane yet again. This time, I believe it's going to be for fuel. Also, the 99 Proton moving into the top 10 now. Nicholas Pino aboard, the lowest rated hypercar driver in the field with regards to the FIA driver rating system, as the only silver.
Is that right? Pretty sure there is another silver. Give me 1 second. I want to prove you wrong on that.
I believe he is the only silver in hypercar. Certainly the only full season entry hypercar with a silver driver. That is for certain.
I'm just quickly having a look.
The 23 Daniel Schneider hands over to Ben Hanley aboard that now, so they're going to look at just dragging their way back up the gold rated.
Nico Pino is a platinum.
Nico Pino's platinum? No,
Yeah.
I'm sure he's silver.
Interesting.
I am more than sure he's silver.
Let me
He's
look
on the entry edition,
on...
he's silver.
So I'm looking on the spotter's guide and it has platinum. Let me search for him.
Current driver are we talking about? Sorry.
Nico Pino. Yeah, on the FIA website he is silver, but on the spotter's guide they put him down as platinum. So
Probably force of habit with all the hypercars.
yeah, probably.
He's down as silver on timing 71 as well.
Yeah, he is the only silver in the hypercar field.
Yeah.
Having looked through the entry list. So he's been showing good pace as well.
Definitely.
Last time around, he was the second fastest hypercar on track, I believe. No, fourth fastest.
Frederick
As
Vesti into the pits.
Yeah, 37 of Alex Malikin as well in the Cool Racing, which had a short delay with what is believed to be a suspension issue. There's also number 5 of Michael Christensen onto pit lane. As I am expecting the number 63 to be on pit lane very shortly.
63 or 83?
63.
63.
With
Yes.
drive time.
Oh, of course. Yes. Yeah. Completely forgot about that. Don't know how I could. And we are about a minute away from quarter distance here at Le Mans. And we'll do our hourly update.
On pit lane at the moment, we've got Michael Christian, Nico Pino, and Eddie Cheever, as well as the
Stephen Grove into the pits now.
just
They've
on
timed that
time.
perfectly.
Oh, I should
Very
be
much so.
watching qualifying.
Yes, you focus on qualifying now, mate.
Right, I'm gonna deafen on here for a bit so I can poke.
All good.
And Julian Andlauer taking over from Michael Christensen. A bit of a longer stop for that number 5 a minute.
Yeah,
for
that's a
you
little bit
on pit
longer.
lane.
About 20 seconds
Usually-
longer.
Yeah, 15-20 seconds longer than we'd expect, really. So certainly some sort of issue, maybe a bodywork change, I'd imagine, as the 51 enters pit lane
Pierre
with
Guidi
Alexander
in.
Pierre Guidi. The FIA setting a personal best for that car as the track's starting to cool down a little bit. Track temperature down to 25.5 degrees. Ambient just below 21 degrees as Eddie Cheever hands over the 193 to Jonathan Hui. Lucas Stoltz taking over from Stephen Grove in that number 63 as Rio Hirakawa in the number 8 also down onto pit lane.
I still think it is possible for an LMP2 Pro-Am car to be on the overall winning spot for LMP2s. Currently, Louis Delétraz P2 in LMP2, also a Pro-Am entry, so...
Yeah, Pierre Greedy, fuel only. Lucas Stoltz as well, I believe. Oh no, that would have been a shorter fuel taking tyres as well for Lucas Stoltz. As the number 87 of number 87 Echoes ASP on pit lane as well. As the 60 Fran Raider hands off to Lorcan
Hanafin.
Hanafin.
And they're surprising that they are back on track then. Yeah,
Number 4
really
taking
into
4
a...
pilots.
Yeah, they're taking a lot there, aren't they? And getting a bit of clean up there with the lights. They're going to take in... be more important at this point.
Yes, indeed. Felipe Nasser jumping aboard that, taking over from Pascal Wehrlein as we get into the real sunset stuff. Twilight hours, yeah. Where they're going to be begging to take those tear-offs off. However, the cloud cover at the moment, I believe the sun won't be too big of an issue, especially on the run down to Indianapolis. Also on pit lanes, Paul Chatan and Miguel Molina as well now in our hypercar category. The 35 and the 83 respectively. Paul Chatan staying aboard the number 35, taking just fuel on pit lane.
GT Army in the chat asking if that he's had a burning question for the last 3 hours. Are there any restrictions on me joining the VC and listening? I'm gonna say no for now, just because there is, 3 of us in here. If you do have any questions, though, you can obviously ask in the Discord or ask on the YouTube channel, and we'll get that answered for you as soon as possible. James is very, very knowledgeable. So am I. Yeah. Also, one important thing that I've just noticed is that with 6 hours done, there's been a record 16 cars who are still on the lead lap. So that's all the way down to Paul-Luc Chatan in the Alpine in P16.
Ah yes, Jordan Taylor, first car a lap down. However, we are waiting for the 83 to come in and serve us a pit stop, and also the number 6, as Lily Radu serves her drive-through penalty for that full course shallow infringement. Melina also doing a fuel-only pit stop, as Fingerhurst in the 78 is on pit lane after tailgating that number 92 Manthey Phantom Porsche.
Oh, David Adson's back! Yay!
You're on the WEC feed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got the Discovery Plus feed, which is it's got Tom Osborne, who's always quite good, and also Alex Bundle. So I'm not going to complain.
No, I love the WEC broadcast because there's just so much chaos in it. You got Martin Haven, who is let's say
amazing.
Pretty questionable.
He's amazing for night commentary, I will say.
Yes, we know about the 2 AM and 3 AM sort of stuffs. Obviously, Ant Davison, I think he's very good because he's driven these sort of cars before. He knows what to do. He knows what they're doing. He knows how the drivers are going to be and act in those sort of situations. And then obviously Graham Goodwin, really, really, really good guy. But I do love, GT World Challenge commentary is one of the best, purely because of David Addison, and in previous years, John Watson. Those two together have been literally like your power couple in sports car racing and sports car commentators.
Number 60 back into the garage. Something certainly still not right with that, as you can see pictures of the Penske crew just warming up for another pit stop for the number 6 incoming, as the number 18 Matthias Hubert on pit lane as well. Thomas Floor and Arnold Robban takes over the 78.
You know what? I've been
Codis
really impressed with the performance and the development of those Codis Lexuses. They've been, you know, last year they were pretty crap, but this year they've been really on it. They've been improving every single time they're out there. You know, really good qualifying positions in previous races. They did excellent in Spa, other than the other car retiring, and then just really on it here in Le Mans.
Yeah, they've been
Top
very
10.
impressive, and I think half part of that reason is also the additional support they've had this year from the Vasser Sullivan team over in IMSA, with the IMSA GTDs moving over to the LMGT3 specification with the torque sensors on the rear, which affects these cars so much, especially with how much they can ride over curbs. As we see on our race control machine that the 193 is under investigation for a yellow flag infringement at Marshall Post 18, so that must be overtaking under
either
yellows.
overtaking or don't know what else it could be. Probably overtaking.
Yeah, overtaking or not lifting, one of those two.
Yeah,
I would imagine.
Not below the delta enough. Yeah.
As just to catch up on pit lane, Bernardo Souza staying aboard the 77, Thomas Floor staying aboard the 54, and Matthias Jalbert staying aboard the 18. So no driver changes to report there. Arnold Robban has been doing a very
he's been on it all season. Yeah. I was going to say as well, it's interesting that they kept Thomas Floor in. Obviously, he's the AM driver in that number 54. Thomas Floor also owns VistaJet, the private jet company that sponsors Ferrari and F1 and everything. But he owns that team and still in the car. At this point, it's almost like you want to sort of get your bronze drivers' driving time done by the night time, so that the pros can go in and just get those laps done and you know, solid work going through it. So it's an interesting choice for them to do. Keep a bronze driver in during the nighttime hours.
Yes, certainly indeed.
It's a shame about the Cadillacs, though. I feel that their race pace just isn't as good as their one lap qualifying pace. Clearly, I mean, currently you've got the number 12 in P7, the Whelan one in P10, the 38 in P11, and then the Wayne Taylor, the first one down a lap in P17. So, you know, it's hard to see that they've gone from 1-2 to just 7th and then 10th, 11th. It just doesn't, to me, in my head, it doesn't seem. It seems like they've maybe done something wrong.
Yeah, so something certainly isn't adding up, as Yafei enters from the lead. As we see Kevin Magnussen looking at the rear of, I believe that's one of the Peugeots. Yes, it is one of the Peugeots. In fact, it is the 94 as they exit the second chicane on the Mulsanne. 94 has had a decent run so far, doing that 13 lap stint. Peugeot not having the pace this year, but that is a battle for position as the number 6 takes over the lead due to the 83's pit stop. Something else that I've noticed, although I believe it was just a timing glitch, was the 31 of Yasha Shaheen dropping down the order, but that has since corrected itself.
Interesting, yeah, that could have just been a timing glitch.
Yeah, if they leaving pit lane, fuel only for him as Porsche Penske with the number 6. Matt Campbell aboard that, expected in this lap. As the 83 out on pit lane, all 3 of the AF Corsa Ferraris, both the Privateer in the 83 and the 50 and 51 factory cars, all nose to tail now down the Mulsanne straight. Yeah, Yafei just jumping just ahead, as on the official broadcast, still on board of Matt Campbell on the number 6. Most likely going to fall back down towards about 20 seconds behind the 3 Ferraris, who are all nose to tail.
And I've also just noticed that the number 43 into Europol has once again gone back to the top. It was at the top for most of the first few hours, but it's back up there with Nick Yellow at the wheel at the moment. Unsure if that's due to pit cycles, but you know, they've been on it since the very start of the race. And yeah, it looks like they've done 10 stops compared to 9 of Oliver Gray in the 48 and Louis Delatraz in the 199.
Yes, the 43 though, that had to pit during the full course yellow, so that's why.
Yes, yeah.
For those pit stops, Oliver Gray, Louis Delatraz, and Rached de Gerst all on pit lane at the moment. As Mick Schumacher sets a new personal best in the 36 Alpine. As Delatraz, fuel only for him. Then if you hide Minor Hansen in pit lane as well in the number 22 United Autosport. As Matt Campbell on pit lane, Esteban Masson taking over from Olivier Gray, and Jonas Reed takes over in the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton. Long time on pit lane for that number 9, about 8 seconds more than the 48 VDS. Ooh. 50 getting squeezed on the run down to Porsche curves by one of the GTs, trying to make room for all 3 of them as they are held up by a couple of GTs. The 83 just squeezing in between. I believe that is one of the BMWs. No, it's one of the Mustangs. It's a 77, and giving the 83 a break as the LMP2 so close to clipping it, and the 83 held up by the Corvette on the exit of Porsche curves to 50, right behind now as the number 6 Penske Porsche still on pit lane. 83 is going to take back over the lead. At the final corner, all 3 of the Ferraris nose to tail. Campbell leaving pit lane as it stands. He's going to be about 20 seconds behind this battle for the lead between all 3 of the Ferraris. Ross Gunn also on pit lane in the 007 Aston Martin, as we now have the top 19 in Hypercar all on that lead lap.
Wow.
Just for a quick update for anyone who's watching us and not able to watch F1 qualifying, if you don't want any spoilers, I would suggest muting the stream now. I'm going to pause for a couple of seconds or just do some filler speaking so that you can mute the stream before I say this. Carlos Sainz's engine cover has blown off and caused a red flag,
Great.
which
Lovely.
is the first time I can think of that happening since I think a Haas in testing had it happen a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And the
sounds
last time
about
I
right.
can remember before that was the Toro Rosso at Monza back in the V8 era.
Mm.
So
No,
this isn't a regular
20
happenstance.
2015 Monza pops to mind.
2015 was it? I couldn't remember if it was
Yeah,
V8 or in the
was
skinny
Max.
rear wing V6 era.
Yeah, Max Verstappen. So yeah.
So yeah, just a quick update. It was Alex Albon who had it blow off, which interestingly, by the way, means that the only two times that this has happened in an actual on-track session that wasn't like pre-season, which the Haas one was, have both happened to Carlos Sainz's teammate.
Wow. it's the science curse then.
So I'm not quite sure what's going on there.
Interesting.
So yeah. Anyway, we're under red flag, so
Yeah.
I'll be back with more updates and give you plenty of spoiler alert in the future as this qualifying session continues.
Thank you very much, Ollie.
You're welcome.
Both Ryan Cullen and Lorenzo Fluxer on pit lane at the moment in LMP2. They are joined by the number 60, which is still in the garage with probably more issues from that damage earlier on. Matthias Besch also joining them at the moment. Teo Chair takes over from Lorenzo Fluxer in the number 25 Algarve Pro, and Ryan Cullen stays aboard the number 16.
What's interesting though is that Matthias Besch into the top 5 again now. So
Yes, but we've been on pit lane. He's probably going to drop down
it's
to
going to drop down, yeah.
P7, P8. But still, they're still not out of it. And with Le Mans, especially these recent years, just a safety car, if you're on the lead lap, you are right back into the game. It's not like years before where it was all about your pace throughout the entire 24 hours. Now it is about just making sure you're on that lead lap right until the very end, because absolutely anything can happen. As the 83 has made a little bit of a break for it. Got about a second gap, the 51 chasing after the 50 through the Porsche curves and down towards the Ford chicane. Also, Luke Duval has got Kevin Magnussen right behind him on the gearbox, and also Nicholas Pino has his friendly Porsche and former Proton competition driver Julian Andlauer right behind Matthias Besch, handing over to Rodrigo Salas in LMP2.
Did you say Andlauer? In the
Yeah.
Proton?
Used to drive for Proton.
Oh, used to, yes. I was going to say, he's not in it anymore.
Yeah, still only 7 stops for the Peugeot, number 94. So they've had the fuel economy, but they just don't have the pace.
Yeah, they don't
as
have
if
the pace
you
to keep up with obviously the Ferraris, the Porsches, and Cadillacs, and Toyota, Beamers.
Yeah.
But it could work out in the long run potentially if safety cars come into effect, full course yellows, etc. It could definitely swing things.
No, certainly. The other thing to keep in mind as well is during the night practice, the likes of Cadillac and Toyota have had really strong pace compared to that of Ferrari and Porsche. So that's something to keep an eye on.
that Robert Kubica in that 83 topped pretty much 2 night sessions, although his times were deleted in one of them, but still, the pace in those Ferraris are rapid regardless of the time of day, but it just seems like the Cadillacs are a little bit quicker when it's a little bit cooler.
Yeah, team radio for the 95. And that looks like it's day done for them.
Yeah.
As the shutter goes down on the number 60 Iron Sky. So that is our second official
Third retirement.
And the 95 is also now it's still classed as stopped, not yet retired, so still waiting for the garage shutter to go down on there. Luca Giotto takes over on the number 34 into Europole from Jean-Baptiste Simoneau, as through we see a drive-through penalty for the number 193. That is the Ziggo Sport Tempesta, and that would have been Eddie Cheever on board when that infringement happened. So not what you expect from your pro.
No, exactly.
Mick Schumacher staying aboard the number 36. Gregor Sauce staying on board the 59, both fuel only.
Yeah, currently only LMGT3s that aren't finishing the race, which just proves the reliability of these hypercars at the moment.
Yes, certainly indeed, and also obviously the LMP2, the workhorse at Le Mans, being in
those
service for
17
8 years now?
since 17, yeah, long time.
The only issue so far has been for that 37 Cool Racing. What's believed to be a suspension issue.
You know what? I think
the 25 having
the only
moment.
issues with LMP2s nowadays is if it's getting crashed or beaten up, you know.
Yeah.
But other than that, the actual car is fine. The engines are fine. You don't get them blowing, but yeah.
No, certainly it's been a reliable workhorse, and if we remember back to when these Gibson V8s were first introduced in 2017, they're having a lot of starter motor issues at Le Mans, and that arguably cost Jota the chance to win in 2017 overall. Obviously, they did win their class, got 1-2 with both 37 and 38, but could have been an overall win potentially.
Yeah, it could have been.
After Shaheen leaves pit lane, fuel only for him. Ian James is aboard the 27, and he has taken tyres at his pit stop. And we also see that Jordan Taylor has handed off to his brother Ricky Taylor in the 101. Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac. What's it, Corvette? Ooh, lot of cars under investigation. The 311 of Frederick Vesti, 38 of Jenson Button, the 199 of Louis Delatraz, the 61 of Martin Berry, the 50 of Miguel Molina, the 81 of Charlie Eastwood, the 93 of Mikkel Jensen, the 34 of John Baptiste Simoneau, and the number 5 of Michael Christensen, all under investigation for a yellow flag infringement.
Yeah, that's not good, is it?
Marshall Post 18. So that's the same one that Eddie Cheever got pulled for.
I wonder if that's due to the McLaren, the 95 McLaren there.
Yes, it will be. Yes. Yeah, that is where Marshall Post 18 is. As massive moment for Alessandro Pierguidi in the entry to Porsche curves. Managed to hold it and still keep it going. Only about 6 tenths behind the number 50 of AF Corse Ferrari, as we are really into the night now. As now on board with Paul Chatan, right on the gearbox of the number 94 Peugeot. The Peugeot going left, got an LP2 and a GT. boxed in is the Alpine, and the Peugeot squeezes through on the left. The Alpine having been boxed in by the Hyperpole LMP2 and one of the BMW WRT GT3s.
Yeah, that moment for Pierre Guidi was pretty scary. Nearly could have been a race-ending incident if it went any worse.
Yeah. Simon Mann takes over in the 21 Vista AF Corsa from Francois Evio. So Francois done for this evening, I believe now. And also Klaus Bachler takes over the number 90 Manthey Porsche.
Yeah, that's the Asian Le Mans winning car, which received the extra entry for this year's Le Mans.
Certainly was indeed, and we've seen as well from the press conference by the ACO that the hypercars will be entering into the Asian Le Mans series under a privateer banner.
Absolutely, and if you didn't see our article from earlier today, I will get that out in the chat in just a second. Do have a look over it. There's lots of
team radio for the number 35. Just asking the car he was fighting ahead, asking if it was a Peugeot, which it certainly is indeed. Sorry about that, Charlie. I'll let you continue.
All good. Yeah, so if you just have a look in the chat now, I've just put in the link to our article, which includes the stuff about the privateer hypercars at Asian Le Mans from 2026. There's also stuff about the McLaren LMDH program that's upcoming. Really exciting stuff also, and yeah, obviously the rule extension as well. So lots of new stuff coming the way of FIA WEC and ACO rules.
Yeah, certainly is. It's a proper golden era for sports car at the moment. The amount of manufacturer interest on show. Also seen that with regards to Ford, they've announced this week that Orica will be their chassis supplier for their LMDH. Yet to showcase their car. Most likely, I believe that's going to be happening at Road Atlanta for the Pursuit Le Mans.
Right.
That is what it's believed to be at the moment. As we've got double yellows at Marshall Post 20, that is Mustang corner.
Yeah.
And it might be
track clear.
Let's see. Yeah, I think it might have been an LMP2 that had gone off there, as Sheldon van der Linde stays aboard the number the 46 Kelvin van der Linde stays aboard that with the number 20 of Sheldon van der Linde entering pit lane. We've also got Jakob yellow flags
again. Also at 20. And back to green.
I'm gonna guess that it's a 94 Peugeot on at the roundabout, although they're stopped down at Mustang corner at the moment.
My tracking says that they're moving now, so
yeah, my tracking's still showing that they are stopped. And there we go, there they are moving. Yeah, so just a slight delay on that. But we've got Matthew Bell, who's taken over the 13 AWA Corvette, taking over from Lars Kern. Jakub Szymanski taking over from Nick Guillory in the 43 into Hyperpole, and also Matteo Vaxivier taking over from Francois Perodo in the 183 AF Corsa. And was that a touch from the Alpine?
Did look like a little bit of a touch on the 94 there.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replay from behind. And yeah, the Alpine locking up, just going into the back of the 94 into Mustang corner. And that's the reason we had the yellow flags. Rennie Rest now aboard the number 20, taking over from Sheldon van der Linde.
Which Alpine was that? That was the
35, Paul Chatin, who's in pit lane.
Yeah, just a big lock up there from Chatin, and just Loic Duval, just nothing he could have done there, really.
No, certainly not. Going to be a big flat spot as well. Wonder if they're going to change that left front on the Alpine. Yeah, front lock. Both fronts locked, in fact. You can see from the lights on the onboard going all red. Rahel Fry taking over from Celia Martin in that 85 Iron Dames Porsche, as Takeshi Kimura also on pit lane. We are 6.5 hours into this 93rd 24 hours of Le Mans. It's the 83 Ferrari AF Corsa privateer entry on 106 laps, followed by the two factory, the 50 and the 51 respectively. Number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport, Matt Campbell aboard, that is in 4th, with the number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing of Rio Hirakawa in 5th.
LMP2 sees the number 199 Pro-Am entry of Louis Delatraz at the moment, AO by TF, are in 22nd overall, leading in the class. Esteban Masson in the VDS Panis, number 48, second. And then Jakob Schmikowski in the Inter Europol, number 43, in third. Jonas Reed in the Iron Lynx Proton, number 9, in fourth. And then the Sebastian Alvarez, number 28, Edict Sport, just ahead of the Mathis Jabba, number 18, Edict Sport. So Edict Sport doing well there. And then finally in LMGT3, Kelvin van der Linde leading in the WRT BMW M4 of Valentino Rossi's number 46, followed by the number 92 Manthey First Form, the 78 Acodis Lexus, and their team car, the 87, in 4th. This day, of course, the Simon Mann in the number 21 in 5th.
Yes, as we see Race Control putting through 2 drive-through penalties, one for the LMP2 leader, the 199 of Louis Delatraz, and also the 61 Iron Lynx of Martin Berry, both getting drive-through penalties for a yellow flag infringement at Marshall Post 18. So that's where the 95 McLaren of Darren Leung has stopped. Still not yet an official retirement, but more than likely will be.
Very soon, yeah. We're definitely in the nighttime hours now, though. But the LMP2 leader getting a drive-through, not good for him. That is also one of my picks, so I'm not very happy about that.
Yeah, they will still be leading Pro-Am, obviously. They'll drop probably around about
6th?
I want to say, no, I think they'll be 4th. 4th in class. I think that's, or even 3rd, in fact. It's only about 40 seconds for a drive-through, and they are 42 seconds ahead of P3, in fact.
Oh.
So they'll come out in P2.
Very good.
I believe, and still obviously leading Pro-Am. I believe, is it Rodrigo Salles in the 29th? That's the 2nd place in
Rodrigo's, no, it's the Proton Competition. Bent Viscal in the number 11 at the moment, who is leading, P2 in LMP2 Pro-Am.
Pro-Am, yeah.
Oh, and the number 33, Ben Keating's GT3 Corvette is in the garage. That's Johnny Edgar, though. Shame for him.
Yeah, they've been on pit lane for, I mean, they only came in, what's that? Yeah, 4 minutes ago. So yeah, long long time in the garage. So certainly in the garage there, as Lou Della tries on pit lane for their drive-through penalty, I believe. Couple of pit stops in hypercar as well. Jenson Button staying aboard the number 38. Kevin Magnussen staying aboard the 15, and Paul Di Resta staying aboard the 93. I believe tyres as well for Jenson Button in that 38 Hertz Toyota Cadillac. Incident between car number 35 Paul Chatan and the 94 of Loic Duval is under investigation as well. So we've got about
No
2
surprise
hours
there.
before. Yeah, about 2
2
hours before the
hours.
decision gets made. As it's now official, Darren Young is a retirement from this race. So 3 GT3s have ended their race, but we still got 59 cars, should I say, running strong.
I'm also very, very, proud and pleased of the Valkyrie teams. Heart of Racing's Aston Martin Valkyries still running in the race. Literally no issues at all for them at all. Since, one of the cars had a slow puncture in the opening hour, but apart from that, they've just been doing their own stuff.
And you've cursed it.
No. Actually,
no, but you can't say stuff because that's where the commentator's curse comes in.
no, there's no commentator's curse for the Valkyrie.
Yeah, Martin Berry serving his drive-through penalty. We've got Ben Handley and Alexander Quinn just having some scheduled pit stops, fuel only for both of those. As we are now below 20 degrees in the ambient temperature. Wind is still quite calm at 6 kilometers an hour. As the 33 Corvette is in pit lane. Looks like work going on the left rear, so I want to say a damper failure potentially for that car. Certainly looks like they're messing about with some of the suspension on that. Nick de Vries in pit lane as well. In the number 7. Such a good livery for that number 7. Really, really good throwback to that car.
It does look like the 33 has come out of the pit, so Daniel Juncadella now in the car, but a 7-minute 43 pit stop for that car though.
Yeah, saying that if it's a damper failure, replacing damper, that's a good time for that repair. There'll be a lap down in GT3, maybe 2. So they'll need a couple of safety cars to drive them back up the field. But
yeah, I mean it's just similar to the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin, which came into the pits for quite a while. It was about 20 minutes earlier on, and it was more like 15 minutes, and got into the pits and about 3 laps down from the next GT3 car. They're now a single lap down from the number 63 Iron Lynx, with Barrichello at the wheel at the moment. So
yeah, definitely. Pierre Greedy
they need it.
Yeah, certainly. Pierre Greedy still staying in formation with their sister Ferrari, the number 50, with Miguel Molina on board that just ahead. Giffey still leading the race 2 seconds now to the good over their factory counterparts, as number 7 is in pit lane. It looks like 4 tyres, softs going on the front and rear, so soft all around for the Toyota. First car to go completely onto those.
Yeah. And also switched over to Mike Conway that time as well, so brand new tyres for Mike Conway, soft ones as well.
Yeah, I do wonder when we'll start to see other cars shift over onto those soft tyres.
It does look a little bit foggy there, doesn't it? In some times with the lights shining, but I think it might just be the haze off the lights.
Yeah, certainly. Have seen also a couple of what seem to be raindrops, but it's more likely just sparks from the bottom of the car, as Matthew Bell setting a personal best for that number 13
Yeah.
AWA Corvette. As
We
still
know
got a
he's
couple
very
more
quick.
pitfalls.
Lots of success off him in the GT World Challenge America series, win the DXDT Corvette there. Also did win the 24 Hours of Daytona this year in the AWA Corvette. I mean, that's not the reason why that Corvette is here. It's because Ore Fidani, the bronze driver in the AWA Corvette, he won the Bob Aiken Award last year in the IMSA Championship and therefore got a car at Le Mans. But Matt Bell alongside Ore Fidani, Lars Kern, and I think it was Marvin Kirchhoffer, wasn't it, who won Daytona in the GTD class in January.
Yes, yes. Also, on pit lane, the 009 has just had Marcus Sorensen jump aboard that, replacing Roman DeAngelis as they, with full service pit stop, are back on track. We've also got Lucas Stoltz, who came in for a full service, as still on track. The 50 and the 51 nose to tail flying information. Bit of team radio early on, just regarding a couple of yellow flags, just telling drivers to keep alert, stay on top of yellow flags, and also track limits. There's been a couple of interesting track limits for the number 51, one at Marshall Post 4, which I've not had anyone explain as to why that was. Some believing it might have been just a cut through the forest S's before
What
Tetru's
I've
out.
just noticed, though, mate, is Jack Aitken in the number 311 Wheeling Cadillac. You know, he set the fastest lap off Hyperpole in Hyperpole 1 in the Cadillac, and he is now in the car, so I expect that car to come somewhat blasting through the pack, potentially.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, that Wheeling has been the best of the Cadillacs so far this race, in all honesty. And the thing that's going to be really interesting now is what tyres do they go on to these teams. Are they going to stay on mediums and maybe push harder through the night, or go longer, or are they going to just move to softs and
Try and go
just keep
quicker.
doing what they're doing?
Yeah.
So yeah, the big thing to remember with these Michelin tyres is the different compounds. It's not necessarily that the softs are faster than the mediums or the mediums are faster than the hards. It is actually all about the operating windows.
Yeah.
All these tyres have different operating windows. So softs being for the cooler temperatures, the medium sort of that mid-range temperature which you saw mainly during the day, and then the hards for when it's really, really hot, around 40 degrees plus track temp, which we haven't yet seen apart from
No.
just at the race start.
Even at the race start, it was still only 35-ish or so.
Okay. As Rio Hirakawa brings the number 8 onto pit lane, they're going to change tyres as well, go full softs. Also, Neil Yarni takes over from Nico Pino.
Neil Yarni is very, very fast. We saw what he could do in Spa-Francorchamps earlier this year, just a month or so ago.
And Alessandro Pierguidi is going to be jumping out the car this pit stop. We just heard over the team radio. As Felipe Nasr sets a personal best in that number 4, and Matthew Bell another personal best. On the number 8, Ria Hirakawa jumps out, and it's going to be I think that's Sebastian Bramy. Yeah, Sebastian Bramy jumping aboard on that number 8. Toyota softs at the ready for them as well. So Toyota committing to that soft tyre for the night stints. Gene Andlauer as well on pit lane. Yeah, 10.5 seconds for the tyres for the Toyota. Very quick change by them, and straight on the way. Got to be really careful on this outlap. Use about 5 to 8 seconds. If just trying to get the tyres up to temperature and operating when they're in the LP2. Almost running to the back into that first chicane. The United Autosport, the number 23, which has...
That is currently
Ben Hanley
Ben
aboard
Hanley,
that.
yeah, who's very quick.
Yeah, he's been putting in some good laps. Obviously, ran into a little bit of trouble early on, it seems, with that dropping down to 16th in class. G9 Lauer staying aboard the number 5, taking fuel only. Still on mediums, it seems, for that car. And also the Aston Martin, when Marcus Austin took over, that is believed to have gone onto the medium tyre as the 51 now on pit lane. As Andrew Pierre Guidi is going to be hopping out of that. And I believe it's going to be Antonio Giovinazzi jumping on board, but I might be corrected.
You'll see any moment now.
As René Rast, we can see right on the back of Sebastian Buemi. Buemi still struggling with those cold tyres, has got the BMW right behind, who is on warm tyres. I believe they're also on softs as well, so same compound, just up in the heat. As it's James Collado hopping aboard the number 51, not Antonio Giovinazzi. So James Collado hops aboard the 51 for his first stint of the night.
Yeah.
Tyres as well for the 51 mediums all around for them. Dropped off the jacks and wheel spinning away.
As you mentioned earlier about the tyre compounds, you know, it is the choice of the teams whether they want to go onto the softs. They're only allowed to use them when it is at a certain temperature, though. But
no,
they don't. Is it not?
No, that's only in IMSA.
Only in IMSA, right?
Yes, in WEC you've got the availability to use all compounds whenever you want.
Right.
Obviously, you've got Michelin advising. Looks like the number 4, they've got tyres at the ready, but I think they're going to stay onto them because I don't see any driver change going on for there. The 87 leaves pit lane. Clemens Schmid takes the wheel on them, and the number 48 is under investigation. That is one of our LMP2s.
Also, Matt Bell still clocking in those best times of 3:58.8 this time around in the number 13 AWA Corvette.
Yeah,
really good.
Yeah,
progress from him.
That's our leader in LMP2, Esteban Masson, under investigation for a pit stop infringement of some sort at his most recent stop. As Felipe Nasr leaving pit lane, that was fuel only. Andre Lotterer takes over in the number 18 IDEC Genesis Magma Racing. That Genesis going to be joining the grid next year.
Yeah,
in
that'll
both
be
WEC
exciting.
and Le Mans. Be interesting to see how they go on.
Yeah,
there's also
definitely.
been a couple of talks about the Acura or the Honda, should we say? It'll be called in WEC if they do join. There's been talks about them joining the WEC as well for next year. This growing golden era of sports cars. It'll be nice to see some manufacturers also, especially in the LMH, likes of Ferrari, Toyota, hop over into IMSA. That'll be very nice to see as well.
Yeah, it will. One thing that you did mention is that this is truly the sort of the golden era of sports car racing and stuff. And I always look back to the days of Group C. Obviously, I wasn't around to actually witness them in person, but everyone mentions that Group C is the golden era of sports cars and prototypes. This era, hypercar and LMGT3, is the golden era, without a doubt.
Yes, so manufacturers involved as well. GT3 has been around for over 20 years now,
Yeah.
and it's been a very, very successful formula. Obviously, we've got new cars coming year after year after year. We've got the new Lexus, Toyota expected.
Mercedes coming soon in the year after, I think.
Yeah, 27 for the Mercedes.
Obviously, you've had the Corvette, the Mustang, and the Aston Martin join. Release new cars last year. You've got the Porsche Evo, the 992 Evo coming. I think, is that next year? I think that is.
Yes, I believe it's running a couple of NLS races in GTX towards the end of this year. Same with Mercedes as well. Also a 296 GT3 Evo expected at some point as well. And also last year, we also had the McLaren 720 Evo package drop as well. And this year, the M4. As we see Nicholas Nielsen take aboard on the number 50, Miguel Mina having done a amazing stint into second place for them. And Nielsen takes over. 83 expected in this lap, and then we've got the Porsche Penske number 6 the lap after. Still, gap's been maintained quite solid. 10 seconds the gap though between Nielsen and Pierre Guidi, so the 51 losing time massively on pit lane.
Just trying to think of what other GT3s are coming around. Don't think there is there? Other than the ones we've already mentioned.
No, I'm not sure. The overcut's very, very powerful, actually, it seems. With regards to tires. 10 seconds James Collado lost on his outlap with reference to Nicholas Nielsen. The pit stop time within 0.4 of a second I have got, as Jacques Van Aert takes over on the 28 LMP2, and Ben Barker leaves Bernardo Sousa in the 77 Proton Mustang, as Yifaye is now on pit lane in the 83. Is he going to be getting out of the car? And I wonder who might be taking over, because so far all the Ferraris have done driver changes this cycle.
Rene Rast moves up to ahead of Sebastian Buemi, so P6 for the number 20 BMW now. Rene Rast still probably feeling that win in DTM from last weekend at Zandvoort. What an amazing race that was. Good result from the two BMWs of Marco Wittmann and Rene Rast.
Yeah, and not far behind Sebastian Buemi is the sister BMW, number 15, Kevin Magnussen, aboard that, as down into Mulsanne corner we go.
I'm so excited to see Kevin Magnussen also in the M4 GT3 Evo in just 2 weeks' time at the Spa 24, where he'll join the number 46 Rossi BMW for the Spa 24.
Yeah, it'll be certainly interesting to see how he adapts to the GT3, having so far I think he's only driven the LMDH BMW.
Absolutely.
As Phil Heinemeier Hansen takes over the 83 AF Corsa.
Phil Heinemeier Hansen? Do you mean Phil Hansen, not
Phil Hansen? Yeah. I remember him being called
David Heinemeier Hansen.
Oh, car 48 team manager to a race director immediately.
Who is that? That's the
VDS. That's our
VDS.
leader
Yeah,
on
that's
P2.
P2.
Maxime Martin taking over from Martin Berry in the 61 Iron Lynx Mercedes. Last time Mercedes were at Le Mans, they went airborne. So far no repeat of that as of yet.
Thankfully.
They've already used all of the spokes on their badge.
Yep.
It seems. As
Very good.
interesting camera, very interesting camera. You'll see.
I'll see it in a few minutes.
Oh, the 8 got held up by an RP2 into Tetra Rouge. 20 held back, got a run all the way down that first straight towards
38 drive through for yellow flag.
Yeah, Spotman was one of the ones mentioned with regards to the yellow flag for the 95 McLaren. Was one of many. Also, Delatraz hands over to PJ Hyatt in Spike, the 199, still leading in RP2 Pro-Am. What a driver Louis Delatraz has been in sports cars.
Yeah,
both
I mean,
in
he's
IMSA
been
and also
really
in
rapid.
European Le Mans Series.
Matthew Bell once again setting a rapid lap in that number 13 AWA.
Yeah. Number 22 has been in pit lane, the United Autosport LMP2 entry. Renger van der Zande taking over from David Heinemeier Hansen.
You got it right this time.
Yeah.
Johansson's mixed up.
Yeah. Number 6 of Matt Campbell carrying on for yet another lap, so 2 laps more than the 83 this time round. So certainly a fuel advantage for that Porsche Penske, it seems, at the moment. So it's going to be a 13 lap stint for that number 6 car compared to the 12 laps of the 83s. The 50 and the 51 both doing 13 laps last time around. So yeah, the Penske's moving towards that 13 lap stints. Obviously, we've had the Peugeots doing that for
quite a while,
some time as well.
since the beginning, really.
Yeah, the Peugeot have been doing 13, averaging at the moment though, in terms of the averages, that 83A of course has been absolutely rapid.
Yeah.
About 8 tenths quicker than 5 tenths quicker than the Porsche, 8 tenths quicker than anything else that I can see on my timings. Although number 4 had an amazing previous stint. 30.2 on the average. Jenson Button 30.9 on its average for this current stint. Toyota as well, number 7. The soft's working out quite well, it seems, for them. The Aston Martins doing quite well as well. Been really impressed by them so far. As Russ gone in the 007 on pit lane, another 12 lap stint, so just on time. As we see the 38 Hertz Team Jota, this is on the number 94 Peugeot, down towards Mustang corner, goes to the right and completes the move just before the braking zone. As we've got number 16 in pit lane as well, Mikael Jensen taking over from Ryan Cullen in that. The Algarve Pro, is that the Pro entry?
No, that's the RLR, the 16.
Oh yeah, the RLR Sport, yes. Yes, it is indeed. Table chair in the Algarve Pro in for fuel only.
Was that a slow stop from the Valkyrie there that time?
Yeah, it was. I don't think the door was shutting properly.
Well, they've had a lot of issues with those doors, haven't they?
No, it's tyres. That's why. Driver change for Ross Gunn handing over to Harry Tinknell.
And that was, yeah, normal 1:30, 1 minute 30 pit stop there. So pretty good for them.
Yeah, certainly is indeed. Number 6 Porsche Penske held up behind the IDEX Sport, the Genesis Magma, number 18 LMP2 in the Porsche curves, going round the outside of the number 77 Proton Mustang. Going to really cost a lot of time on that in lap, however. Had some good pace these previous stint, although last lap 41.2. Although that is just with coming into pit lane, so about on target. So the the gaps between the Ferraris spreading out a little bit. You've got the 83 of Phil Hansen, who is about 4.5 seconds ahead of the number 50 Nicholas Nielsen, and then 7 seconds further back is the number 51 Kalak Hertzstein Jota in the number 12, 25.5, 25.8 seconds behind there. With the number 6 Penske going to filter out somewhere within there as driver change. Matt Campbell getting out, and it's going to be Kevin Estra getting in to that number 6. And to one side, they've got tyres getting ready on the guns. It's going to be mediums all around, I believe. Just have a look. Yeah, mediums all around for the number 6 Penske Porsche. So hearing Nicholas Nielsen in the number 50 is on new softs, and James Collado taking some scrubbed mediums at his stop. Kevin Estra on some new medium tyres as well. As it is time for our hourly update.
Yeah.
Charlie, so in Hypercar, I'll let you go ahead.
Hypercar, we've currently got Phil Hansen just leading in the 83 Privateer Ferrari, followed by the 50 and the 51, Nicholas Nielsen and James Collado. In LMP2, you've got the Inter Europol back at the top with Jakub Szymachowski, Esteban Masson in the VDS number 48, and then the Iron Lynx Proton, Jonas Reed in the number 9. And then in LMGT3, you've got the 46 Team WRT BMW of Kelvin van der Linde. He's leading by a big margin at the moment. I think it's nearly a full sector, is it?
Yeah, 37.5 seconds the gap to Ryan Hardwick in the Manthey first form, number 92.
Looking at it right now, the Kelvin van der Linde is just coming out of Indianapolis now, and Ryan Hardwick is just coming out of the Mulsanne corner right now. So that's a pretty big distance between the two.
Yeah, certainly is. Then we've got Simon Mann in the number 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari in P3 with the Codis ASP 78 of Arnold Raban in P4. And the Iron Dames currently in P5 as Charlie Eastwood has been on pit lane, and that is a fuel and tyre pit stop. And we've also got the 34, that is the Inter Europol Pro-Am, Nicholas Bull, John Baptiste Simonar, and also in the car at the moment is Luca Giotto. They have received a drive-through penalty for a yellow flag infringement, most likely from that yellow flag down at Marshall Post 18 on the run down towards Mulsanne Corner. As we've got an on-track battle, I believe this is the Alpine and one of the Peugeots. It's the Cadillac, so it's the 311 of Jack Aitken who is just behind Luc Duval in the number 94. That Peugeot really has been struggling for that pace this weekend.
Yeah.
And
Drive
drive-through
through for
penalty for
car
car number
50.
50. Big penalty for car 50. That's going to drop them right down into P number. That's going to drop them to P5, maybe even P6, potentially.
That's literally really bad for them.
Oh, Jack Aitken's had the best radio message ever.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Jack Aitken's not going to be getting any more Peugeot rental cars, let's put it that way.
Yeah. Yeah, that drive through for the number 50 Ferrari is not very good.
So you just see Norminato on pit lane taking tyres in the number 12 Hertz Team Jota Cadillac, the pole sitting car, dropping it down to P13. If you ignore the Ferraris, you've got a really close battle all in all for that top 10,
Definitely.
and it just depends on the pit cycle where you fall.
Definitely. Those Ferraris are just knobbing off at this point, aren't they?
Yeah, 22 and a half seconds through to the next best, as also car number 93. That's the Peugeot, which is got put into the wall by Paul de Resta earlier on. That has also received a drive-through penalty for a yellow flag infringement. Team radio for Nielsen. So Nielsen being told that he has no target and he's full push for the rest of his stint in reaction to the news about the drive-through penalty for him. We've got the number 5 of Julian Andlau right on the tail of the 94, I believe that is, down towards the second Mulsanne chicane and makes a move on the inside, clearing before the braking zone.
Too many crucial mistakes being made by some really front-running cars at this point. How are they doing this so bad that they're getting these penalties all the time?
Yeah, although it's better to get penalties now than it is 5 minutes from the end of the race. So
True.
it's all about just making sure you serve them as early as possible. As there's a bit of gravel on the exit of Mulsanne corner kicked up on track, as we've got the Hertz Team Jota and the number 12 Norminato jumping all over the place on the timing screen. I believe he is in a little bit of a ding dong with number 15, according to my track map. No, it's band 009.
AT1 also with a drive-through for yellow flag infringements.
Yeah, I've just seen the reason for that gravel on the exit of Mustang corner number 24. That's a Nielsen Racing LMP2 with their bronze driver, Naveen
Oof.
Rao, aboard. Just running a little bit deep at Mustang corner and going through the gravel, rejoining the track as 43 in pit lane for a full, no, just fuel only, as Jensen Button serving his drive-through penalty.
And it seems like the F1 is over.
Indeed it is. I shall not give away too many spoilers, but certainly an interesting grid order.
I have just seen the
across the top
result.
10.
Am I happy? Yes.
Let's just say there's a reason that George Russell was called the Saturday Man for so long in his career. It is not a nickname that he earned through lack of performance.
Yeah.
Truth.
And so Matti Jakobsen takes over from Loic Duval in the 94 Peugeot. That car really struggling, it seems, about 1.5 seconds off on the average pace for this race so far. They have been going a little bit longer on fuel, but even
It's not
then,
just a little bit longer, James.
no, they've been getting matched recently. They've been doing
yes,
13.
no,
Other cars have been.
yeah, I'm sure. But in the first half of the race, they already gained, like in the first 4 hours, they gained an entire stint on stint extending. So
Yes.
they've already gained quite a lot.
Yes, yes, yes.
By
in
doing
Car
that.
311 drive-through for yellow flag infringement as well.
Lol. Just you might as well just blow up the Cadillacs. Cars 3 style. Cars 2. The downfall. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
As we've got
Yellow
yellow
flags at
flag.
Marshall post 19. That's just before the Mulsanne corner. Nothing going slow on map, and it going back to green.
Yeah, momentary double yellow. I would expect it's probably someone having an off on the way into Mulsanne corner and making a trip through the gravel. I expect we might see a typical Le Mans clip of someone having to go round the roundabout in a couple of minutes' time.
Yeah, I believe it might have been the 22 United Autosport. As the 007 of Harry Tinknell is in pit lane.
I'm going to assume that the number 50 hasn't served their
Not yet. No.
drive-through yet, have they? God, there's a lot of them that got it, huh?
Yep.
38, 34, the 50, the 93, the 81, and the 311.
Mm-hmm.
Naughty, naughty. Oh, I see the 60 lot retired. What happened to them?
Nothing.
Nothing?
We don't
I'm
know.
assuming some sort of mechanical failure, right? Because they went to the
Yeah,
pit
most
box.
likely.
Yeah. Rip.
Rene Rast under investigation for speeding in the pit lane in the number 20 BMW hypercar. Not good. We know what that brings. As Nicholas Nelson has just served his drive-through, as 35 drive-through penalty for causing a collision.
We've also got a slippery surface flag at Marshall Post 20, which would be because of that we've just seen, actually, I would expect, because that is up at the Mustang corner, and that's what that double yellow flag would have been for. Yeah, someone just having an off into the gravel, yellow flags out, and then a slippery surface to follow.
Little bit of an issue there for the 15 as well. So Kevin Magnussen having an issue with the BMW, and he has just entered the pit lane as well. Wonder if that's a routine stop or just trying to keep it good for the rest of the race. Yeah, they've just mentioned it on stream that it could be potentially the first LMDH retirement of the race so far for that number 15 BMW with a seemed to be like an engine cutout there.
Yeah, that is unideal.
Yeah, the 15 back on track though, exiting pit lane, 1 minute 21. So maybe just a control delete reset of the electricals during the pit stop.
1 minute 21 would suggest a full tank and tyres.
Yeah.
No.
So is there a chance that they took the opportunity, maybe had a little play with some of the settings in the dash whilst he was in the pit lane, change some settings and stuff? Could have been a faulty sensor. We see it happen in F1 quite a lot, where cars have an issue and it's actually just a sensor that's wigging out and they need to shut it down.
Could be a reset, yeah, control alt delete.
Yeah.
Yeah. As we see Earl Bamber hop aboard the 38, replacing Jenson Button in that car.
Either that, or we're about to see BMW attempt to beat Audi, the Audi program for the fastest time to change an entire engine and gearbox in the pit lane. Although, in all fairness, with how ridiculously modular that blimmin' Audi was, it was pretty much like a Lego set,
Yeah.
except far more expensive and made out of carbon fiber.
Well,
It was so modular they rewrote half of the regulations the year after.
Yes, yeah, specifically to stop it being so easy to fix, pretty much.
Yeah.
They were like, hey,
Yeah.
it's not fair that you use 4 gearboxes in a 24-hour race because you can replace them in the length of a normal pit stop. Okay, right?
Yeah. If I what was it? 3 minutes and 48 seconds to
Something like
replace
that.
a gearbox.
Yeah, just ludicrous amounts of speed.
Yeah.
To replace
it's
a
not fair.
gearbox is stupid work in 3 minutes and 48 seconds.
I mean, I'm surprised. Like nowadays with these MDH cars, you've got obviously the bodywork is just little clips, really quick to change. The suspensions are all pre-built corners. You can change those quite quickly. But the Audi was literally rear bodywork off, gearbox under the gearbox, and disconnect the hoses and the gearbox out. It was that quick. It was insane. As we see the slippery surface removed from Marshall Post 21.
Yeah, both sides of the Mulsanne corner showing the slippery surface flag for a period of time there, obviously just waiting for the cars to essentially run over it
move it out of the way.
and and move it all out of the way with the wake that these cars do push out.
Oof. Number 9, right on the tail of, that's the 101. Round the outside, down towards Indianapolis. And has made the move stick. Got one of the Corvettes just in front. I believe that's going to be the 33 through Indianapolis. As we see the Iron Links Grove, number 63, going back out onto pit lane. '37 also been in pit lane. Tristan Vautier taking over from Alex Malikin in that. As Mike Conway in the number 7 Toyota is on pit lane. As we have got yellow flags at Marshall Post 16. That is the second chicane.
And number 1.
And gone.
And
Yes.
number 1, but it's all clear now.
Double yellows at MP1 for a moment. Not sure what's happened there. Possibly a spin on pit lane exit.
That Toyota's had a whack. Got a little bit of damage on that left-hand side pod. Just at the top. Certainly had
Your
contact
stream
somewhere.
is definitely ahead of ours.
Yeah, well, let's wait for the cameraman to pan around so that we can see that. Do you mean right-hand side? I can't.
No,
Our cameraman
left.
hasn't walked around to the left yet.
Left-hand side.
There we go. Let's have a look. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, bit of beating to that, isn't it?
I doubt that's going to be helping their straight line speed much. Those ragged edges don't tend to be particularly good for drag.
No.
As double yellow has now been removed at Marshall Post 1.
I think it was already removed at Marshall Post 1 a while ago. We do keep getting duplicate messages for double yellows
Yeah.
being removed.
.35 of Ferdinand Hasberg serving its drive-through, and also Marco Sorensen fuel only for the 009 Aston Martin Valkyrie this time around.
Also looks like the Aston Martin is eventually catching the number 93 Peugeot at the moment. Gap is
Don't go away, hopes up.
well, they're about half a lap behind, but the Aston Martin currently lapping quicker than Paul de Rester in the number 93. So
007's only 5 seconds behind the 93.
No, it's 54.1. It's
Oh, it's a lap
That's
down.
with-
That's
yeah,
gap from the
that's with
83.
relation to leader, yeah.
Yes, I see that now.
GT Army in the chat saying, do you have any idea when the tickets for next year will be available? They normally release them in October or November time.
Late October.
Late October for
Usually.
members, I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, what I would recommend is that if you want to have camping at the track rather than a half an hour walk from the track, it is probably worthwhile paying the extra money to be an ACO member to get access to the initial release of tickets.
Absolutely.
Unless you enjoy hiking through the French countryside to get to a racetrack.
Which I don't, but
Especially not when it's like 27 degrees in the day.
yeah, no. Not for me.
But yeah, it's up to you. Your choice. I've been averse to physical exercise since I was roughly born. So
You and me both, mate. You and me both.
The blooming walk to get into Goodwood every day was a pain
Oh,
enough for me.
yeah. Oh,
And it rained
Silverston's
every
gonna
blooming morning.
Silverston's gonna be fun then with us cripples.
Oh, we'll be fine.
So that the Porsche Julian Lauer, very strong at the moment, averaging a 30.9 over the course of this stint so far. The only car doing better than that is the number 50 of James Collado, as Sebastian Bremy in the number 8 is on to pit lane. Another 12 laps in for the Toyota.
Yeah. I did mention the gap between Harry Tinknell and Paul di Resta. It is pretty even at the moment.
Yeah, 55.0 at the moment, the gap between that. The other Aston Martin, the 009, that's about 15 seconds behind the second of the Alpines, Ferdinand Hatzberg, aboard that. We've got Ricky Taylor in the WRT Cadillac, the 101. That is a second half behind Mike Conway in the number 7, with Neil Yarney in the 99, about 4 seconds in front of them. That's probably our closest battle pack in Hypercar. In GT, Charlie Eastwood is on the tail of Mattia Drudi at the moment. That's a battle for P number 6 in LMGT3. The two pros aboard those. Also closing up a little bit on Clement Schmid and Simon Mann in front. Also
the other Toyota in now.
Yeah, Sebastian Bremy. Kevin Magnussen under investigation for pit lane speeding. The other thing, just to note, Tristan Vautier in the 37 Colex Racing, Pure Racing, LMP2 has now gotten past the entirety of the LMGT3 field. So we are back to being sort of perfect class splits.
Oh, Kevin Magnussen under investigation for pit lane speeding. I don't know if you mentioned that, but not good for him. But Rahel Fry setting good pace in the Iron Dames number 85 Porsche.
Nick Nielsen serving that drive-through now, I believe, has fallen behind the number 6 Penske of Kevin Estre aboard that. 5.5 seconds behind is the 50 of Nicholas Nielsen. Still now 27 seconds off the back of the 83, slowly closing in that gap over from the Ferraris ahead. As Sebastian Buemi has, that's a timing thing. Junan Lauer in the number 5 onto pit lane from P number 6. Expecting him to stay aboard that number 5 Penske for another stint. So far, it seems like these hypercars have been tripling drivers and tyres so far. Be interested to see if they stay on the mediums or if they look at going towards the softs.
I will be back in just a few minutes' time. If you, Ollie, can keep an eye on notes for a minute. I guess he's not here. No worries.
No, yes. Got Zigo Sport, the 193 in pit lane at the moment. It has been Jonathan Hui getting out of that car, and Christopher Froggatt is jumping aboard. Charlie Eastwood setting a new personal best in the 81 Corvette TF Sport ran. Him and Matteo Drudi, the 2 fastest GT3s on track by quite a margin, and so working their way back up. Kelvin van der Linde in the BMW Team WRT leading at the moment. He's the other pro driver in that top 6 on track at the moment. Clement Schmid stays aboard the number 87 ACA ASP Lexus. As we now see James Collado onto pit lane in his number 51 Ferrari 499P. Davide Rigon and Jop van Uyter also on pit lane in the 54 Vista AF Corsa and the 28 IDEC Sport cars respectively. So Kevin Asher moves into P number 2. Felipe Nasser and the AF Corsa Ferrari of James Collado on pit lane at the moment. No tyres to the side for James Collado, so he's going to be doing another stint on those as Jop van Uyter leaves pit lane. Davide Rigon fuel only, same for Clement Schmid and Jop van Uyter. James Collado once again fuels out on his way, and he's got his second stint on those tyres as Felipe Nasser expected to do the same. '50 Ferrari is next going to be next in. That is going to be Nicholas Nielsen after serving that drive-through penalty. We've got Esteban Masson in the VDS LMP2 in from the lead, and also Arnaud Raban in the 78 onto pit lane. Maxime Martin staying aboard the 61 Iron Lynx Mercedes as the race sort of settled into a rhythm now for tonight. It's been a very, very long run without any intervention. Obviously, we've had the one full course show and also we've had the one slow zone. Other than that, it's just been local yellows so far, to my knowledge. As we've got the 48, a little bit more of an issue, it seems, for that 48. The drive door open, there's a little bit of torque, so yeah, there's issues for the 48 here on pit lane, it seems. Drinks bottle is out. It's just car control, just doing a few observations, changing drinks bottle, having a chat. And fuel is out, and they are getting going. As the number 9 of Jonas Reed is also on pit lane. Ben Barker in the 77 for the Mustang as well, joining. Nick Nielsen now on pit lane in the number 50 Ferrari.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Anything major?
No, not at the moment. Just a lot of pit callers going
Very
through
good.
another pit cycle. Really, initially thought that the 48 may have had some sort of issue, but that turns out that it was just a low put man holding
Oh.
the sign in an interesting manner more than anything else. And they've got such a good lead that they can go and have a little bit of a chit chat on pit lane for the time being.
Is the 50 being on pit lane, is that now serving its drive-through, or is that
So
doing a
that's
pit stop?
scheduled. That's scheduled.
That's a scheduled stop. Okay, have they already
it's
done the
all-
drive-through?
Yes, they have.
Right, brilliant. I love that. That's so great.
Yeah. They are net P4 at the moment.
It's so funny that they can have a drive-through and need to make a pit stop and only lose one position.
Yep.
That's so brilliant. I love Bob. Sorry, I can't say that. I'm gonna get shot by Martin Haven now.
Martin Haven's on your. You're going to come to your house and
Them's the rules.
kill your family.
Gonna talk about Bob. Martin Haven will appear.
Martin
I've said
Haven
his
will
name twice
appear.
now. I need to watch out. He's like Bloody Mary.
Oh,
Bob.
so number 7 Toyota has done a stint and a half on its right side tyres and then 2 stints on its left side tyres at the moment. So an 18 lap difference between its right and left side tyres.
Gentlemen, if you happen
on
to
at
have
the
a
moment.
drink in your hands right now, clink.
Drink.
I've just opened my beer.
I've just got a lemonade and an orange and lemonade, so I'll clink it. Clink.
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 What
I
are
don't believe that
drinking?
you have a drink, James.
Yeah, I
That
don't
was
believe
really,
you.
Coffee.
that was really uninspiring.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it.
Yeah, no, I'm just
Lies.
drinking coffee.
Coffee, right? Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
He's drinking in the spectacle that is Le Mans.
Yeah.
That's what he's drinking.
Bro.
That sounded like something you'd see on a Pinterest board. I hate it.
Yeah, I was going to say, how much cringe do you want?
I'll tell you what is interesting. So the sun has been set for coming up on 2 hours in Le Mans, and the track temperature has only come down by about 2 degrees.
Yeah.
So the track is holding the temperature at the moment. And I think part of that might be because at this stage of a normal 24-hour of Le Mans, we've lost
It will
about
rain.
12 cars rather than about 3.
Also, last year, for example, it was raining at this point.
Yeah.
Whereas this time it's 62% humidity at the moment. Really, really high humidity at the moment there.
Man, I love Madry.
Madrid. Michael Pocamandi should be joining us at around midnight, so we can talk about
hell
French,
yeah.
French and Spanish bread, our favourites. I don't know if you remember
It's
from
the-
last year.
Yes, I do remember from last year.
Of course you do. Why wouldn't you?
I remember being utterly deluded at about 3:30 in the morning, talking
talking to
about
Michael and
French
Chess.
and Spanish bread.
Yes.
Yes. Not talking about the
The other.
talking about the best solution to wanting to have cake at 2:30 in the morning. That was the official commentary, not us.
Yes.
One of the LMP2s, I believe that's one of the IDEX Sport cars, just going off at turn number 6. The Force S is just before Tetra Rouge, just cutting through just past the bollards as we see the number 83 exiting pit lane, staying on tyres and fuel. Phil Hansen behind the wheel still for another stint. As at the moment, I'm seeing a predicted lap count of 393.
Yeah.
So we're quite close to that record if it keeps going as it is.
The only issue about that
Absolutely.
record is that was set during the LMP1 times when the cars were significantly faster than these current cars. But also, just an
realistically, if we're
update.
looking-
Sorry, just an update on the number 88 Proton competition Mustang, which was involved in
that's
the
what I was about to
incident.
say, goddammit.
The incident was caused by a loose wheel nut, and the wheel
thanks for that, Proton.
detached after that, and the driver has returned to the paddock under his own power and was completely unharmed. So, very, very good news from the Proton crew.
Yeah, good to hear. I don't think we needed the clarification about it being a loose wheel nut, to be honest, because there's only
Yeah.
really one thing it can be when the entire wheel and the
Just
hub detaches all at once.
Yeah.
So yeah, no real surprise that it was a loose wheel nut. What is interesting is that wasn't the first car that the lap had done. It wasn't on an outlap, that number 88 Proton. It was on, I think, its second or even third lap
Yeah.
of the stint. So it had taken time for that wheel to work itself loose. It's actually, unironically, it's probably one of the better places it could happen on track because of the amount of runoff. If it had happened, for example, in the Porsche curves, that would have been quite a nasty crash.
Absolutely.
And it was quite violent as it was.
Yeah. No, I think I 100% agree with you there. It could have been so much worse if it was elsewhere on the track. Should probably get that 6-hour article done, shouldn't I?
Considering that we did 6 hours 2 hours ago,
Well,
that
yeah.
would probably be a good idea. No, I'm joking.
Thanks, Oliver. How about you write it?
I'm going to be going to bed
No.
probably like 11:30. Which means I've got 45 minutes to polish off this beer. Easy job.
Easy dub.
Yeah. Last few Le Mans, it's not really fell into a rhythm anywhere near as quickly as this race has. This race fell into a rhythm very, very early on, and it's just stayed there.
I tell you why I think that was. It's because we had the cleanest opening stint I think I've ever seen in my history of watching the Le Mans 24 hours. I I don't think in recent memory we've had an opening stint that has had so little mishap.
Yeah.
Even on lap 1, there wasn't anyone that spun, even at turn 1, the Dunlop.
No.
At the Dunlop chicane, there's always someone that spins at the Dunlop chicane on lap 1. No one this year. Not a single
Yeah.
car.
I don't even think anyone caught the turn 1 chicane.
No, I haven't seen any replays of anyone cutting the turn 1 chicane, apart from the people who were penalised for it, the 5-second penalties for cutting turn 3. So yeah, I think it's because we had such a long run of green flag at the start of this race. I mean, it took us until 3 hours into the race to get our first slow zone, and that was for that incident with the 88 Proton,
Which was completely, unaided, completely their own mishap there.
Yeah. So the fact that it took those 3 hours to get our first race intervention is, I think, is really what's made the difference in terms of how quickly this race has settled into a pattern.
And the other thing as well is there was that, which was just a slow zone. You had the incident with the 16 and the 25 in LMP2, which was going back way too quickly. That was the reason we had the full course yellow, or one of the full course yellows, and then we had one more full course yellow just so that the 95 could get pushed behind the barrier safely. And that's pretty much been all there is of note, other than the battles, as we've got the number 20 BMW of Rene Rast right on the tail of the number 50, down towards the first of the Mulsanne chicanes, and he's got the move done down the inside. So 20 moves up into 4th place, still going to be owing us a pit stop in about 2 or 3 laps. 25% virtual energy left for them versus around 70% for Nicholas Nielsen. We'll have to see if the Ferrari can fight back. Certainly had good straight line speed, that Ferrari, but the BMW is usually really good on the exit of the corners. We've also got the 15 in at the moment. Driver change and tyres for them. It's going to be Dries van Voor getting aboard that, relieving Kevin Magnussen from a very good triple stint for him. And then also Riccardo Agostini takes over from Leo Radu in the 150 Richard Mille AF Corsa GT3. Got a slew of pit stops on pit lane at the moment, including our current race leader, Kevin Estra, taking the trip down pit lane, expecting it to be fuel only as it stands. This is the end of Estra's first stint aboard. So his tyres set to the side for this number 6, although not expecting it, given that this is the first stint on tyres. They're all behind the line. No one's grabbed any wheel guns, so as soon as the fuel hose is disconnected, then the Penske will be on its way. Fuel disconnected, and the Penske is go. Filling up to 99%, which should be more than enough virtual energy. The 83 taking the lead yet again. Also on pit lane recently, the 92, the first form Phantom, or the first form Manti Racing Porsche, Rickard Leitz has taken over from Ryan Hardwick, getting quite a lot of his drive time done. And also Ricky Taylor taking fuel and tyres, but staying aboard the number 101. Bramy just been on the team radio complaining regarding roll bars around turn 9. Tetra Rouge is that, as we've got Malte Jakobsen in pit lane for a full service in the 94 Peugeot, also 57 of Daniel Serra, Rahel Fry in the 85, and Mathieu Vaxivière in the 183, all been on pit lane recently. Expecting René Rast in from P number 4. He's 20 seconds behind the number 6 Porsche Penske. They've closed up around 10-15 seconds on that number 83, which is starting to struggle, it seems. 1.5 seconds ahead of its sister 51 car, and then 11 seconds back is the number 6 Porsche Penske. So that has been closing up the gap quite a bit recently. So certainly some good things. James Cardo, Team Radio. So Team Radio, the 51 is going to be swapping position with the 83. So the customer AF Corsa Ferrari is going to be swapping with the factory 51 AF Corsa.
Oh yeah.
I imagine it'll be more for the pit stops than anything else.
But it's a privateer team, guys. It's a privateer team. The factory aren't involved at all.
Yeah, not at all involved,
Hate it.
are they? At least we'll see it off in LMS next year, not in WEC. We might see it at Le Mans, but
In all fairness, is that partially because they've been told that they're not allowed to swap the cars in the pit lane like they did last time?
I
Have they been
believe
told that they're not
so.
allowed to do that? So this is their
I believe
workaround.
so. But at the same time, they're both doing 13 lap stints. So but how are they gonna? It don't make sense. They're already 1 lap offset. So unless it's pace derived, which to be fair, the 51 has been catching the 83. The 83 has been
Oh,
struggling
yellow
with this stint.
flag, marshal post 3.
Clear and back yellow. That's the 183, I believe, just has spin.
We're back to green flags.
Yeah, what 183 had a spin at Dunlop Chicane.
Lol.
Car 20, 15 second stop go penalty for pit lane
Ouch.
speeding. Big penalty, and that's a car that it was in 4th position. Robin France aboard that one. At the moment, though, I think that both the Ferraris have found a little bit of pace since that team order came through. John-Eric Verne taking over in the number 93, relieving Paul de Resta. New tyres as well on that car. As last time around, 29.0 for Phil Hansen and a 29.5 for James Collado. Harry Tinknell also been in pit lane, and that was a fuel only. And Ahmed Al-Hati takes over in the 46. That's Valentino Rossi's car, the BMW Team WRT in LMGT3. He's still got I believe he's got 3 hours left to do of his minimum drive time. So certainly going to crack on with that. Usually what we tend to see with obviously the more experienced Sams is they'll try and get their minimum drive time done before the 12-hour mark. So that's why. also got the number 35 Alpine on pit lane. That is in the hands of Ferdinand Hatzberg at the moment. And that should still stay in the hands, I believe, for him. And it's, in fact, Charles Mallacy taking over that car, as well as it seems like soft tyres on that. We've also got Oliver Jarvis taking over in the number 23 from Ben Hanley. And George Kurtz is into the 45 CrowdStrike by APR. Is it still by APR, the CrowdStrike car?
The CrowdStrike car is APR, yes. It is the other
Yeah.
APR car. The number 45.
Yes. Yeah, so George Kurtz taking over from Alexander Quinn. Also, down on pit lane is the number 20 this time to serve that 15-second stop-go penalty.
It would appear that yes, we're now seeing it live on WAC.tv. That back-facing camera, by the way, is the camera that I believe is the camera that Ferrari are live streaming from that number 83 car. Which means that at the moment, that onboard shot is just the headlights of the number 51 car. And let's just say it's a little bit bright.
Yeah, so 1/3 of the race in, and I think it's time for now the updates. So in Hypercar, it's still the AF Corsa Ferrari, the number 83 Phil Hansen, Yiffaye, and Robert Kubica aboard that car. Phil Hansen currently at the wheel. They've completed 132 laps. Just over 3 seconds behind is the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari with James Collado on board, and then Kevin Estre in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. They are 17 seconds off the lead. In LMP2, it is still the VDS Panis Racing, the number 48 Esteban Masson currently aboard that. Then it is into Europol's number 43 Jakub Szymalski, the silver-rated driver in that lineup, behind the wheel. And then IDEX Sport, the number 28 Job Banauter, is in charge of that. Then in LMGT3, Ahmed El Hati is behind the wheel, cracking out some more of his bronze time in the BMW Team WRT number 46. With Richard Leitz in the number 92 Manthey First Form Porsche, one of the most experienced drivers in that LMGT3 field. And then Simon Mann in the Vista AF Corsa is up to third in his number 21 machine as a bit of team radio for James Collado. 83's been off.
Oh,
83 off at Mustang Corner.
lol. Doesn't appear that the 51's managed to get past during that. You'd think that might have been the opportune chance to just get that switch done, right?
No, the 51's got through.
Ah, yes, my live timing is just updated. Brilliant. Thank you. Very pog.
Yeah, just a lock up at Mustang Corner, run deep, all the way into the gravel. Just avoided the wall.
The LMP2 car that was 10 seconds behind them. What is Martin Haven talking about, man? Get this man off the comms. Genuinely just doesn't have a clue what he's talking about at any point ever.
Oh no.
Your
I actually
delusion.
hate him. I actually hate him so much. He's so useless as a commentator.
Oh yeah.
Tell you who they should get to do it, Harry Benjamin. I like Harry Benjamin. He's
They
good.
should get me and you to do it,
Real.
and James.
I mean,
I'll
the
turn up with my 5 litres of Madry.
The-
What
the-
one guy?
Yeah, the ones who I enjoyed with the commentary, I mean, 2023, Lee Diffie, Alex Drakes, Alex Bundle, that was an amazing commentary lineup by Eurosport that year. It's still probably my favourite commentary team that has been. Ben Constant George as well is really good, but you can't go wrong with John Hindorf, Johnny Palmer from Radio LeMond.com.
I
They are
hate.
great.
I hate John Hindorf with all my heart. He's almost as useless as Martin Haven. Almost. Not quite, but he's getting there.
I mean, Martin Haven started off as a what was it? Winter ski? Was it skiing? No, it was luge. He started commentating on luge, bob, ski.
Get off! Get out! Is that surely you're pulling my leg?
No, generally he his first commentary gig was luge.
Jesus.
I'm pretty sure.
Probably explains why I can't keep up with the speed of actual racing.
Yep.
Useless, useless, useless. Sorry, he fills me with anger. Martin Haven. I can't explain why.
I don't
I
blame
know,
you.
I can. It's because I think he's completely rubbish at his job, and it's a crime that he's being paid to do it professionally.
Yep. I'd much rather have Johnny Palmer, Graham Goodwin, and Ant Davidson. That would be a great lineup.
I don't massively like Johnny Palmer either. Alex Brundle I'll have, Harry Benjamin, Alex Shack. I like Alex Shack. He's good.
Alex Jakes. Lee Diffie, I think, though, is my favourite motorsport commentator.
He's the guy who does the pit lane stuff for IndyCar at the moment, right?
You know who I do love?
No.
You know who I do hate? Is what's his name? He's so bad that I can't even remember
which
his name.
emotion he was feeling.
I can't even remember his name because he's so bad.
What series does he do?
He does the it's Chris McCarthy.
Yes.
He is really bad.
Yeah. Car 15 is no further action for pit lane speeding. Yeah, no.
How's he got away with that? Normally, if you're noted for pit lane speeding, it's a pretty slam dunk.
Yeah. No, Lee Diffie used to do the IndyCar when it was on NBC, and he does the IMSA for them.
Yeah.
But he's an NBC commentator, not he's commentated on Olympics.
Commentator.
Yeah, he commentated on Olympics and stuff as well for NBC.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, but he did NASCAR. He'll do the NASCAR playoffs and stuff as well when that's on NBC.
Which I will not be watching. I'm quite happy to watch the NASCAR season. I will not watch the playoffs. Stupid system.
It is stupid.
A championship is a championship for a reason.
Yeah, it does produce some absolutely incredible moments, though.
Oh yeah, but that's like running it as a normal championship, getting to the final race of the season and just blowing up the top three's engines remotely and being like, look at this incredible moment that's been created. Like, yeah, because it's massively manufactured, but whatever. We move. We're not talking about NASCAR. We're talking about Le Mans. Le Mans. I think it's time for a song, lads. That is a very cool drone show.
That's cool drone show. Yeah, very cool.
More fireworks.
More fireworks.
Exactly
I love the fireworks. This is what I wish I was doing.
Good lord above. I hope
Fireworks.
no one in those motorhomes is trying to sleep because they've currently got the power of the sun outside their living room.
That's a cool drone shot as well.
Yep. We've got the number 8 Toyota in from 5th place. Somehow it's managed to eke its way up to 5th. Sebastian Bramy on board that at the moment. I believe he's going to be handing off the car to Brendan Hartley. But we'll find out in just a second. No, it's just fuel only for Sebastian Bramy. That stop, he comes out in 7th position, just ahead of the number 15 BMW of Dries van Voor.
Those are some very lovely fireworks as well.
Right, I'm going to say quite confidently now that that top speed record for the number 51 is not correct.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I think there's a data error there. I could imagine it maybe doing a 346.2, but I can't believe for a second that it's gone 19 kilometers an hour faster than any other car on track. Got to be a data error there.
I think it might just be a calibration error with regards to the cars. Like it might be something to do with like the cars on board, like the sensor thing not being calibrated properly. Anyway, bop the Ferrari. Anyway, just bop it.
Real.
Give it the 15 kilos that you got in LMU.
Real.
Anyway, it is currently midnight over in France, and it is 11 over in the UK. I'm going to leave you in the amazing hands of both Ollie and Charlie.
Capable.
Enjoy. Yeah.
All right.
Amazing and capable. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm going to leave you all in the hands of them, and enjoy the night stints. So yeah, this is a weird Le Mans. It feels like to me.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for joining us, James, and we'll hopefully see you at some point later on during the race, maybe in the morning or afternoon tomorrow. I believe Ollie's going to be heading off very, very soon as well, but I'll still be here, and I'll be joined by Michael, hopefully, in a few times. Hello, Jordan, in the chat. Hope you're doing well. This race is pretty crazy so far. It's been pretty clean, other than, you know, just a few incidents here and there, but
Yeah, evening, Jordan. It's been, like James just said as he left, it's been a weird Le Mans. 3 cars out a third of the way into the race, all being LMGT3s, is exceedingly low for a 24-hour of Le Mans. Which does mean that tomorrow morning and overnight is probably going to be very, very interesting. just because the more cars that are on track as they go through that real fatigue that kicks in once you get past the kind of 12, 16-hour mark, the more cars that are on track, the more chance there is of issues in the morning. And we do tend to see that the second half of most 24-hour of Le Mans have equal, if not more, full course yellow and safety car interventions, even though the field has thinned in the first half of the race. So the fact that we've only lost 3 cars so far would reinforce that we're likely to see a lot of disruption overnight and into the early hours of tomorrow and towards the end of the race, because drivers are just more cars on track, more drivers to be tired out, but also more concentration needed the more cars that are on track, because there's just more traffic all the time to be managing and to be driving around. It takes more concentration. So I reckon overnight and into the morning we could see some interesting happenings on track, and probably some large disruptions to the mostly green flag running that we've had so far. In fact, I'm just having a look here. Disappointingly, I haven't had my timing 61 open the whole time, so I can't see. But Charlie will be able to. Charlie, if have you had your timing 71 open since the start of the race?
Yeah.
Go to the little settings cog at the bottom, and hit launch analysis.
Yes.
And just out of curiosity, how long have we spent under yellow so far in this race, considering that we're now 8.25 hours in, 8 hours and 20 minutes?
So currently we've spent 16 minutes and 22 seconds in yellow, and then 5 minutes 46 in full course yellow.
Yeah, exactly. So less than a quarter of an hour total under any sort of course intervention in 8 hours and 20 minutes. That is exceedingly low for Le Mans. Exceedingly low. And I mean, like, never really seen before levels of low.
Yeah. Still fireworks going on.
I'd say it's got to be up there with the cleanest ever 24-hour of Le Mans. Cleanest. Let's see. There's some nerd that's going to have made a Wikipedia article about this. Charlie, send me the link.
I wish.
Let's have a look. I don't know if there will be a...
It might be a records. It might be a records thing on it.
Okay, so apparently the 1967 24-hour of Le Mans is referred to as one of the cleanest of all time. I don't know if I quite believe that, to be honest.
Right. No, I'm not going to see that.
Yeah,
I mean, if we look at race records, most finishes 53 in 2022.
Yeah, we still got 59 cars running at the moment, so we'd need to suffer another, 6 retirements to get to that point, which at this stage of the race, we would not do.
Most time
we're now
behind
over
a
a third of
safety
the way.
car was in 2024. Most cars
Yeah, no
in the
scrubs
leading
of them,
lap was
yeah.
also 2024. Most safety cars in a race was 12 in 2013.
Actually, apparently the 1959 24-hour of Le Mans only had 3 retirements.
Most finishes, most retirements. Hmm.
Well, that's not true. Thank you, Google AI. Holy moly, there was like 1 billion DNFs. Yeah, that's just a complete lie.
Just load video.
Oh, Charlie.
Yes.
Yeah, more fireworks. Why not, guys?
Sorry. Merci.
Waste all the budget on the fireworks. You know, rather make us pay £17 for a WEC TV subscription just to watch this one race, and just bundle it all into fireworks. That sounds absolutely chill. There appears to be someone at Le Mans who has bought an industrial strength laser with them and is currently lighting a beacon in the infield. I'm not joking.
Jesus.
Check oh, which goddamn chat was it? There's so many chats in this goddamn server. Oh, you can't even see it. Whatever. I'll
Bruh.
just forward the message. Where shall I forward it to?
My DMs.
Yeah, that works. Someone who's got an beacon.
And beacon. Yes, beacon. Big beacon.
You weren't expecting it to be that good, were you?
No, I wasn't really, no.
Nothing is happening, ladies and gentlemen, to be entirely honest with you. That's a lie. The number 22 has just got a 5-second time penalty added to its next stop for an unsafe release. Lol. United Autosports moment. So, someone has just run the numbers. If
Go on.
we still had LMP1s
Hmm.
rather than the hypercars, at the current rate of yellow flag per the current ratio of green flag to yellow / slow / full course yellow.
Yeah.
We would be looking at doing 420 laps in this race,
Hmm.
which would break the current record by roughly 23 laps, which is a lot, considering that a lap takes. I mean, you know, in the LMPs, obviously it was closer to the 3-minute mark. It was about
Yeah.
3-minute. What they did 3-minute 18s, 3-minute 17s, something like that. They were about 15 seconds a
Yes.
lap faster than the hypercars. It's obviously significantly quicker, but that is still a chunk of time. I mean, 23 laps at a 3-minute pace is a lot of time. So
Definitely.
yes, the actual pace of this race is very, very high. It's just because the hypercars are obviously comparatively
Slower.
worse. Yes. What?
Yeah.
Yeah. I did not say worse. Shut up.
I think you did.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Fair enough.
This beer has really gone to my head, considering that I've had a lot of carbohydrates to eat today.
Huh.
Oh well, more beer.
More beer.
Right.
Oh my.
Sorry for that. I really am sorry. Oh, that caught me out of nowhere. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, that was a bit disgusting, Milo.
I am really sorry for that. I genuinely, that caught me out of nowhere. Like, you can tell it caught me out of nowhere because I started speaking.
Mate, you're crazy.
I'm probably going to stay with you until midnight. Wait for our friend Michael Boccomandy to get here to talk about
Yes.
whatever deranged rubbish he's got to talk about at 1 a.m. in Germany, and then we're
In Germany, wow.
Austria. Sorry, damn it, wrong country. I do this all the time. And then yeah, I'll leave you in his slightly mental hands.
Yes.
And then I'll watch back the stream tomorrow and find out what utter
shit
waffle
was
you guys
said,
were talking
yes.
was. It was fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go. Will Stevens back in the number 12, changing for Norman Nato. That's probably a good thing. Will Stevens has been very, very quick in that number 12 car. Interesting that so far out of all of their drivers, Alex Lynn has run the least, which would suggest to me that they're planning on running him quite a lot tomorrow, which would make sense because he has had the best pace overall. So possibly trying to maneuver themselves into a position where Alex Lynn can be impactful. At the moment, I would say that's not really happening. They're a lap off the lead and 13th in class.
Yeah.
So yeah. Oh, Dries Vanthoor under review in the number 15 for pit lane speeding again.
Right, I will be back in just a few minutes, just so I can leave myself, and yeah, and then I'll be
Yeah,
ready for a
yeah,
few
no
more
worries.
hours.
Absolutely no problem. I will continue to be here talking to all of our viewers that we've got at the moment. Hello to everyone who is still with us at the moment. Thank you all for being here. We are closing in on the 9th hour of this race being done. We are deep into this race and so far have had relatively little interruption. A short full course yellow was needed when the number 88 Proton Mustang had its crash, and another short one needed when the number 95 pulled over and stopped on the exit of the second Mustang chicane. Those are 2 of the 3 retirements we've had at the moment. The only other retirement being the number 60 Iron Lynx Mercedes AMG, which at the time was being driven by Lorcan Hannafin. Believed that that car suffered some sort of mechanical failure, but we don't know. The team haven't declared anything, but that car is officially retired from the session. The garage door is down on that car, so they have committed to that car not taking any further part. If you don't know, that is tradition here at Le Mans. The team garages have big rolling doors on them, and the signal for a car being officially retired from the game is when that rolling door is put down over the front of the garage. And that has happened for the number 60 car, which is disappointing. Iron Lynx having their best race in quite a while, it has to be said. It may not look like it, running in 16th and 20th. But at the start, they were running as high as 3rd. In fact, as high as 2nd in class, the Iron Lynx Mercedes, which is the highest that they have run in, I mean, a long time, the Iron Lynx cars here in the WEC. So it is very good to see that those cars are kind of finding out where they can extract the pace from and mix it with the faster guys in that LMGT3 class. In fact, having a look at the numbers for the Iron Lynx Mercedes team, Lucas Stoltz's last lap was a 4:01.5, which doesn't sound particularly brilliant, but actually was pretty much bang on the average pace for the cars in front of him. A lap that was probably slightly interrupted by traffic for Lucas Stoltz. And the number 38 in the hands of Earl Bamber has just set a new overall fastest lap time, and the fastest lap time in the hypercar class, that was a 3:27.534. That is very, very fast indeed. It looks like that lap time is about 0.4 of a second faster than any other car has achieved so far. Indeed, it is. So maybe this is the beginning of that Cadillac comeback that I was talking about. That pace in the afternoon and evening and nighttime, hopefully swinging back in their favour. I'm really hoping here, because it was something I predicted a while ago, and I want it to come true, because I really want Jenson Button to win the 24 hours of Le Mans before his career ends in motorsports. would also appear that the number 8 Toyota is closing in on and working its way towards the number 50 Ferrari. Been closing in and trying something possibly a little bit different with the strategy, but it's been working on the whole so far for that number 8 Toyota team. They've put themselves into a position where they might be able to make things work.
Good evening.
Hello, Olly.
Hello, hello, hello. I have just done some reading and I've just found the decision document from the Road to Le Mans race earlier today, where we saw a driver kicking and punching another competitor's car.
Go on.
So he has been fined €1,000 and 2 penalty points. And this is what
That
it
feels
says.
rather tame.
Yes. However, let me read, and it might explain it a little bit. Following the incident in which the car 23 made contact with car 21, forcing both cars to spin and stop, the driver of car 21 left his car, went to car 23, punched the car window and kicked the door. Marshals tried to pull the driver away from the car, but the driver resisted and tried to break free. The stewards heard from the driver, who immediately apologized for the behavior and thanked the marshals for calming him down. The stewards determined that the driver clearly demonstrated unsportsmanlike behavior and also acted in a manner that brought the series into disrepute. The stewards noted that the driver, without prompting, was immediately apologetic and therefore determined that the driver receive a financial penalty of €1,000. In addition, the driver is to write a formal letter of apology to the series and also to ACO and specifically the marshals as a further apology for his behaviour, and the stewards will refer the matter to the ASN responsible for issuing the licence to the driver.
Ah, okay.
approaching the 15-hour mark. We're really blasting through this race now, aren't we here, Oliver?
Yeah, absolutely. The race is really starting to slip away. Almost 9 hours in. Only got 3 cars out of the race at the moment, meaning that on average we are only losing 1 car every 3 hours, which is incredibly low for a 24 hours of Le Mans. Of course, if that number keeps up, then we'd be looking at losing 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21. We'd be looking at losing 7 cars, which from 62 would leave us with 55 runners, which would then be the highest amount of finishers in any recorded 24-hour Le Mans.
Yeah.
So we could be on for something historical here, but as I've said before, the higher amount of cars still on track now is only going to cause excess fatigue for the cars that are left. So
Absolutely.
we'll wait and see. I think the early morning hours, which in all fairness, I say the early morning hours, we're technically in the early morning hours because it is currently coming up on 1 a.m. in Le Mans. But as we get towards that kind of 4, 5 a.m. time, you know, it's still dark, you're really tired, just starting to become light again. That is when we do see a lot of chaos beginning.
Yep.
As driver fatigue kicks in.
I mean, especially
with more
for
cars on
that,
track, I think the chances of that are higher.
especially for that number 63 Mercedes, where Lucas Stoltz and Brenton Grove have to do all of these nighttime hours. Yeah, they're gonna be rough by the end of that.
Yes, I would expect that once 6 a.m. comes, it will be a game of Stephen
Wank
Grove
and
is going to
Steve
drive the
game.
car for 4 hours,
Yeah.
and the other guys can go and sleep for a while,
You'd
and
hope
then
so.
do the last 5 hours between them. Because yeah, otherwise I don't know when those guys are going to sleep, because I would expect it was quite difficult to sleep in the 25, 26 degree heat when this race started in the middle of the day with all of the nerves that come with it. So I expect Lucas Stoltz, who I believe is currently in that number 63 car. Sorry, it's not. It's currently Brenton Grove.
It's Brenton Grove,
But I doubt that either of them have slept since probably 9 or 10 a.m. local time in Le Mans, and it is, as I say, currently closing in on 1 a.m. So surely the fatigue has got to be kicking in sometime soon.
No, absolutely.
And unfortunately, talking about fatigue, I think it is time for me to love you and leave
love you and leave me. Yeah.
Yeah, I've unfortunately got work early in the morning,
No,
so
absolutely.
I'm heading off, and I will see you all again if when we're still streaming tomorrow morning when I am home from work. I will hop back on and continue to the end of the race with you guys as well.
It might just be you on your own at that point, honestly.
No, please. I don't know if I can do that. I don't think I can keep that up. It would just be a silent stream with the with the WEC TV sounds in the background. So yes, I will see all of you guys tomorrow. Have a good evening, and I will check in on everything in the morning when I wake up and see how crazy things have gone and how badly my predictions about the overnight happenings have gone. So, in a bit, everyone, and I will see you tomorrow. Ciao, ciao.
Thank you very much, Ollie. See you later. Is this a time where you can blag your way into a VC? Not really. We're expecting Michael Poccomandi very, very soon. And I'm sure that he will more than likely take over a little bit for a while, just so I can relax a little bit. I have been pretty busy this whole day. So yeah. Currently approaching nearly 12 hours since I've been doing stuff. See you later.
bit cleaner and you rely more on the sort of colder temp
The
tyre.
car in front will box this lap. The car in front will box this lap. We stay out for 2 more laps.
I have just
Alright, well,
added
that's what you
the
need to hear.
WEC
James
commentary
Collado will
on
box, and
this
they
just so
still
you
have
guys
a
can
two-lap
still keep up to
advantage in
date.
hand.
Bearing in mind
Now,
that it
will
is
the number
about
50
a
Ferrari, which has got 21% energy compared to 83's
a minute
26,
delay.
will that
I
find another
am
lap as well,
sure.
or will they have to stop
16:10,
a lap before?
1500.
So 51 is coming in. There will be a driver change. We saw Jovi ready to take over from James Collado.
Yeah, so it's about a minute
Staying
or so
in the second
difference.
placed
So,
car from
but
Edex
it will
Sport.
make
Those
sure
two
that you
blue
guys
lines show
are
that it was
up to
second
date
in
with
LMP2
everything going on.
when it came in. And that car is not one of the Pro-Am cars. The highest placed Pro-Am car in LMP2 is 199 AO by TF, with the 11 Proton car in second and 34 from Inter-Europol in third place in the Pro-Am class, ahead of 183. That's Francois Perodo and crew in the AF Corsa car with that gold and red Year of the Dragon livery. So back with our race leading group. 51 Ferrari in the pits this time round. And then maybe another 2 laps potentially for the number 50 car, and maybe 2, maybe even creeping up to 3 for Phil Hansen in 83. Alpine, Cadillac and Whelan Cadillac here. Cadillac HTJ, Hertz Team Jota. And that is the battle for 11th place. Fred Makovici, Earl Bamber and Jack Aitken, separated each from the other by a second. And there they go, through the shot. Close race, just outside the points, which only go down to 10th place. So Fred Makovici, last time round, a 333.5, 331.1 behind him, Earl Bamber. Jack Aitken yet to match that in terms of pace, but right with them as they work their way through traffic. Jumping the curbs. There is Jack Aitken in the third of those caddies with those tall rear red lights that go all the way down the wing. And into the pit lane comes James Collado to hand over to Antonio Giovinazzi. And that means that back into the lead goes Phil Hansen in the AF Corsa Ferrari, right on the stroke of 10 hours complete, 9 hours completed. So as we get to the end of the hour, it is 83 that pops up to the top. Now, all they need to do is for that to happen at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, and they'll be very happy boys.
Not if car 51 can help it, Martin.
And car 50.
Yeah, car 50.
And 6, and 4, and 8, and 15, and 20, and 7, and.
As a very motivated Antonio Giovinazzi gets on board the car 51.
Interesting, isn't it? On the grid, Cadillac 1-2, and then on row 2, it was Porsche BMW. Row 3, it was Porsche BMW. And the best Ferrari was 7th in qualifying. So for some reason, they didn't get the best out of the car, or they didn't have any more to get out of the car, perhaps, in 1 lap pace. But whoa boy, as soon as the race has started to get into its stride, and we're over 1/3 distance, Ferrari versus Porsche seems to be the battle, with BMW and Toyota maybe there to pick up the pieces. But Cadillac has faded away. All 4 of their cars were in the top 15 in qualifying. Only 3 of them were in the top 15 after a third of the race. So Cadillac's qualifying pace, because of their maybe extra downforce, getting more out of the tyre in its extreme, has flattered to deceive a little. So Antonio Giovinazzi on his new tyres back out into the fray. Kamui Kobayashi not hearing that radio message. So he is behind Nico Varone, alongside Nico Varone, still behind Nico Varone. So the Argentine driver sitting just in front of Toyota's team boss.
Both drivers came in and, well, they've started their stint with new tyres. Kobayashi's got 3 mediums, 3 softs on, and 1 medium just on the left rear. The Car 99 brand new set of soft tyres, so Kobayashi finds his way by.
AO by TF in from 4th place in LMP2. Louis Delatraz and PJ Hyatt rather stays in the car, their bronze driver. Drop a couple of spots as they stop in the purple livery of Spike the Dragon. And it's still VDS Panis Racing that leads in LMP2. So apologies to our viewers on TNT Discovery Eurosport. A little bit of coordination problem with your gallery. We are still here. Earl Bamber in the Cadillac, running just outside the top 10. Fred Makovici right on his tail, and on his tail is the 311 Cadillac wheel-in car of Jack Aitken. Peter Dumbrek getting now seriously into the night. Night is short though here, isn't it? It seems like forever when you're trying to stay awake, but you can finish a stint in absolute pitch black, and by the time you come back again, it's broad daylight.
That's right, approaching almost the longest day of the year, which is probably why they have the race around now, to be fair. Mega battle happening on track. Very difficult to see who it is.
Well, that is those 3 cars with the 2 caddies towing up behind the Alpine. So Fred Makovici, the first of those sets of lights, and as they come together, that looks like 2 sets side by side. Now, is that a pass happening on the Alpine, or is that the 2 Cadillacs arguing? It's the Cadillacs arguing who wins the... Oh, no. So Makovici has been passed, so that's the set of lights in front. So that's the Hertz team, Joe Takarv, Earl Bamber. He went by out of the chicane, and so the lights coming towards us are Bamber, and then Makovici struggling to hold off Jack Aitken. So as they go away, the Cadillac's got that distinctive rear light signature that is just 2 long vertical strips all the way down the rear of the car. And so Fred Makovici, he's had these 2 caddies all over him for the last few laps.
So if you think it's bright for us watching a car coming head on, imagine driving a GT car and those lights coming up behind you.
Yeah, not 1, but 2 or 3 or 4 at a time on board with Jack Aitken behind the Alpine.
Okay, Bud leader's not too far behind us. Clear track in front. Leader's pitting in 2 laps. Go crank some out.
You got me back. You got me back. Just hold on.
I've got this. I've got this. So obviously he had got alongside at least Fred Mako as he runs right up underneath him. And this is the advantage of the Cadillac, why it's actually been good on the shorter tracks, is because it has a little bit of an aerodynamic advantage, a touch more downforce. The codicil of that, unfortunately, is that it's got a little bit less top-end speed. So the Alpine, it's had its top speed pegged back a little, It still gets off the corner well. They've fattened up the lower torque curve of the Alpine to compensate, and he picks up and pulls away from the Cadillac.
It does look like a matter of time, though. Definitely the Cadillac looks like the stronger of the cars right now. But it's not. It's probably about doing the move down Mulsanne. Most of the moves happen there. Perhaps using another car, another slower car, getting in the way perhaps, and then slingshotting by. They're coming up, I think it's maybe Bamber in front. Showing him the blue flag.
And these lower track temperatures, Peter, definitely much cooler than it was in either of the nighttime practice sessions on Wednesday or Thursday. And Thursday was only an hour, 11 to midnight. But the track temperature is 10, 15 degrees lower now, probably. And that makes it doesn't seem a lot. But if you're, you know, at home in the summer and it's 15 degrees out, or you're at home in the summer and it's 30 degrees out, that's an enormous difference. And it has that effect on the cars as well. So Aitken makes his way by Makovici and made that look like taking candy off a baby as well. So he's got a speed advantage, and that presumably is down to fresher tyres than the Alpine. That often tends to be the case. Leader in the pits, Phil Hansen. And that will cycle the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 of Kevin Escht back to the top of the pile. So although the graphic says the battle for 12th still has the Alpine in front, now it has come through another timing beacon, and the Alpine is up to 12th. The Cadillac, rather, is up to 12th. Blue lights being shown. That's not the police on your tail. That's warning you there is a quicker car behind. Although in Jack Aitken's case, it's not a quicker car. He knows that because he's just passed him. But there in the Action Express garage, that's where the red Cadillac is run from. And again, team members always in seats in the garage. So when they're not called into action, they will close their eyes and snooze for a few minutes. That's all you get. 150 is in. This is the Richard Mille AF Corsa LMGT3 Ferrari. One of our extra cars here to the World Endurance Field at Le Mans. Who is in this one at the moment? It is still Riccardo Agostini, so this looks like he's going into at least a triple stint.
Most drivers now, Jack Aitken's on his 4th stint right now, so obviously nighttime running. The pros will do the long runs, try and give each other a bit of a rest.
Clement Novalak in the number 29 from TDS Racing. Now this car was the race leader for much of the first 6 hours. Lots of frustrated gesticulation going on there. Shaking his head, arms thrown up in disgust. Shaking his head again. He's not having a good time, is it? Nearly stalls it. Well, that was nobody else's fault, I'm afraid. That's just him being a bit
frustration kicking
miffed.
in there.
Yeah. On board with Celia Martin, the Iron Dames Porsche, another car that has had the lead from time to time in LMGT3. And Celia Martin, their youngest driver, also their bronze-rated driver. And that car currently in 7th place in LMGT3. LMGT3 leader Ahmed El Harti for Team WRT, the number 46 BMW. Vista AF Corsa's Alessia Rivera, a platinum driver against Ahmed El Harti, the bronze, and Richie Leitz, another platinum driver, 3rd for Manthey Porsche in the turquoise first form car. Then 4th and 5th, still the 2 Akodis ASP Lexuses. Jack Horsworth ahead of Jose Maria Lopez. Then Zach Robichon in the heart of racing Aston Martin ahead of this car, Celia Martin. Celia, one of 5 female drivers in the race.
It's kind of nice in the dark to get your eye in. I don't know how long she's been in the car, but get your eye in following other GT cars and just use them as a gauge.
Well, lots and lots of fans wearing brand new merchandise from the Iron Dames here around the Le Mans circuit. They have become big fan favourites, and not just with female fans. A lot of engagement, a lot of very personable drivers, as in so many of the teams. Oh, just a little rub from the LMP2 car as it went by. It was a little bit rude.
Yeah,
That's
a misjudgment, or perhaps a sign of frustration as well. Perhaps
Well,
he felt
that was,
held up.
I think that was the 29 TDS car, the one that we saw having a minor strop in the pit lane. Might have to just double check the tracker before I assign responsibility for that, but it definitely looked like him. So on the straight, working through the dark. The best time of Le Mans at night, or is it better in the daylight?
If you're fully up to speed, it's not too bad in the dark. There's a lot of very lit up areas as we come into the Porsche curves now. It's more as you go down into the chicanes on the back straight Mulsanne, and certain areas are dark, but you know, once you get back into the light and you can see fairly well and your speed's good. What you do have in these conditions is normally a car that feels really under you. You know, you really, by this stage of the race, you feel at one with the car. The grip level comes up, the engine power comes up, lap times become a bit easier to do, and the only reason you might drop the lap time slightly is obviously that you can't see in those darker areas.
Well, this race originally created back in 1923, not as a speed demonstration of automobiles, but really to prove that they were safe and reliable, and they could continue motoring on what then were rough gravel roads for 24 hours. All sorts of developments have come through the racetrack, and particularly through this race. The introduction of disc brakes for the very first time happened here when Dunlop brought them into the Jaguar team in the 1950s. Proper windscreen wipers, and the development of lights, particularly laser light technology, which is so much of a part of modern road cars, was pioneered and advanced here because of the need to be able to see a long way ahead at very high speed. And so much going into the electronic technology of cars as well. Massive amounts of damper technology, which eventually bleeds down into OEM and particularly to replacement dampers that performance cars use. And it's still, with the advent of potentially hydrogen engine cars, the ACO announced today, or the FIA announced today, a broad rule set and series of guidelines for hydrogen combustion cars. And they'll be working with the ACO to try and develop actual class regulations for safety and performance. So it may well be, having seen the introduction of diesel as a serious race-winning fuel here over the last 20 years, that hydrogen may come our way as well. It's all part of the changing face of motoring globally. Of course, part of the reward for any manufacturer involved here is this massive speed of R&D, but it is a huge advertising banner-waving operation as well. And cost effectiveness and the relative freedom of regulations is what's really bringing all these manufacturers in. 8 in the field in the hypercar as of now. A 9th arrives next year with Genesis Magna Racing, the 10th and the 11th brand to hit hypercar in World Endurance will come in 2027 with Ford and with McLaren. We've yet to see an entry from Acura, Honda, but they are racing LMDH cars in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series. So it is potential, there is potential for Honda to enter World Championship racing as well. Actually, Peter, I was thinking about the other day, given that it's 40 years since Toyota started racing at Le Mans, and the only Honda entries that I can think of have been sort of occasional enthusiast entries rather than full-fat factory deals. And it seems with all their motorsporting activity in touring cars, and particularly in Formula One, and especially in motorcycles, this is the one thing that's sort of not on their radar.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I've been in one of those entries, the Honda HPD 2012 in P1, privateer JRM run car. So yeah, you're right. There's not been that much of an interest here. Honda very big in Super GT in Japan, one of the 3 main manufacturers there. Big with Acura in America. So maybe it is a matter of time before we see Honda come here, you know, fighting for a victory overall.
And their World Touring Car programs and WTCR programs were predominantly funded by Honda R&D as well as Honda Motorsport Europe. But I mean, the BMW racing program and the Acura racing program were predominantly driven by their North American importers. It's still a massive market for any car brand. Maybe there's just not that amount of money or potential sales coming from Europe. But again, like with Toyota, like with everybody else, this is more than just a race in France. This is a global thing. And I'm just surprised that there doesn't seem to be much sniffing around. Earl Bamber with the run on the Porsche. And he comes up behind the number 5 car and straight by Michael Christensen. Caught him fast, and that's what you want to do. If you've got a head of steam, if you've got a speed advantage, you want to catch him in a position where you're not going to get slowed down either by him, because you can't get by, or other traffic. Caught him, passed him, gone.
Yeah, he did seem to have good pace. I've just noticed that Jack Aitken came into the pits on an unscheduled stop, and he's still in the pits, so looking like he's got a problem now.
Right, find out what happens to him in a moment.
Earl, happy to stay in the car at the next stop? Question?
Yes.
So Earl happy to stay in the car, not surprised. We do need to find out though what's happened to that Whelan Cadillac. You're right, he was just moving up the order, got by Fred Makovici, and has dropped back down the order. Mako, in fact, pitted and handed the car over to Jules Gounon. Now, battle for 6th place. And again, it's a Porsche under attack. Robin Freins, this time in the number 20 BMW. The last pit speeding infringement for the number 15 BMW, I think their 3rd of the race. It actually came up BMW pit speeding, no investigation, which means that both BMW and the race direction know that there's an issue with the car, so much so that they didn't need to look at the data. It was just a penalty. Now, we talked about this a little while ago with Anthony. If you've got a penalty, or if you've got an issue rather, that stops you limiting your speed correctly in the pit lane, you better sort it out. There's an awful lot of pit stops to go, and you can't be serving a penalty after each one. Well, Robin Freins negotiating that little GT3 battle at the chicane. Spare body parts ready to go in the garage. See the driver's seat row at the back vacated. You're either in the car or trying to get a little bit of shut-eye. You don't go off into a motorhome in the paddock somewhere. That'll be a unit above the garage now, or somewhere in the hospitality unit in the paddock where drivers have a room to go and lie down away from the noise and the stress.
Oh, man. Yeah, I know. No drama. We boxed this lap. We boxed this lap.
Well, that was a conversation about something, but I don't know what. And whatever ails the Whelan Cadillac, it's a lap off the lead at the moment and about to drop another one off. And there's only one prototype behind it, and that is the delayed car of Peugeot number 93, Jean-Eric Verne. And that was delayed after a trip across the Porsche Curves gravel trap and contact with the tyre wall earlier in the afternoon. Let's see if we can summon assistance. Try and get up. In fact, my watch has died. It's so late. I think our pit reporters are off duty. So we might have to rely on the traditional method of, does the team think? Message sent. Back with Nick Tandy, Robin Frines. Well, whatever else happens, Robin's not going to get held up too long behind Tandy, is he? He's closed on him. But we know from our last radio conversation that Robin is due into the pit next time round. So he's ahead of teammate Dries Vanthoor in car number 15 by 5 seconds. And Vanthoor actually doesn't look like they've had another drive-through penalty or another speeding penalty applied. Maybe no investigation meant it wasn't cut and dried, but it didn't need investigating because it was an error on behalf of the observers. Cars number 33, that's the Corvette of Johnny Edgar, and 50, that's 51 rather, that's the Ferrari of Antonio Giovinazzi, under investigation for an incident at Marshall's Post 12. First chicane at 01:03, which was 20 minutes ago. Now, I'm not sure that we saw that. Into the pit lane comes car number 20, Robin Frines in the BMW. And alone on the podium is the 24-hour trophy, waiting for the winners to come and try and pick it up. Not the lightest thing, Peter.
Well, we saw the two gents pick it up from the plinth at the start of the event, and yeah, they were holding on quite tight.
One of whom works regularly for the World Endurance Championship and is ex of the French Foreign Legion. So, not a slight gentleman in any way, shape or form. Frines in the pit lane, stays in. And again, some cool drink will be added to his car.
Yep, just about to go into his third stint.
Checking the tyre pressures and looking inside at the brakes. Yeah, now this is all safety related. This is separate from fuel. No work can go on the car.
These tyres have been on a long time. This will be the 5th stint.
Wow, you're joking.
What is? Or maybe it's.
Okay, so that may have the tiny little stint, which was a couple of laps or something, is possibly because he came in for a penalty.
Ah, okay. So no, he did get new tyres.
Yeah, no, he didn't take new tyres. No, it doesn't show any new tyres there. So his tyres are 1, 2, 3. This, yeah, they are 4 stints old. You're right. This is going into a 5th stint.
Right, I'm not going mad then. Good.
No. He had a very short little 2 or 3 lap run, but that is almost always because they've had to come in for a penalty. So, yeah. Robin Frines continues on his merry way. Maybe the oh man was a reflection of, I'm afraid we're going to have to keep these tyres on for another stint. Oh, man. Pit stops 2 for 007, the Aston Martin of Harry Tinknell. And still in the pits is Jack Aitken. One more lap and it will drop to becoming the last of our hypercars, all 21 of which are still going. Meanwhile, back with Bernardo Souza. It's been a while since we've had a Mustang moment. I had quite a few of them in the 2 Dark Horse Mustang Challenge races on Thursday and on Saturday morning.
And there was a big Mustang moment through Tete Rouge earlier in the race when
it really was.
The wheel came off the sister car and put them out of the race.
Yeah. And that has been diagnosed as literally a loose wheel nut. So the wheel nut had worked loose and had broken free of the restraining system and had thrown itself off the car, which then threw Gianmarco Lavorato into the barriers. So 3 retirements at the 1/3 distance mark. Gianmarco Lavorato in the 88 Proton Competition Mustang, the sister car of this one. Lorcan Hannafin was at the wheel of the number 60 Mercedes when it called into the garage and refused to leave. It's been bricked up. And then Darren Leung for United Autosports, his McLaren unfortunately just rolling to a halt out on the track, pulled behind the barriers and went no further. So the Proton competition car, loose wheel nut into crash. Iron Lynx came in with a very slow in-lap and they took the floor off the car. It was full of oil, so they fixed the car, poured in 7 litres of oil and a whole huge amount of coolant, which then found its way straight onto the garage floor. So that was the end of that, I'm afraid. In the old days of Ferrari Formula 1, that would have been referred to as electrical failure, because as the conrod came out of the block, it damaged the alternator. United Autosports, I'm afraid we don't know why the car stopped, but those are our only 3 retirements at the moment. I'm rather hoping that Jack Aitken does not become the 4th. Sterling work from David Addison, who will join us in a little while, but he's on T duty at the moment. Drivetrain. Well, yes, it wasn't on fire and it had all 4 wheels, so it's either electronics or something has failed to proceed. TDS Racing Car 29 in front of us. Now, it was our early race leader in LMP2 and was up at the front of the field for quite some while. However, it is now out of the points in 11th place, which does not mean it won't get a point, because it is currently in 4th place in Pro-Am. So I think what we can take from that is that some more AM time has been expended rather than Pro time. On board with Will Stevens now, as he works his way past another one of our occasional entries in the field. That's the 90 Porsche in the colours that will become familiar to many in Brad Pitt's Formula 1 film, which is obviously how everybody will refer to it, even though he's one of the actors rather than the director, the writer, or anything else. And that'll be coming out during the course of the summer. 3 wide, in the dark. Could possibly go wrong. And Peter, again, for the GT drivers, and to an extent as well for the LMP2 drivers, it's not just in the dark. Staying on your racing line, keeping the rhythm up, making sure you don't miss your braking points and all of that. It's the other loonies in those quick cars coming flying up past you and also trying to make room that make life even more difficult for the driver than it would be.
Absolutely, and there's times even when you're doing absolutely nothing wrong. You're on the racing line and they end up clipping your a close one. So, yeah, it's tricky all round.
Jack Aitken remains in the Action Express Cadillac as one of the technicians and a Michelin tyre engineer are going round. Now, I'm not sure what he was holding. Was it a fan? Tyres are on. Didn't think he was supposed to do that. I thought the car had to come out with no tyres on. However, maybe that may not be the case when you have been pushed into the pit lane. So we're hearing that the power steering locks up. Now, this is a not unfamiliar issue with the Dallara chassis. So we had Renger van der Zande had a big crash at Spa last year for precisely that reason. In the compression at Eau Rouge, the steering locked and he was powerless to stop it spearing straight into the barriers underneath the new grandstand below Rédillon. So time lost. It is back out on track but it is stone last. So what we're hearing from the team is that it is a torque sensor that locked up, so that has been replaced along with the ECU. Now, to my understanding, the torque sensor is at the opposite end of the car to what the steering is, because these cars only have power to the rear wheels and the torque sensor is on the drive shaft to measure output at the wheels, and the steering is at the front end. So they may not be connected. Might have had more issues than just the power steering going on there. Again, not quite sure why the number 15 BMW has had so much trouble. So, according to our Cadillac correspondent, replacing the steering torque sensor, okay, and the ECU, Fred Vesti reported steering issues initially in the second half of his triple stint, and they continue with Jack Aitken. And having no steering, Peter, and or having no brakes, not ideal in a racing car.
No, we're hearing that the car feels much better now. Aitken, who's been in the car approaching 3 hours, so a fair while, but he's reporting back saying it's okay now. So likely to finish this stint and then hand the car over to someone else. Just catching up myself on what's happening in LMGT3. So Porsche have vaulted to the front.
Yep, pit stop just this lap for Ahmed Al Hati from Team WRT. Was that a little off-track moment, or just using that was a little off-track moment for Robert Kubica. Are we on board? It's a replay. Are we on board with Kubica? Was that the Phil Hansen moment where he lost the lead of the race? I think it was. He was under pressure from James Collado behind, and for about half
well,
the stint,
I'd like to
Collado
introduce
been on
everyone
radio to
who
his
is
team at
watching
51.
to Michael, who's joined us now. Welcome in, Michael. How are you doing?
Hello everybody. I'm doing fine. Already feeling a little bit of tiredness, but it's going still. It's going.
Yeah, I'm so happy that you joined, because I was starting to not fall asleep, but just get a bit, you know, feel a bit meh.
Yeah.
It's that time of the race.
Yeah, it's the time of the race where everything's a little bit more calm.
Yeah.
And yeah, the night's deep into it, and yeah, not a lot happening right now.
No, not really, is it? But I mean, I guess it's better that nothing's happening than, you know, what happened last year when it was raining throughout the entire night. No rain.
Well,
no racing.
Yeah, it was exciting though too. When it was raining and then drying up again, etc., etc. I'm quite surprised of how few crashes we have seen, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that I'm pretty shocked with, actually, because normally for a WEC race or Le Mans you get quite a few crashes. The only big crashes we've had is the Peugeot and the Ford.
Yeah, exactly. And what I've heard, it wasn't the Mustang's driver's fault. It was a lug nut which came loose. So
yeah, the
unfortunate
tyre nut came off, and yeah, didn't help much with the continuation of the car, really. But sad for the Mustang to be out of the race so far.
Yeah, it was. It kind of hurt when I saw it live.
No, I feel that. I was like, oh no, not a Mustang. But yeah, nearly approaching the halfway mark very, very soon. It's gone by pretty quick. Don't know if you've read the 6-hour update article yet.
No, I didn't.
Well, there was not much happening in it, to be fair, other than those two big crashes and a few changes in the lead. Ferrari obviously getting to the top. Yeah, I think Ferrari have something a little bit different to what we expected here at Le Mans.
Yeah, I mean, they are doing quite well now after probably disappointing qualifying for them. But I didn't expect them to do this well in the evening and in the night, because the last 2 years they were a little bit slower through the night, which this year they don't have a pace disadvantage. But still, I think right now the Porsche number 6 is the most competitive car right now still.
Yeah. I mean, Kevin Astro did an amazing first stint, getting it up into the top 10 after the first few hours, starting at the back of the field, as we mentioned, due to being disqualified in qualifying. But they've done well to get back up to where they are now, and I think for them it's just getting to the end and seeing what they can get out of it.
Oh yeah, definitely. Also, the Toyota number 8 in P5 right now also doing pretty well.
Yeah,
I think. And the Cadillacs falling down the
Falling
grid
off.
slowly.
Yeah, falling off really hard. We've just seen the 311 come out of the pits after being in the pits for about 18 minutes there. It was replacing the ECU and the torque sensor. So not a good sign for them in the race when they had such a good chance. I mean, Drugovich was having a great time, and Frederick Vesti was having quite a lot of fun as well in that car. But it's a shame to see them drop down the order now. But you know, the 12 and the 38, just outside the top 10. Well, in the top 10 at the moment. They'll probably, you know, keep in the top 10 at some points. Obviously, I'm expecting more things to happen and more cars to fall off a bit as it goes on. But we'll see.
Yeah, about the number 311 car, it has never really done that well in Le Mans, when I remember correctly.
No, it hasn't, that's true.
1 year crashed on the first lap and was pretty much out already after the first Mulsanne chicane. And the other year I think they didn't do well either. So, yeah.
Yeah, they've not had the greatest luck, the Cadillac Whelan guys, but you know, they keep coming back, and why would you not come back to Le Mans?
If you have the chance to. Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. If you have the chance to, you'll always take an opportunity to drive at Le Mans or take a car to Le Mans. I mean, that's the reason why the 101 Wayne Taylor racing car is here. You know, they didn't expect to win the race, obviously not. But you know, they're here to you know, make a contingent, get the experience, and you know, it's big for Wayne Taylor himself. You know, he brought the LMP1 North Star Cadillac back. When was it? Probably like 2000s.
Yeah, something like that.
I'm gonna search that up now. It was. Yeah, 2002. 2000 and 2001. So yeah, been 24 years since Cadillac was at the top step and in Le Mans, really, properly, especially Wayne Taylor. But yeah, I think, you know, they just want to have some fun, I think.
Yeah. And for us to use, it's of course also really nice. More cars equals more racing.
Absolutely.
And yeah, it's nice. I mean, it's sitting between the number 36 and number 35 Alpine right now in P16. So between 2 full season entries and ahead of the 2 full season Aston Martin entries. So it's still doing quite okay for a one-time entry,
and you know what?
in WEC.
You mentioned the Aston Martins as full-time entries for WEC. You know, we don't expect to see them at the top of the field. You know, we expect to see them last and penultimate last most of the time. But they're still racing. They're still going 9.5 hours in. You know,
with only one issue until now, which was a slow puncture.
slow
in the first
puncture in
stint.
the opening hour. Yeah, exactly. Like they are doing miraculously better than, you know, I hate to mention it, Van Wall, Isotta. You know, all of these guys are, you know, the Astons are doing a lot better than those guys.
Well, about Isotta today, I watched a video about the Isotta Fraschini project, and they didn't even do that bad in Le Mans. They hadn't had any major issues. So, I think if you are a project or like a hypercar manufacturer, your number one priority is just to gain as much data as possible.
Yeah.
Meaning, just
I think
keep it out the wall, keep it out of unnecessary
Yeah,
contact, and just try to
absolutely.
finish the race and gain the experience, and then come back the next year stronger. For example, best thing in Porsche. 2 years ago they were nowhere. Last year they won the championship with
Yeah.
the Drivers' Championship.
I mean, the thing I think about Isotta is the fact that, you know, Isotta were, you know, 5 seconds off pace, really. The Aston Martins, they've been there or thereabouts. They've been, you know, maybe a tenth or two behind the next car, which isn't as much as the Isotta was in previous years. But, you know, I think for the Aston Martin guys, it's really, really good stuff to see them here and doing well and still driving at this point.
Yeah, it's incredible because it's also such a different concept to compare to most other cars.
Yeah.
It's it's the only non-hybrid car in the grid.
Yep.
It has a V12 in it. It's
naturally
a road
aspirated
car.
V12, yeah.
Yeah, it's a road car, more or less.
Well,
and
it's a track car and then a road car, then a race car. Yeah.
It's just a weird mix out of everything,
Yeah.
and it's just so different to anything else, and it's just so interesting. And it has also been announced for the official LMU game that it will be coming out on the 22nd of July, and I can't wait for it, to be honest.
Absolutely, I can't wait for LMU to continue growing and bringing out these awesome cars. I mean, even the AMG is going to be fun to drive. As much as everyone probably hates the AMG at the moment due to how bad it is in WEC, but oh well.
But they surprised me too, with them placing 4th after qualifying, I think.
Yep. Yeah. Started 4th.
And they are in the pack at least. They are not seconds off per lap and are also doing their jobs. I mean,
you've obviously had the number 6C, which is still in the pits. The Brenton Grove one is second last due to the Aston Martin having an issue. And then the other one is just... It did drop down. It started 4th. It's now 17th. So it's not doing amazingly, but it's still running at least. And I think that's what's important. Is it's better than what we expected, I guess, for the AMGs.
I mean, we'd never expect them to win this.
No.
I mean, what were our expectations for the GT3 field? Probably a BMW to win, or maybe one of the Astons.
Ferrari.
Or Ferrari. And maybe the number 33 Corvette, if they have some good pace and good luck.
But doesn't seem like they did.
No, not really. But all in all, the whole field from Hypercar to LMP2 to GT3, it's just everything so close, I feel like.
Yeah.
And it's really the golden era of endurance racing, of sports car racing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
we've mentioned it before on this stream multiple times. You know, if Group C was the golden era, then what is this era? This is the golden era.
The platinum era.
The platinum era, if you wanted to, yeah.
And also with the announcement that the Asian Le Mans series is going to have a hypercar program as well in 2026 and 7 season. It's just and the cycle being renewed again until 2036 for the hypercar. 2032. Well, really. It just shows that there's a huge interest from the manufacturers, but also from the fans and the spectators, and it's just great to see so many different cars on the most different tracks of the world, and it's just great all in all.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah. We're going to have to think about switching over to our second stream very, very soon. We're approaching 10 hours. We've already done 10 hours on this stream, so approaching the 12-hour mark. We'll probably switch over about the 11 hours in. And then, yeah. Getting through it though, aren't we?
Oh yeah.
Hope you got some snacks for the night though.
Not really anymore. You know,
you've
usually
already eaten them, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Well, you know, typical for Le Mans, it's on the weekend after my birthday, or like 2 years ago it was the weekend on my birthday, and I usually have cake.
Yeah, but we don't have cake at Le Mans, do we?
This year it's a bit different. This year I don't have cake, sadly, not yet, because I've planned something different this year.
Send me your address, I'll send you some cake.
My party is gonna be a bit later, so I don't have cake, so the only alternative there is...
heroin.
Yes. So... so you know where my night's gonna go.
Oh god, Michael.
Nah, I'm just joking. Don't do drugs. Really don't.
The only drugs you do is Spanish bread.
Oh, Spanish bread, the best of all.
I don't
Never
even know
had
what
it.
Spanish bread is, mate.
Me neither.
I was asleep at this point during the stream last year.
Yeah, it's just become such a meme between me and Chess, especially. It's
yeah.
And now
Speaking
it's
of,
just part of the whole
where
thing.
the heck is Ches?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he's fallen asleep, the guy.
I've just seen. Have you just seen that message on the screen at the moment? 51, 20 seconds stop and go.
For pit lane speed limit violation.
Yeah.
That's a pretty hefty penalty there. That's gonna drop the number 51.
Quite far down.
Yeah, I think the BMW number 20
will
isn't
be...
that far behind, right?
It will drop them, I'm pretty sure, to 9th.
Yeah, with the number 5 Porsche now in their pit stop, they could, they will probably.
GT Army in the chat saying, "Wish I had some Monster." Yeah, I've got some Monster in the fridge waiting for me, so I've got two cans of it waiting for me, and I'm going to only use them when I need it. I've also got to do, I've also got to do a race myself tomorrow night. Well, Sunday evening, so I've not also done any practice for it. So wish me luck.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah.
Well, I was on a little party yesterday from when we started like 5 p.m. till 2. I've had, I think, at least 4 monsters and another 6-pack of energies with them.
Jesus.
Alcoholic beverages.
Yeah.
And more. And I can't just drink a monster now for a few days. Otherwise my heart's gonna stop beating.
I was gonna say your heart will just combust.
Yeah. I'm reducing myself to some water today. And yeah, we'll just see how far I can go with water.
So far I've been drinking Fanta, and then I just put some orange and pineapple like cordial into some lemonade to make that. So yeah, it's pretty decent and keeping me going for now, but I don't want to use the coffee or the or the energy drinks till I actually need it. So like, more than halfway in the race.
Yeah, well, but we are soon at halfway, so It's a
Yeah.
thing to look for. But the hardest part is gonna be like the morning stages, where
morning
where the
bit.
sun's just.
And
Yeah.
then it's also, do I have a nap after the race, before my race? Do I risk oversleeping?
What race do you even participate in?
It's the CRF. So you know FGTRL GT3 World Challenge.
Yeah.
It's that, but we're doing it at CRF now. So it's season 1 at CRF,
Yeah.
and I'm doing that. I'm racing in it now because I was like, why not? And it's at Donington, so.
Oh man, good luck, man. Good luck.
Yeah.
Yeah. As you might know,
we had Zandvoort a few weeks ago as the opening round, so I think I came 6th in class in that. So
nice.
hoping to keep up some good results.
Yeah, as you might have already noticed, I've like completely backed down from sim racing.
Yeah.
And league racing as a whole. Just the motivation's just gone. And I'm just more enjoying my time on single player races again.
Yeah.
And different kind of stuff. But yeah.
GT Army just said in the chat, would a neat vodka have the same effect?
Well,
for me, no, because any alcohol makes me sleepy. So, yeah, no. For me, no.
So right now, a Ferrari number 51 is into the pits for the 20-second stop and go penalty.
That's going to be very, very long for that driver. That's currently Antonio Giovinazzi in that car.
And
That's
he exits the
race.
pits in P9.
As I
now,
said.
falling behind the number 28 BMW and the number 12 Cadillac of Hertz Team Jota. But still ahead of the number 5 Porsche Penske, which has made its stop
that
just a lap after the Ferrari.
That I don't suppose that Jovi is happy in any way, shape or form, but I think Ale would be just a little bit more vociferous and everything. Especially
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear.
Sorry, I unplugged my microphone a little bit there and didn't mean to. As I was saying, apologies before I cut out. Let's have a look how your fantasy's doing, Michael.
Oh, I'm not well, I think.
Number
I'm not
51
doing
as your main in P9, your 50 in P6. The 43 currently P2, and the 22 currently 6th in LMP2 standard. The number 11 Proton is currently 3rd in LMP2 Pro-Am, and the number 199 is leading in Pro-Am. And then you've got the 33 TF Sport Corvette, which is currently P18. And the number 19 Mantai is currently P12. So not a great one for you.
At least my LMP2 picks are doing quite well.
Yeah, but, you know, there's less LMP2s than there is other classes, isn't there? That's the hard thing about it, I guess.
Yeah. But we still have to consider we still have more than twice the amount of the Spa 6-hour race ahead of us, 14 hours to go. So
you also get
still a lot can happen.
Your main picks get double points as standard, so that's always nice. And then you get points at the halfway point as well. So it's a good handful of points that you can gain from this 24-hour Le Mans. The same goes for Nürburgring next week and for Spa the weekend after. So there's going to be lots of points on offer for anyone who's participating in the fantasy that we do at Formula GT.
I just can't wait for the NLS 24 hours as well.
Yeah,
such
that'll
an
be awesome.
Epic race, and hopefully it's going to.
Streaming it here. I don't even think I'm going to be around during the weekend. I think I'm on a trip for it.
problem between the seat and the wheel. But
Hopefully the
but
Nürburgring
yeah.
24 is gonna be a 24-hour race and
Yeah,
not just
yeah,
another
absolutely.
cut short race.
But yeah, as I said, I won't be around, so we won't be streaming it. You'll be able to watch it free anyway on YouTube for anyone who is interested. WEC is the only thing that we really stream now, is because everything else you can watch for free on YouTube or wherever, whereas WEC is not free. So
yeah, a bit of a shame that WEC is behind such a pricey
Paywall.
barrier. I must admit, it is pretty pricey, the web package.
Absolutely.
And when we have like I want to say 90% of the other huge racing series as free, like GT3, yeah, DTM, then NLS, so many free things to watch. Rallycross, I recently watched Rallycross because they also streamed it live on YouTube.
Yep.
It was fantastic.
The thing is, the series that are under paywall is, you know, F1, unless you want to watch it about 12 hours later and as a highlights reel on like Channel 4 or something in the UK, for example. Obviously, you can't watch WEC for free, you can't watch WRC for free, you can't watch Formula E for free. And I know you're going to say this, Austrian privilege. Yes, I know. But for majority of people who aren't Austrian, they're screwed, really.
Yeah. Yes. Pretty much, yeah. It's a bit of a shame, but like I said, there's still more than enough free racing content to watch live on YouTube every weekend.
And that's the thing that I think, you know, the GT World Challenge races, most of the time, I think the racing there is better than anything that F1 could produce.
Yeah, to be honest, with this season especially, I'm just kind of bored out from Formula 1.
Yeah.
And I don't think the racing is that good. It's becoming worse, I feel like.
Yeah.
And with all these strict rules and how you can overtake someone illegally, and it's just so confusing and non-linear, and
it's just
Formula
an
1
endless
is
cycle of disappointment continuously, you know.
Yes, and I also feel like Formula 1 is turning away from being a sport and more into entertainment.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And
it
also looking at that money from companies and countries that have oil, for example, rather than, you know, good racing and good circuits. You know, don't get me wrong, Abu Dhabi's a great circuit, but, you know, you take Jeddah, for example, or Qatar. The only reasons why they're on the calendar is because of money, or of oil money. Let's be honest.
Yeah. And with the American circuits as well, we have 3 American circuits.
Yeah.
Because they want to expand there as much as possible, and on one hand I think it's good. The USA is a very big country and of course deserves to have some more races than some other countries.
Yeah.
But still, I don't think Miami is a good racing track and is a good venue. I think COTA is actually the best race we have in the States right now. And
but
to be honest,
fair,
I don't mind Vegas.
Wasn't too bad.
No,
it's not been too bad. I have
it wasn't
enjoyed
too bad.
it.
I agree. It's not too bad. I don't mind if it's on the calendar.
Obviously, the first year of the Las Vegas Grand Prix was a bit controversial, a bit, you know, it felt like a comedy, sort of, you know.
Yeah, but for the second year they've dialed it down a bit, and this was very enjoyable, and the racing's good, the track is quite alright.
Yeah.
And it's just a shame because we are now, for example, for the 2026 Formula 1 season, we have 2 races in Spain, one on Barcelona, Catalonia, and one in Madrid, another street track, where I have to say we have We have so many street tracks already. With the
thing
likes
is,
of
the thing is for me is that street tracks don't work for the current Formula 1 cars because street tracks are always too tight. The only exception I think is obviously Saudi with Jeddah. Jeddah, I think it's a great track. It's so fast, it's so gripping and tense, and you know, you take your eye off it any moment and anything could happen. The only issue is that the current generation of cars just don't work there.
yeah.
I think, you know, we saw it last year in the GT World Challenge at Jeddah. The race was actually really exciting. The speed of the GT3s were insane. And, you know, if a game like ACC continued to develop and add tracks, add cars, etc., Jeddah would be one of those tracks that I would want on the game. Because in a GT3, it just works so well.
Yeah, it looked awesome. Also in GT4s, it was
And GT4s
awesome to
as well,
watch
yeah.
it. It's just that the country the track is located in is just a bit
Yeah,
controversial
not great.
for us. And when we're on the topic on street tracks, if I just start to list the street tracks we have in Formula 1, where we start the season off on a street track with Melbourne, which is a classic, and the track has been
but that track's great.
rebuilt. Yeah, the track's great after their like revisions it made in 2022, I think.
Yeah.
Or 2023, one of the two. And now it's become a great circuit for racing,
Yeah.
but it also had its weak years, especially
Absolutely.
in
But
the
I think
late 2010s.
I think every track has that, if that makes sense.
Yeah. But I feel like after the revisions, it's become just a lot more better and just much more enjoyable to watch it.
Yeah.
Then we have Saudi Arabia, where we already said that it's a great track, but the cars are just not suited
Too
for
big.
it anymore. Miami, in my opinion, is like one of the worst tracks ever in Formula 1. You have such a good concept with fast flowing corners and two long straights to connect some fast flowing corners, but then you have a little passage which is so tiny and narrow where you can't even really follow a car through.
Yep.
And then have such a bad exit onto a long straight that you can't even make overtakes into the second to last
Exactly.
corner. It's just a mess.
Yeah.
And if they want to host another race in America, there are so many great racing circuits in America. Best example, in my opinion, Indianapolis and Watkins Glen. I think both of these tracks could do really, really well.
The only issue with something like Watkins Glen is the space.
Yes.
Especially for an F1 track, they've not got anything there.
Yeah, but I feel like Formula 1 could help out with that, because as far as I know, Formula 1 is paying for hosting a race in Vegas.
Yeah.
And so why not do the same with a classic racetrack where the fans would really like to watch it? Because I think a lot more fans enjoy watching races on old classic tracks like Imola, which has now sadly gone off the calendar for next year, than just some new random street track like Madrid, where you've already seen in some mods in Assetto Corsa that there is
It just
already
looks so bad.
It's so weird. It's some flowing corners and then some tight, twisty 90 degrees corners, and it just looks horrible for racing. Yes, just looks bad for racing again.
Yep. Well, you know what I've got? I've got some snacks. I've got some cherry bakewells that I'm going to devour.
Oh,
Ooh.
nice.
Do you even know what they are, Michael?
No, I have no idea.
Right.
But
okay.
it just
You're
sounds
watching my
nice.
stream, right?
Yes, I am.
They spring into action, and if they spring in too quickly, then they get
I mean, I do like cherries. Oh,
It's like
that looks really good.
It's like a little pie. with cherry jam in it, and then icing on the top, and then, as you can see, a cherry on top. They are very lovely.
It looks delicious. I could devour 12 of them in one go.
I've only got 6, so I'll devour 6. It's good to see the Iron Dames do well at the moment in this, you know.
With them having to get a replacement a week before the race.
Yep.
Because of an unfortunate injury for one of the drivers. Of course a shame, but on the other hand, I'm sure we'll see this squad again competing in Le Mans next year.
Absolutely.
They've become a staple in WEC, especially with the Porsche. I mean, they had the 1 year with Lambo last year in 2024, and now they switched again back to Porsche and are already doing a lot better. And it's nice to see them doing quite well again.
It's really good. As much as I hate on them all the time, it is good to see them doing well and having some lady luck on their side for once.
Yeah. What I'm so surprised about this season is how well the Lexus cars are doing.
Oh, absolutely. We mentioned it earlier. They've just grown so intense, and for them to be currently 4th and 5th in class at the moment, absolutely how?
After the car's already been out for like a decade, I feel like.
8 years, yeah.
Nearly a decade, yeah, and is on the brink of being replaced.
It's being replaced next year.
Yeah, and now they are one last time showing their strengths. It's great to see, and I'm enjoying it. What I'm quite surprised is how bad the McLarens are doing. I mean, one had a drive shaft failure, I think I've heard. And the other one is down in P16. Mustang's not doing better in P15, and
I think the thing about
the other
the
one
McLarens
DNF'd.
Is that they're either good or they're either shit. I think. And I don't think this track works for them. Obviously, you saw it last year that the Optimum McLaren took pole. I think over a 1 lap stint, a 1 lap qualifying lap, they have good pace, but in a race they don't have it at all.
Yeah, yeah. You can also see it in a few other categories. I think, for example, I'm a huge DTM fan. I'm watching pretty much every race, and in DTM it's well, sometimes they are on pace and can get a top 10, but most of the times they're just nowhere to be seen on the back of the field together with the Astons and the Fords. The thing is though, the Aston and the Fords, it's their first years in the DTM, and the McLarens, they are doing their 2nd year, I think. So I feel like they should be doing a lot better. They should be more consistent, because one race they're fighting for the top 10, and the next race on the same circuit with pretty much the same conditions, they are just on the back of the field. So I don't know, is it the car, or is it the team, or maybe a mix of both?
I think it's a mixture of things, because McLarens do really well in series under the SRO banner, such as British GT, where they're a very popular car and always get good results. They do well in GT World Challenge Europe, especially in the Sprint Cup. So they've also got really good factory drivers. They've got, Marvin Kirchhofer, who set the lap record at Silverstone this year. You got Benji Goethe, a very, very, very successful young driver. Dean McDonald, you know, all of these guys. I mean, the McLaren won 2 races out of 2 in Hockenheim at GT Open last weekend. You know, they're a good car. I just think under SRO rules, so GT World Challenge Europe, British GT, and then GT World Challenge America, they're doing all right in. You know, it works under that rule set. Under the ACO, under the FIA, under the ADAC, DTM, GT Masters, Northwest, and NLS series, they just don't perform as well, and especially IMSA as well. You know, we saw Inception with them last year, and they abandoned it halfway through. FAF as well. I do think that sometimes it takes a little bit of time to get used to your car, and sometimes that means that you need to spend a year or two having some shit results to get to that good result, you know. And I think that's what these teams in WEC, in DTM, in IMSA need to have. Obviously, you know, we've seen Door Motorsport take on the McLaren. This is their 2nd year. Again, I don't think they're going to be at the top until they get a factory driver in. If they got Benji Goethe or Marvin Kirchhofer in, both of who are Germans, if they race in their home series in the DTM in the McLaren, I'm sure that would do. They would do absolute wonders. Don't get me wrong, Timo Glock is absolutely amazing at what he does and how he drives, but he's not used to the McLaren. He's not used to GT cars for ages. You know, it's going to take some time for them to actually get those good results, I think.
Yeah, and another thing which is also kind of a downplayer for McLaren is that the GT3 car is the most expensive GT3 car in its category, what I've heard.
I don't think it is.
I'm pretty sure I saw an article last year talking about why they abandoned their cars in IMSA, because the McLaren was just more expensive than, for example, the Porsche or Ferraris.
Now, though, it's looking a bit more Porsche friendly, but also you've got a Toyota in the fight. So now, not only have you got a
well, looking here, you've got.
But it's actually spread across.
It's saying a
Toyota, Porsche, and Ferrari.
Definitely, it's opened up a bit, and with BMW sitting in 7th as well.
Just looking at this article.
Also enter the fray. Things change quickly here.
You know, a car probably costs $500,000. 296 GT3, $750,000.
Peter's going to have a quick look at tyres.
I would expect a Mercedes AMG to be one of the cheapest, or a Porsche the cheapest. And this is also saying, excluding the cost to purchase a car, you're looking at anywhere from $800,000 to $1.2 million for a season. So it's not cheap. But I think, you know, Porsches and Mercedes are probably the cheapest GT3s around.
Yeah, the German cars probably with
I don't even
BMW
think
in the mix as well, I think.
I mean, let's have a look here. We're just looking at a website. Mercedes AMG second-hand for $349,000. An Audi Evo 2, again, no one uses the Audi anymore. It's out of yeah, for $259,000. That I can understand why it's so cheap, because they probably just want to get rid of it. A brand new Porsche. This is a 2-year-old Porsche 992 for $530,000. That's not cheap for a second-hand car, even. A Lamborghini Huracan EV2 for $300K. An M3 doesn't have a price. I mean, an Acura NSX Evo 22 is $250,000. You got a McLaren here from Inception themselves, which is at 300k. You know, this is second-hand cars as well. Buying them brand new, you're looking at, as I said, about $750,000 base, really.
Yeah.
And that's not including,
yeah.
you know, your tyres, repairs, extras, you know, fuel,
mechanics,
exactly,
transportation.
So it's not cheap, but I think
entry fees.
I don't even think that you can say the reason why certain cars aren't running in IMSA, for example, is because of the cost of the car. I think all the cars, you know, they're pretty similar prices. If you own a Ferrari dealership, you're probably going to buy a Ferrari.
Yeah. That's why Durham Motorsport also races with McLarens, because they are known for their McLarens.
Yeah, exactly.
And they want to promote their brand, of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's why they are in DTM and also NLS. And I mean, it's working. It's getting talked about. And it's everybody in Germany or every DTM fan now knows, oh, there's a dealership named Durham with McLarens.
Yeah.
So everything has its up and downs, I think, and you just have to try and make the best out of it. I mean, we'll see where it will go with the Durham McLarens, for example, and the United Autosports McLaren in WEC. But I feel like they have a very bright future, because yesterday it got announced that McLaren is entering the Hypercar program with United Autosports, who are co-owned by Zach Brown, the
CEO of McLaren.
CEO, yeah. So I think that's a pretty safe bet for them, at least.
I think the thing as well with United Autosports is United Autosports has such a rich and successful history at Le Mans, and in European Le Mans, and in World Endurance Championship, obviously in LMP2 mostly, also LMP3, but they did also drive McLaren GT4s in British GT when they began. So they've always been sort of alongside McLaren, but I think, you know, the fact that, you know, LMP2 is not present in the full FIA WEC season, United were like, okay, well, we still want to participate in WEC. We're going to have to buy McLaren. We're going to have to do that. I think it's just going to take some time for them to get proper full of it. And you've also got to think as well, the driver ratings and the driver lineups that they have, you know, you've got to have a bronze. You can't have two platinums either. You've got to have a gold, a silver, and a platinum. A gold, a silver, or a platinum.
Yeah.
There's a lot of limitations in this LMGT3 era compared to something like GTE AM, where you could have a bronze driver and then two platinums, for example.
Yeah, I mean it has become a bit stricter, because the LMP2 class is pretty much gone from WEC, except for the race in Le Mans. And I don't mind it, to be honest, because I'm not the biggest fan of LMP2s. It's pretty much a one-make series as of right now with the Oreca 07.
Yeah.
And I do enjoy it a lot more when there are different brands competing, like example Hypercar and GT3. So I'm excited for the new rules. There is going to be Oreca and another Ligier, another manufacturer, yeah, with a Gibson engine again. So a little bit more variety, but I'm not too confident, to be honest, in Ligier, and I think that Orica's gonna make a car which just outclasses the Ligier again. But only future will tell, I guess.
You know,
What do you think?
the LMP3 has had a new generation of car in this year, and it's done really well because all 4 manufacturers are there. They're all there. It's just going to be. It's just purely based on what does each team want as their car.
Yeah, I'm hoping it will be the same with LMP2 in the future. We'll just have to see in different motorsport series though, because we won't see it that much in WEC. In ALMS, I don't know how much we'll see of those, because with now the announced hypercars also competing at LMS soon, which I'm very excited for. We of course know European Le Mans series will still keep their LMP2, LMP3 and GT3, so that's still good.
Yeah.
And when we're talking of ELMS, it has already also been announced that the cars and tracks of the ELMS season 2025 will come to Le Mans Ultimate, which in my opinion is the best thing they could have done. Adding 3 new tracks with 2 huge classics with Silverstone and Barcelona. I think you can't go wrong with these 2. And a track which in my opinion is perfect for endurance racing in Paul Ricard. And with how LMU has done it with other tracks already with their different layouts, I think this could be epic, because Paul Ricard can have so many different variations, with a chicane in the middle or no chicane, with a shortened version in the first sector, a shortened version in the third sector.
Yeah.
And I hope that when the DLC pack comes out, that we'll have a lot of options to drive on Paul Ricard. And this will just increase the content by such a huge margin, which is just a win-win for everybody. Having to scan only a single track, but being able to make so many different layouts. Same with Bahrain, where in LMU you have 4 different layouts, and I think all 4 of them are great in each and every way.
Yeah, definitely.
I know some people don't like the endurance layout. I personally do enjoy it though. The longest layout of Bahrain, and it's just good to have tracks, and also the new LMP3 car will be added to LMU soon.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty excited to drive those, because I've only driven LMP3 cars like twice, and that was in Project Cars 2, so
Throwback.
not really. But I do love my Project Cars 2 still.
We all love our Project Cars too, mate.
It's a little bit of a shame what happened to Project Cars 3.
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
AMS2 is like the spiritual successor, but
Project
it's
Motor. Have you seen the new Project Motor? I can't remember what it is. Project Motor.
Racing?
Motorsports or something? Motor Racing, is it?
I think it's Project Motor Racing. Yeah.
I mean, that's got such big sort of hope on it. So let's hope it does it. You know.
Yeah. Let's. I'm quite excited for it. I'm not gonna like buy it like directly when it comes out. I think I'm gonna wait a bit and see what the game has to offer and what the community behind is going to be, and things like that.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, I wouldn't, because with LMU, I jumped on the train instantly, and I need to be honest, I don't regret it. I've had a lot of fun, but I just had a different feeling to LMU. I just knew from the beginning that it was going to be something great, which I've never felt with any other game really as of now. So,
No, exactly.
and with the huge announcements they made on the 10th of June, it's going to be a great year for LMU, and yeah, we'll see where the sim racing is going to go from now on. With my hope being that the virtual Le Mans series will take place over the winter, so that will racing fans have still something to watch.
Yep.
And yeah.
Right, I'm going to be leaving you for just about 5 minutes. I just need to go toilet and sort myself out for a bit. And then I will
Oh
be
yeah,
back.
don't worry. Oh yeah, don't worry. Alright. Yeah, right now, very quiet time of the race. Everybody's just driving their stints down through the night, trying not to fight too much at his teams. It's now exactly 2:30, so it's cake time, my friends. It is officially cake time.
Close the door on your way out, Goodwin. That would be great. Thanks. It does tell the story, doesn't it? It feels like we're very deep into this race. We are very deep into this race.
The number 11 Proton competition LMP2 car right now getting hunted down by the number 183 AF Corsa LMP2, running nose to gearbox through Indianapolis down to the Porsche curves. Probably the closest bell we have on track right now, if I'm seeing this correctly. As the number 51 Ferrari makes another pit stop.
Right, okay. 51 on pit lane then. This is the much penalised car of late. It copped a 5-second penalty and then a 20-second stop-go within 20 minutes of the two penalties. 2 in 20 minutes.
Confirmed, by the way, 50 did suffer a puncture.
Ah, okay, right.
So we'll keep an eye out for any further information we get from the excellence in his Ferrari's Court BR guys.
So 51 have just rejoined Antonio Giovinazzi at the wheel, and that now gives you the yellow AF Corsa car of Robert Kubica up front.
Ooh, the car number 50 seemed to have had a puncture. Not all too great.
We're not in a position where we're going to be managed around the two factory cars. We've got a minute of a gap ahead of two flying Porsches, which have shown.
Right now, the overall leaders in number 1. In first place, the number 83 Ferrari, and in second, the number 6 Porsche Penske, and in third place, the number 4 Porsche Penske. And Porsche is clawing their way back into the top spots,
I was touching on this with Peter about half an hour ago. I'm
with
still slightly open-mouthed.
the Ferraris beginning to slow down through the night a bit.
In 10.5 hours. We've not had a single safety car period, and we've not had the same sort of brutal, aggressive aggressive driving that we had last year. Think back, you touched on Kubica. Think back to when he and Dries van Thor got together last year. It was brutal driving by Kubica. We haven't had anything like that,
no,
really.
we've not. I mean, the biggest surprise for me after, like I say, 3-4 hours away from the booth is to come in and still see the colour pattern on the timing screens.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the blocks that it is. Most notably, the 37 car, the CLX Pure Racing car that's had the big delay early on. I think Pat repassed, regained the laps they'd lost, repassed.
We are experiencing a yellow flag.
Yellow flag?
Yes, a yellow flag, but I don't know for what and where.
Marshall Post 30, which is heading up to Porsche Curves.
Porsche Curves, yeah.
It's currently the 46, which has come to a stop in the Porsche Curves.
I see, yes. Number 46, Team WRT BMW.
My
the
pick.
car Valentino Rossi is also driving in, but I think he's not behind the wheel right now. As far as I know. Wonder what happened to the car.
Oh, there it is.
It's stuck in the gravel, as it seems. If that's the only issue, then they'll be good.
They just need to get it back on track, though.
I think the tires are spinning through the gravel and he's not moving. Kevin van der Linde behind the wheel. Did he make a mistake by himself?
It looks like he's stopped steering.
I think he might have lost the rear and counter-steered into the gravel, potentially. The car definitely stuck in the gravel and needing some outside assistance to get it back on track.
I think there might have been an issue with the car rather than his skill issue, because Calvin van der Linde is very, very good driver.
As long as you keep him away from the Norris ring.
Yes, that's true. But he was doing so well. They were literally in pretty much in
they were
the top
definitely
three, weren't they?
Yeah, they were in one of the top spots. Now they're slipping down and slipping down to 12th right now.
Just for the benefit of people listening, let me point out there are only two things in this world I don't like. Graham Goodwin's both of them. So glad you've had some sleep.
Could this be our third full course yellow?
Could be.
Or even maybe our first safety car after 10 and a half hours of racing.
Choose to do tyres, but no, they do not. Out it goes. The tyres have to come as a sort of second part to the pit stop, but as you've seen, you've saved time.
And I've got
and
a grabber
there's the
going
tractor.
over to get it. Yep.
Only a slow zone. I think that's a good decision.
Yeah. My pick.
It was not a full stint for Robert Kubica. He's taken the opportunity of the slow zone to save a little bit of time against some of the cars around him, because he was clear of that zone before the slow zone came out, which means the cars behind him will have been delayed by it.
There's another slow zone before the end of the lap. Not activated at the moment, but if slow zone 9 is in operation, then that possibly can help you as well. A 9 and 1, if they link the two together,
big saving.
And you come into the pitch, you can make a massive saving. Yeah. Anyway, slow zone 8 is the one in question, right now it is for number 46, Calvin van der Linde. Now, he'd not been in that car for very long, had he? And the car had tumbled down to 13th in class. This is the replay of it. I'm convinced something just failed on that, and that's why he couldn't make the corner.
When I looked at it, he was at about 5th or 6th before the incident.
The lights are on though, So it's not been an electrical failure, seemingly.
That's not full lights.
Oh, no, fair point.
Yeah.
Fair
They've
point.
just mentioned not fuel lights on the car, so.
Well, just when you start talking about
Can't be a huge problem. The car now getting lifted up by a tractor.
really for the first, I would say, 9.5 of the 10.5 hours as the car to beat. Now we might get some radio traffic.
It must feel weird getting picked up by a tractor, sitting in the car, and it's shaking left to right, like you're in a roller coaster.
Ready to see what can be done about this. Of course,
teams are clearing the garage, expecting that car to come in.
He's not far from pit in, providing the car will fire up and he's able to drive it back, and that's going to be the next real fascination here.
There's Van Fast looking very, very concerned indeed.
Yeah.
The other point I was going to make with the lights we're talking about there is, as on the crane there, that's not blinding light against those marshals.
No, it's true.
It's just side lights for that car. So it's not got all the juice, but then again, it will not be fired up at this stage. The key moment is right now, David Ellison.
Yeah.
Can he fire the car up? He's certainly going to give it a go. We'll see those barriers.
Will Kevin be able to bring the car back into the pits now?
Let's hope he can.
He has been brought onto asphalt, and the car's moving.
Got it back. Less good news is they've lost a lot of time.
Now, how many laps has it lost while it's been there? It has dropped away from
One more lap.
One more lap. It's lost a lap to the class lead. Okay, could be worse.
This adjustment, you know, you're familiar with the Nürburgring 24 hours, the Spa 24 hours, the Le Mans 24 hours. One of the biggest adjustments when you're here watching trackside, or when you're doing what we're doing, trying to describe the action, is recalibrating for the different length of lap. And for this one,
So the number 46 is now pretty much out of the running for first.
Yeah.
They'll need to have some luck with safety car or two.
But we don't want safety cars.
No, we don't, so... Sorry, Kelvin, Rossi, and Al-Hati. No, Al-Hati was in the sister car,
No,
right?
it's Al-Hati.
It is Al-Hati.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for you guys. No more safety cars this race. In this modern era of endurance racing, you can't make a single mistake, otherwise you're out of the running for first. It's just become so close and competitive. Oh, what do you think?
Yeah.
But his deputy, you just heard, and they'll get a 20-second count. They'll get a 15.
But one thing we can already say again, that qualifying doesn't matter at all when it comes to endurance racing. That both first team drove the Cadillacs on the front row at the start, and
Team
they
WRT
are
BMW
now,
starting third as well.
yeah, and now the two Cadillacs are in 10th and in, I can't even see the other one, in 7th and 10th. Far off where they started.
Yeah.
And the Porsche number 6, which started last in class, is leading. Alright, the number 46 made it back into the pits. They're pushing the car now back into the garage, probably to investigate the problem. So I think if it would have been a driver error, they wouldn't push the car back into the pits. So what do you say?
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. There's definitely an issue with the car for them to do this. Yeah.
Yeah, the hood is already gone, and they're already looking under it. Yeah, probably a steering problem then.
And it may well be penalties come for Jaminet, for Marcello, and for Tandy for that slow zone infringement.
It's these moments, isn't it, that could make a difference.
Absolutely.
In a few hours' time. These
So Charlie, what is your biggest disappointment
In
of
this
this race
race,
so far? Yeah. Which team or driver or
Alpine.
Alpine?
Yeah.
I would say the French teams in general, Peugeot and Alpine.
Yeah.
Both
I mean,
of them.
Peugeot have been a disappointment the whole week. They've not
Oh,
been
yeah.
there. The fact that Alpine got through to Hyperpole and was so high up, the only issue that they've had is getting this pit speed limiter and causing incidents with other cars. Like, they need to stop because it's not going to make them go any further.
No. The Alpines right now, the number 36 in 14th, the number 35 in 18th. Shame. Real shame.
Yeah.
And they haven't even been mecha chromed yet.
No, exactly.
But that's one thing I've noticed this year, that the reliability has been a lot better for the Alpines.
Yeah.
And that we haven't had any major engine issues for any of the hypercar teams this year.
Absolutely.
So it just shows again, once again, how reliable those cars are being built and developed into.
Absolutely.
Except when we talk about IMSA Lamborghini, but I think that's
Oh,
a
well.
bit of a different topic.
Yeah. Who cares about Lamborghini? No.
Yeah, but at least they managed to finish their first 24-hour race at Le Mans last year.
True. And we have got a full course yellow.
Oh.
For what?
For what?
Double yellow at Marshall Post 5, which is in the Dunlop chicane.
Absolutely, we are going full course yellow. That will be the third of the race, but I'm trying to work out for why, because we're not aware that anyone's been off.
For why?
This is a general clear up. Maybe for gravel and a bit of debris on the road. Let's find out. Full course yellow is coming.
20 seconds to deploy full course yellow.
We will go under full course yellow in less than 15 seconds. Full course yellow in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
A great example in car with the hypercar. Marshall's working at Marshall Post 6, collecting debris on track.
So that's answered the question.
Post 6, collecting debris.
So debris on track on Marshall
DeVries?
Post number 6.
DeVries?
No, not DeVries. I think he's in the pits right now.
Oh.
Or in the garage sleeping. I don't think he's driving right now. It's Kobayashi in the car right now.
This is for debris to be removed. Now, we are not aware as to whose debris. Now, I'm thinking it's more than gravel. This could be a puncture, something like that.
That debris warning was in place at about the same time we saw Kelvin van der Linde off the track, but at the opposite end of the circuit. I think they've taken a good look at it. They'll have had trackside observers taking a look at it.
So the number 12 Cadillac Team Jota into the pits. 12.4 second pit stop. This is an emergency stop, I think. Has to be right.
It will depend on what time they came in. Will Stevens came into the pits, yeah, during the full course yellow.
Yeah, so not great for the Cadillac Team Jota car. Yeah, just Cadillac luck, I guess.
And that is looking as though 46 is out of the race. Radio's off. Big disappointment.
Full course yellow in less than 15 seconds. 10, 9,
As the full course yellow is getting removed in now.
choices. 46 has rejoined actually, so it has lost more time, but it is back in the race. But you can
46 has rejoined apparently.
back in action, and Jules Gounon pounces on Stoffel Van Dorn going into the second chicane.
Ooh, a very good restart for Jules Gounon.
Yeah.
He's gained a place.
Certainly has. It's great to see.
Overtaking the Peugeot, number 94.
Slightly unequal battle there. The Alpine heads off into the night, and right now it's saying to the Peugeot, yeah, you can watch my rear lights for a little while. They're very stylish, like a lovely A design on both sides. And there's a reminder who's just done you on the run back to green. I was going to say before we were listening to Ramsey Fires Ramsey, great example on the in-car of the in-car marshalling system and the countdown that those drivers see. And you know, there are few arguments unless you've got a malfunctioning system in the car as to what is the current instruction in terms of what flags you need to obey, and frankly the warning and countdown to obey them.
At 46, the WRT BMW garage, there is big concern as to what exactly has happened to that car, but it has lost now against the class leader effectively 3 laps, and you don't come back from that.
Well, I can see that's our WC full access crew.
Number 46 now 3 laps behind the leader.
Yeah.
I think that's done and dusted.
Unfortunately.
For the number 46.
Any chance of a good position is now gone.
Even with a safety car, they won't be able to catch
They'll
up
need
to
at
the
least
leaders.
3 safety cars. Or 4.
Yeah. And
we've not had one yet. So
yeah. So after how this race has started, I think this might be one of the few times we won't be seeing a safety car in the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see, because as the race goes on, the drivers are getting more tired and are more prone to mistakes. So who knows? To finish first you have to finish.
Absolutely.
The margin is 8 seconds between them. That would have been done on the last round of pit stops, so it's a pretty good battle between these two right now. You've got Nick Tandy and also Will Stevens, who've just rejoined after their most recent pit stop.
And in about 30 minutes time we will be switching over to a brand new stream. Part 2.
Race by 8.3 seconds. Chasing him, Robert Kubica.
And Toyota number 8, Brenton Hartley getting chased down by the number 50 Ferrari for 3rd position.
Behind that pair and under pressure now from the recovering 50 Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco. We believe a puncture for that car, something about close to an hour ago now. This is the time of night that plays tricks on my mind. 5 minutes, it feels like. It's better part of an hour. Tandy and Will Stevens, next 2 cars along, and latest car to have cut Marshall Post 3 corner, Sarah Bovey in the Iron Dames number 85. That car has fallen back out the top 10 the last few hours. 11th place at the moment for Sarah.
Yeah, going off at Marshall's Post.
Alright, the number 12 Cadillac now into the pits again for their full stop. After they've had to do their emergency stop under full Costello conditions.
This time they've switched over their driver though to Alex Lynn.
Well, he's not translated as far for nothing, is he? He's on the lights, he's on the back of the Toyota. Is he going to be near enough from a toe to make a move down into Mulsanne corner? He thinks about it, he goes to the inside, but maybe the move is going to come on the run towards Indianapolis. This is for position, don't forget. The Toyota is just ahead, and look how much closer Fuoco is now out of Mulsanne. Back onto the power.
Fuoco's very close.
Really catching.
I think I might have jinxed it while you were away.
Yeah.
I said now the Ferraris are seemingly slowing down in the night, and now we are seeing Fuoco overtaking Brenton Hartley into Indianapolis easy.
Yeah, Ferrari's now back to 2nd and 3rd, so after a bit of a torrid time
The Ferraris are just mighty strong this year.
Yeah. But the number 50 that just overtook Brendan Hartley there for P3 has just been given a 5-second penalty for cutting the track at Marshall Post 3. So that's the Dunlop chicane.
I think the number 50 will easily drive out those 5 seconds to the car number 8.
Yeah, absolutely.
We are due a pit stop by the look of it at Toyota. Drivers then making their way from pit wall back to the fast lane, ready to receive the car. Kobayashi is at the wheel of 7. There's a double yellow flag though at Marshall's post 3, and now it's been removed. And number 50 is going to have 5 seconds added to
That's what you can hear there.
So number 50 Ferrari, 5 seconds added to the next pit stop.
Exactly where we are on the track right now, and effectively that negates the move we've just seen of Brendan Hartley when we get to the next pit stop. So what is the game now for
Mustang!
Mustang! America!
So that when both these cars pit, he still retains the advantage.
Last year you had like a list where every time you saw the Mustang you'd make
we did. We had like a counter.
dot. Yeah.
Goes off the circuit, but where's the advantage that he's gained there? If anything, he's lost out. Look, he's been overtaken. Well, okay, he's off the road, but look, the car's compromised. He's lost 2 places. I know they're lap cars, but in terms of track position, he's certainly...
I don't understand that penalty for the number 50.
No, it doesn't make sense. He didn't gain anything from it.
No, it lost 2 positions, not places, but positions.
Where are they in the order at the moment? It is 8th and 9th, and that's they came in 24 seconds apart. Away goes the number 31. Augusto Farfus has brought the car in. Car leads now.
For me, it's always so interesting to see the teams entering only for Le Mans, like Castle Racing, for example, and how well they're able to compete with the full-time entries. I think it's great.
Castle Racing is pretty much AF Corsa. They're like a sort of subsidiary partner team with AF Corsa, and you know, Castle Racing have a huge history of racing in SRO, in European Le Mans, in Le Mans even. They've raced Le Mans multiple times, many times in the past. So they've
last
got
time
the pedigree.
2023.
Yeah,
definitely. Or did they even race last year? Maybe. I'm actually not too sure.
Good question.
I'm gonna check that.
Let's have a look, shall we? No, they did not race last year.
No, they did not.
But they won European Le Mans last year, didn't they? No. Why did they get into this then?
Yes.
So Castle Racing, they won. Automatic entries. Castle Racing. European Le Mans.
That's good. That's really good.
That's interesting.
Maybe Asian Le Mans?
No, I'm looking at because Algarve Pro won it in LMP2 and Manthey Racing won it in GT. In European Le Mans, LMP2 was won by AO by TF and Iron Lynx in LMGT3. That's where that third Mercedes is from. Inter Europol came second in European Le Mans. AF Corsa won LMP2 Pro-Am last year. And Arlo M Sport won LMP3 last year. So that doesn't tell me why that is entered. I guess
who this season are LMP2 rookies.
Can I just throw
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Seeing that we're approaching 3 o'clock in the morning.
Is it can you go to bed?
No, it's
That's
not
a
bad.
good
It is
question.
a kind of two-part question, thinking about Jamie Chadwick and also looking at the car on screen now. Are there any British drivers in the Iron Dames project? And if not, why not? And are British drivers unfashionable these days to overseas teams or brands? Because you don't often find that many Brits, for example, Nick Tandy, Richard Westbrook as exceptions, being picked up by Porsche. And yeah, okay, there are British drivers in foreign teams, but, you know, there are a lot of very quick British racers, like, let's say, Flick Haig, British GT champion, who you would have thought would be ideal for the Iron Dames project. Jamie Chadwick, whatever one thinks about the W Series, she was a multiple champion in it.
They make a good point.
What we don't know is whether or not she's ever had an offer to join.
No.
And she may have chosen not to. There's a career trajectory.
A what?
That could have been, yes, indeed. That could have been very different. It's not easy for me to say at this time of the morning. But that it may well be that at that point she chose not to. I'm happy to ask the question. I don't feel that that's a reason behind
The 85 Iron Dames Porsche have been given a 5 seconds for cutting at Marshall Post 3 as well.
Oh.
roster to communicate very
Naughty, naughty.
would tend to indicate that it would be of value to them. But yeah, it's a puzzle. We've got multiple able.
And we are now 13 hours to go in the race. On live timing, at least.
For me, though, we do focus an awful lot on the female drivers, as we should. And as a point I was making earlier in the broadcast, in the European Le Mans Series this year, we've not had a race meeting so far this year that has not seen a female driver or drivers win. Both races so far, in fact, all of the female drivers have won so far this year, with the Iron Dames taking a victory. And as I say it, they get 5 seconds out into the next pit stop, cutting Marshall's post 3. They'll thank us for that, won't they? Lilo Madou in the 150, the 50 car in the LMS 150 here, and Jamie, of course, in the LMP2 class. Much more significantly to me, I welcome that. That's great. Is the fact that you can walk down this pit lane or any other, whether or not it be IMSA, whether or not it be the SRO pit lane, whether or not it be the European Le Mans Series, and you've got.
And any moment now, guys, I'm going to switch over to a new stream. So do stay with us if you want to keep with this. I will put a link to the new stream in the chat any moment now once we get through to it.
There, but not to the same level. Absolutely. Yeah.
That's something to be welcomed without a shadow of a doubt.
Now, as we say, 85, the Iron Dames Porsche has been given this 5-second penalty to serve on the next stop, again for cutting Marshall's post 3. So in other words, it's going off at the left and rejoining over the curb at the right, where there's that bit of gravel. And I think we're going to have that now, really, to the end of the race. Okay, it might be more pronounced in the darkness, where your reference points are harder to find, but even if you don't gain an advantage, you're still being pinged for going off the racetrack.
Actually watching the Iron Dames, Sarah Bovey,
Let's see.
Lilo Madou behind. When I say behind, I mean right behind. So that 5 seconds would cost her the position to Lilo Madou, but looks to me as if Lilo might be looking for a way by in any case. 50 Ferrari of Antonio Rocco on pit lane right now. So Brendan Hartley repasses. Remember, this will then be pit stop.
And any moment, guys, we will be heading over to a new stream, so please do join us there.
Giovinazzi goes through into 4th now. It's going to be quite tight. As he comes, it's a 1-minute 22-second pit stop. So he has served, I think, that 5 seconds. Where is Raffaele Marcello in relation to the Ferrari? The answer is 2 seconds behind.
Lilo Madou has gone by. You've just seen a flash past Sarah Bovey then as his Porsche. 2 legendary names as there, whistling past, goes the Orica from LMP2. Sarah Bovey is not giving up in this quest to get back ahead of Lilo Madou. You'll see now the strengths of the Porsche relative to the Ferrari. Another Orica goes past, and an Alpine gets past them, 3 wide almost, going towards the Porsche curves. Number 7 is into the pit lane now. This is the car of Kamui Kobayashi.
I think it was Nick de Vries we were looking at, likely to climb aboard the car this time around.
Right, it stops as Fuoco has just rejoined, as we've said. He's on his outlap. There's a driver change.
Now Mr. Debris himself getting into the car.
But a change of tyre as well, most likely. Look at the damage, though.
I
on the
think that's
left-hand side
Debris.
there.
That is going to compromise them.
Yes.
Where's